Congratulations on the move. It's nice to see you again. And thanks for tuning in and hanging out with us. Football Sickos, we are back next week. Thanks for tuning in. This is Back to the Futures on the BetMGM Network.
Get ready to experience the ultimate fusion of wagering and entertainment. This is the BetMGM Network. Kicking off your morning with the Daily Tip with Michael Jenkins and Chelsea Messenger.
Over.
It's a very simple way to look at it. It's the best way to look at it.
Followed by the newly branded Bet Sweats with Joe O and Sammy P.
When I stop talking, that's when you jump in usually.
He said, ring that bell! He said, ring that bell! Then it's You Better You Bet, hosted by Nick Costos and Femi Abebefe.
Great teams and great players get a whistle. It's happened forever. It will continue to happen.
Capped off every night with the electric Brad Evans and Ryan Horvat on BetMGM tonight.
Oh, that's a sexy phrase.
Quote Dr. Dre, creep with me and walk with me on this one.
Welcome to a new era of Wagertainment. This is the BetMGM Network. Please gamble responsibly. Get ready to experience the ultimate fusion of wagering and entertainment. This is the BetMGM Network. Kicking off your morning with the Daily Tip with Michael Jenkins and Chelsea Messenger.
Over.
It's a very simple way to look at it. It's the best way to look at it.
Followed by the newly branded Bet Sweats with Joe O and Sammy P.
When I stop talking, that's when you jump in usually.
He said, ring that bell! He said, ring that bell! Then it's You Better You Bet, hosted by Nick Costos and Femi Abebefe.
Great teams and great players get a whistle. It's happened forever. It will continue to happen.
Capped off every night with the electric Brad Evans and Ryan Horvat on BetMGM tonight.
Oh, that's a sexy phrase.
Quote Dr. Dre, creep with me and walk with me on this one.
Welcome to a new era of Wagertainment. This is the BetMGM Network. Please gamble responsibly. from the BetMGM Network, it's time for the Daily Tip
This is like Disneyland for adults.
If I wanted to have fun, I was going to go to Disneyland with my kids.
with Michael Jenkins.
Honestly, you could talk me into just about anything. Like, you want to do shots? All right, let's do shots. You want to put together a 10-leg teaser? Sure, let's put some money on it. In fact, I do a parlay with Champions League soccer and the WNBA.
And Chelsea Messenger.
Let's try to beat the rest of the network at being degenerates, because maybe, just maybe, we can win in that regard.
I do like the idea of a parlay.
Hey, Dad, don't forget about me, the Dunkster.
Presented by BetMGM. The sportsbook born in Vegas. Download the app today. Please gamble responsibly.
If anyone can be a degenerate, it can be us. We are off and running on the Daily Tip on the BetMGM Network on a Monday. Boo! Oh, nobody likes Mondays, but we're going to get through it. Coming up, we'll start with our best bets from over the weekend and the big contract that Lucas signs with the Lakers. In 20 minutes, we will head to the National Football League and the ongoing contract negotiations. Terry McLaurin and the Commanders, Micah Parsons and the Cowboys, Trey Hendrickson in Cincinnati. And that is followed by one of the worst events we have ever seen, this one in baseball. During the 7 o'clock hour, we will look at today's slate in the majors and which teams we are willing to back. We vote for our MVP Monday or Monday MVP at 7:40. And finally, at 8 o'clock, we preview the Bears with Zach Pearson, the Bear Report on 24/7 Sports. And then it's Doctor Time at 8:40. I'm Jinx, and now back from the Canadian wilderness, it is Chelsea Messenger. Hey, she's back, folks. Hello, Chelsea.
Yeah, good morning. So when people had the bear report in Canada, it was about actual bears.
Oh.
And I was like, whoa, what did Caleb Williams do this time? They're like, no, it's a grizzly. He's down at Lake Louise. So yeah, I had a great trip. Let's see if I can remember how to speak on radio, because it has been a while. But I feel like during my trip, like I had a couple of feelings. Like one was, I feel like it related way more to that quote from Scotty Scheffler before the Open Championship. About how, you know, life has more meaning when it comes to your family and stuff, and accomplishments are great. But I was standing there in front of all these like beautiful mountains and scenery, and it's one of those trips that makes you feel really small. Like, do you know what I'm talking about? When you see something in nature that's been there for millions of years, because we're talking about these mountains that have these like jagged, you know, rocks that look like they've been formed like a long, long time ago. And it just makes you feel very, very small. So I've got to find a way to lock back into my ambition mode, because it was nice standing there and just feeling like you're part of something bigger.
I mean, it looked amazing. And then I looked on Facebook and I saw one of my best friends from back home, and he and his family were in Banff, which is crazy. And so I was looking at your pictures, your family, and then looking at his pictures and his family. And I mean, you guys probably weren't in close proximity, but the water there looked unbelievable.
Yeah, it's something about like glacial silt. So apparently it comes off the glaciers and it makes all of the bodies of water like this weird turquoise color, which is extremely pretty. Because I'm used to Old Hickory Lake here in Hendersonville that is murky brown and you can't see, you know, past an inch past your fingertips. And you're like, there might be some catfish in here. Who knows? But it really spoiled me when it came to water. So it was a great trip. It was one of those that was just, I think more than anything, it was nice to spend undivided time with my family. Because, like, you know how it is. Like, with Catherine, it's like you guys are like ships passing in the night during the week, and you don't really get that quality time together. So we got a full week being together the whole time, and I got myself little treats every single day, Jenks. I went to Tim Hortons, which apparently is like the Dunkin' of Canada. And let me say, their service is way better. Their donuts are way fresher. Duncan, you've already been on thin ice, but if we ever get a Tim Hortons here, I am certainly changing.
I think you could find Tim Hortons here. You just got to look around, right? Isn't that right? They're around the States, but they're not nearly as common as Dunkin'. I mean, Dunkin's everywhere. You wake up in the morning and there's someone from Dunkin' like at your bed. Like, no matter where you go, Dunkin' is everywhere. But I'm glad you had a great time. I totally understand. Like, when I get time with Catherine, I'm like, whoop, all right, like, this is, you know, we're roping this off because we don't get it during the week. So you really, you know, take that in and appreciate it. And it looked awesome. So I was living vicariously, and I thought maybe we should put Banff on the list. But I'm glad you had a great time. What did you miss? I mean, ultimately, when you're talking about feeling small, you're not going to be like, I wonder if the Mariners are going to cover on the run line today. That just doesn't really cross your mind during those moments, which is a good thing.
Yeah, well, we still did watch a lot of sports because, when you're at the hotel and they don't have that many channels, so the channels in Canada are terrible. It's like 1990s reruns of stuff. Like, I don't know what they're doing with their broadcasting corporations there, but the main thing on is stuff on the Blue Jays. People love the Blue Jays in Canada. So I had my fill of everything Blue Jays related. We watched, TSN and everything when it came to Toronto. Even though we weren't in Toronto, it's still obviously countrywide. So we definitely still stayed in the loop when it came to sports. We also watched, of course, the PGA Tour event this weekend that was in Greensboro. Jake had that on. And of course, like the Speedway event, because that combines Jake's two favorite things, baseball and NASCAR. So we were still very much dialed into what was going on in the sports world.
Well, I'm glad you were able to keep up. You didn't miss a whole lot here. We had a huge card on Friday. Kate went 2-2. I went 3-1. Doxter went 1-0, and I got back to 7-7 for the week, which for me was a win after starting the week 0-4. So happy to at least kind of get my head kind of a little bit above water. Kate went 5-8. Doxter went 4-1. As for our parlay, another week, we'll give it another run this week. We went 3-2 with odds of 19-1, so maybe we'll get some better luck now that you are back here on the Daily Tip on the BetMGM Network. It is great to have you with us on a Monday. Double D is back as well, so the whole crew is here. So just in time for football season. And, of course, we start with basketball because of that. And Luka Doncic, who did make huge headlines over the weekend by signing a massive 3-year, $165 million deal with the Lakers. So he's getting paid $55 million per season. So this way, Luka will not be a free agent next summer, but he's betting on himself because in 2028, he could sign an extension worth up to 35% of LA's salary cap. That would potentially be 5 years, $417 million, an average annual value of more than $83 million per season. So if you're the Lakers, do you worry about Luka leaving? Or is this just Luka saying, you know what, I've made my money, I'll make more money, and then in a few years, I'll really cash out?
Yeah, I mean, those type of numbers are stupid money. Like, how are you going to leave that type of contract? Especially somebody who didn't want to leave Dallas in the first place. Like, Luka was committed to the Mavericks. So I don't see him leaving the Lakers, but it does feel like everything's falling into piece for Luka Doncic. Jenks, I'm sure you've heard, the scuttlebutt about, hey, Luka feels scorned. And have you seen his new revenge body? Mm-hmm. Everybody is saying this. They're saying, I think even Kate said it, move over Khloe Kardashian. The new revenge bot is here. Luka Doncic was on the cover of Men's Health. And boy, does he look slim. And he also celebrated this contract by going to a Backstreet Boys concert. I will say, as a millennial, I love that move. But, Jenks, it does feel like it's Luka's year. So now the question is, do you think he can win MVP this season with the Lakers?
Yeah, I certainly think he can. I mean, when you have a guy who is this talented, even when he was in okay shape, and now he's clearly in the best shape of his career. He's got a new contract to boot, and he's motivated. He played in only, I believe, last year because of injury, I think 50 games, which is a career low for him. So you think about Luka, healthy, best shape of his life, over an 82-game season, and still trying to prove something to the Mavericks, you have to believe. I mean, my God. I would not be stunned if we saw a career year from Luka. And already last year, look at his numbers. 28 points, 8.2 boards, 7.7 assists, and that was kind of being banged up and switching teams. Imagine what he could do now with this newfound stability.
Yeah, especially because he's somebody that we have already seen kind of, I don't want to say pad the stat sheet, but he's filled out the stat sheet because we saw that from SGA this year, who had numbers that was just too hard to ignore because it was the points, it was the rebounds, it was the assists. Back in 23-24, he averaged 33.9 points per game. Luka Doncic we're talking about. Also had 8.3 rebounds and 7.8 assists. So he's put up those crazy numbers before. So it's not going to, oh, excuse me, actually, I was looking at the wrong line. 9.2 rebounds and 9.8 assists, coming dangerously close to averaging a triple-double. I would not be shocked if we see those numbers again.
Does this mean that LeBron is not long for LA? Not necessarily because the Lakers don't want to keep him, but LeBron is 40. He turns 41 in December. So how much longer is LeBron going to play? The crazy thing about him is that he's still playing at a super high level, which is just remarkable to me. But at the same time, you've got to think about LeBron as well if you're going long term. But I don't know how much longer you can go with LeBron for a guy who's 40. Ultimately, I think he probably doesn't stick around too long. And with LeBron as well, you never know what his next move is because he's played with Bronny, which he wanted to do. Now he's got another son in college. I mean, maybe he wants to play a year with his other son, who I believe is going to Arizona, I think. I need to double check that. But I don't know what it means necessarily for LeBron's future. I just think that just because of age, I can't imagine LBJ playing too much longer.
Well, and also at some point he'd have to probably take a pay cut, right? If they want to field a championship roster, they can't have two guys that are making over $50 million a year, right? Like, I need to crunch the numbers, and I understand that there are plenty of teams that have a huge payroll. But over the next 2 years, he's going to be making $52.6 million. So that is a large contract. So I think more than anything, it's the dollars and cents of keeping LeBron around. But if he truly wants a championship, like maybe he takes a pay cut. But wasn't this the conversation we were having before he signed this new deal? So I don't know. I don't know what's in the cards for LeBron.
Are the Lakers a real threat next season? I don't necessarily think so. Don't they need more help? 18-1 to win the NBA title, 11-1 to win the West, but sort of to your point, like they just need more help. We saw what happened with those two guys leading the way last year, and they were eliminated by the Timberwolves pretty quickly in 6 games? So I would imagine that they've got to make more moves here to compete with the top tier teams. The Thunder, Nuggets look really good again. The Rockets making the move for KD. So they seem like they're one of those really good teams, but not the upper echelon.
Yeah, I don't think so. Not with the roster, how it's currently constructed. But I'm not going to sit here and say a team with Luka Doncic and LeBron James doesn't have a chance. Right. I think it's going to be one of those teams that's kind of fringy and dangerous, but it depends on who they meet. Because when they matched up against the Timberwolves were one of the deepest teams in the league. Like they had the reigning sixth man of the year. I believe it was either last year or the year before. So it just was kind of a bad matchup. So I think some of it is matchup dependent. But it's not a team that I think deserves to be the favorites going into next season because they don't have the depth.
Yeah, I agree. Well, one thing we did see yesterday come out, one day Luka will make his way into the Basketball Hall of Fame. The NFL Hall of Fame inducted its newest class over the weekend, and then they announced their potential inductees for next year, including big names, Larry Fitzgerald, Drew Brees, Phillip Rivers, Jason Witten, Frank Gore, Julian Edelman, Marquise Pouncey. I mean, there's a whole list of names here. So I mentioned the big ones at the top of the list here. I mean, it goes all the way on down to guys like Mike Pouncey and Sean Lee and Todd Gurley. But when you look at this list, who is your surefire, without a doubt, this guy is getting in or these players are getting in 2026?
Yeah, I think you start with the top of the list. Like Larry Fitzgerald, absolute legend. Drew Brees has all kinds of records. Remember when they gave him that like laminated piece of paper for setting like the passing yardage records? But as stupid as that award was, it was a big one. So Drew Brees definitely in there. Phillip Rivers just for the tenure of his career, because remember, Hall of Fame is a lot of things, and I think the accumulation of stats that Phillip Rivers had certainly puts him in that category. But as you go down further down the list, I think some of these are questionable. And I'll say this, like, it's different with the Football Hall of Fame as opposed to Baseball Hall of Fame, where I think they hold they try to make a point of it being extremely difficult. So I don't know if all these guys are like first ballot Hall of Famers, but I do think that we have a sizable class going in the next year.
Yeah, I think so as well. Fitz is in. Drew Brees is in. Phillip Rivers, I think he's in the Hall of Very Good. I think Jason Witten gets in. Frank Gore is a guy that I think is fascinating because he's getting in. I think people would be surprised to know if you asked someone, okay, who are the top 3 rushers in NFL history? It is Emmitt Smith, Walter Payton, and Frank Gore. Like, not a lot of people realize the longevity and how effective Frank Gore was. He rushed for 16,000 yards. Like, that's crazy. And I'm not saying, there's a difference between saying, okay, he's one of the top 3 running backs of all time. No, I wouldn't say that. But as far as production goes, like, he can't be denied, it's just crazy to me.
Yeah, well, he played forever as a running back, which is unheard of. To play 15 seasons or 16 seasons, I'm trying to do the math right now, is absolutely crazy. He played until 2020. I want to say, and I need to check this, didn't he play with his son? Like, didn't he do the LeBron James Bronny thing before him?
Yeah.
Like, Frank Gore Jr., I know at least played in college football. Because I remember seeing the name, I'm like, I'm pretty sure Frank Gore's still playing. What are we doing here? The math ain't mathin'. So I need to look that up during the break.
Oh, yeah, that's a good idea. Also, Marquise Pouncey, got to get in. NFL 2010's all-decade team, 9-time Pro Bowler for the Steelers, so I think he probably gets the call to the Hall as well. Coming up next, we will stay with the NFL where some big names remain unsigned, so who will come to an agreement first? That's coming up next on the Daily Tip. It is here on the BetMGM Network.
Chelsea and Jenks will be right back on the Daily Tip on the BetMGM Network. Download the app today. Please gamble responsibly. Welcome back to the Daily Tip, presented by BetMGM, the sportsbook born in Vegas. Download the app today with Michael Jenkins and Chelsea Messenger on the BetMGM network.
Welcome back on a Monday. Whole crew's back. Chelsea's back. Double D's back. Of course, Dylan is here. Got D-Day next to me. I'm Jenks, the Daily Tip on the BetMGM network. Great to have you with us. Coming up on the show, it is that time of year. The preseason is upon us, and trade requests are being made. So you mentioned Tim Hortons, I should say, in the last segment. And thankfully, Dylan was here, Johnny on the spot. There is a Tim Hortons right there in Nashville. You're very close. So if you ever want to slide in and get yourself a donut or some coffee or whatever it is, you don't have to go back to Canada. This is good news.
It's in Donaldson, though. Like, it's not close to us. So, like, I don't want to drive 45 minutes to go get coffee. Like, I like it, but I don't like it that much.
We are definitely going to drive somewhere. We want a seafood boil, like a crab boil or something like that. Man, Catherine's been on that kick for like 2 weeks, so we got to figure it out. Like, we're going to do it. I just don't know when. Like, we called a couple places, and then we almost did it yesterday, but then we decided, we should save some money. Let's be lazy. Let's stream some stuff, which we did. But that's coming. That's right there, like, on the horizon. I always think it's funny when people kind of get on a kick or you get, like, motivated for something food-wise, and you'll do a lot to get it.
Oh, yeah. I don't know if I'll drive 45 minutes, but I think for the seafood thing, that's, like, one of my favorite meals, I think. And I think because it's not the easiest thing to find as well. Like, you have to go to a good seafood place to get it. Do they do this in Baltimore? Isn't Baltimore famous for, like, seafood? Or is it just crabs?
Well, seafood, but crabs probably. Old Bay, Natty Boh, crabs. But I feel like, if you're famous for crabs, then seafood just kind of goes along with that,
Yeah. So how far? I mean, they've got to have somewhere in D.C., though. Like, haven't you talked about the food scene in D.C.? Like, somebody's got to have it. I don't know how good it is, because we have a seafood place, like, down the road from us, but it is terrible. So it's like it's there. I think the last time we went there, we waited for an hour before, like, our food got there. So, like, we are not going back to Cajun Steamer. Also does not sound like something that I would want to have post-meal.
Correct. No, you want to stay away from that. There's a hot and juicy crawfish here in D.C. What's funny is, though, this is in Adams Morgan. This is where we're going to go this weekend, I can just guarantee. But you go on their website, what's interesting is, I don't know if they're trying to drum up, or maybe they just haven't updated it. So we get online to make reservations. I was like, you can't make a reservation. No. You got to get on a list. And then we'll call you once we have availability. But then we click this link, and it's like, well, okay, you can't get on a list here. Like, you say you can, but you can't. So we called them, and we're like, what do you have? Do you have any availability at all, Friday or Saturday? And the guy's like, oh, yeah, sure. Should have plenty. Probably more on Saturday. I'm like, oh. Then why does your website make it act like this is going to have to be some sort of crazy process where there's a line out the door? And this place has been around forever. That's where we're going. But it's also interesting how they kind of frame it like, if you want to get in here, you got to work for it. We made a call, and they're like, yeah, no problem.
That's for, like, the younger generation of people who refuse to call anyone. Like, I don't know if you know.
Probably true.
Younger people, it's like somebody has to be dying for you to make a phone call. It's like, no. We're going to lurk in the shadows and look online. Like, me and Jake are like this. Like, I don't like calling people.
Me neither.
I feel like I deserve a treat after making a phone call to somebody like insurance, somebody like, I don't know, the DMV or something.
Yeah.
It just feels like a lot of pressure. So maybe that's why they do it. They're like, listen, we don't want those stupid millennials here. Or worse, Gen Z, get out of here. They don't tip. So let's just bring the old folks who call the old-fashioned way.
I would say, I'm trying to think in my head, the number of people I talk to on the phone on a regular basis, and it's a short list. Probably on one hand. Probably 4 or 5 people. And spread out. Like my mom more than anybody. Like I talk to my mom once every, I don't know, week and a half, something like that. We're going to see her next week. And then a couple other people like, hey, it's been a while. Let's chat. But that's a rare thing. I'm kind of like you. Just, send me a text or something.
Yeah. Well, I like talking to my friends on the phone. Like me and my best friend Holly talk all the time. Because honestly, Sometimes it's easier, like, when I'm doing something. If I'm folding clothes, I'll just put it on speakerphone.
Yeah.
And we'll just talk and do our chores. But for, like, people you don't know, like, that's who I don't want to be talking to. Or anything that has an automated, like, greeting where it's like, press 1 for this. I'm like, I might die of stress. Like, there's going to be a vein in my forehead that's going to pop out. Main menu! Person! Let me talk to a person! So yeah, those drive me nuts.
You say, customer service. I'm sorry. I need more information before I can transfer you. Representative. I'm sorry. I need you to be more specific. I'm like, okay, fine. I have an issue with a credit card that was sent to me, but you won't dismiss this splash screen that comes up on my app every single time, even though I got this credit card a week ago. I'm sorry. I'm like, all right. Oh my God. Yeah, I know. It's like,
I didn't understand.
I didn't understand. I'm like, I know you don't. And you're not going to understand, which is why I need to talk to someone else. Well, who's going to talk this week? Micah Parsons and the Cowboys? Terry McLaurin and the Commanders? Trey Hendrickson and the Bengals? We'll put out a poll question on X. Let us know who signs first out of these three players. Right now, it's Micah Parsons making the most headlines just because, of course, Jerry is always talking. And Micah was the latest to say, I want to trade. I don't want to play here. So on his notes app on X on Friday, he posted, unfortunately, I no longer want to be here. I no longer want to be held to closed-door negotiations without my agent present. I no longer want shots taken at me for getting injured while laying it on the line for our organization, our fans, and teammates. That was big news. Well, immediately, of course, Jerry Jones responded at training camp, and he was not swayed.
As always, in any relationships, there are different moods at different times of your relationship. That's what it is. Don't lose any sleep over.
So just to be
That's the
clear,
one thing I would say to our fans. Don't lose any sleep over.
I'm not too concerned about this. Honestly, I'm not too concerned about this for any player. Maybe Trey Hendrickson a little bit, because I feel like there is more animosity there, or there's more tension there in that relationship. But doesn't this just feel like status quo for Jerry? Doesn't he do this every year? Because eventually he signed Dak to a huge deal. He signed CeeDee Lamb to a huge deal. He just kind of waits it out, and I think he kind of loves the drama.
Oh, yeah. Jerry Jones, drama? Who would have guessed? But we've heard from, we had a person from Dallas come on, and he told us that this is kind of what goes on with the Cowboys, is they wait to the very last minute to sign their guys, but they do sign their guys. I don't think this is one of those relationships that are going to feel the same moving forward, though. Like, Micah Parsons seems personally hurt by this, does he not?
Yeah.
Like, the way that he's speaking. Like, I understand this is a business, and I know he knows that too, but it feels like he's been offended. The fact that he's taking a shot at him, the fact that Jerry Jones is taking a shot at other players, for missing games as well. So I'm not saying that they're not going to come to terms on things. I'm just saying it's one of those relationships that might be business only moving forward. I don't think he's going to be taking any hometown deals after this whole nonsense that's been going on.
I agree. And this is one of those lessons that you have to learn in life. And maybe it would have been different 30 years ago. I don't know, 40 years ago. But the concept of loyalty in any business, particularly the NFL, is really, it's just not true. Like, it's not there. You want it to be true, right? And you think, hey, I put in all this time. I put in all this effort. I've worked really hard. And you can go down the list of things that, in theory, would make you valuable to someone or some organization. And then you come to the realization later on, oh, this is really about numbers. And it'll be, hey, thanks, but also we're not going to pay you because this is a business. I mean, I've experienced this. I feel like a lot of people have experienced this before. And I remember before I got laid off at my previous job, people would say, oh, they would never lay you off. I was like, oh, yes, they would. Oh, yes, they would. Like, I appreciate the sentiment, but at the end of the day, this is about business and numbers, and there are very few people in any business who are just, like, untouchable. Like, almost no one is. And even if you're Micah Parsons, you would think, oh, you can't not sign this guy. You can't not pay him a ton of money. Well, you actually can. I think he does get signed, but it is a lesson we see all the time in the NFL where guys are just, boom, unceremoniously cut because the team needs to save some money.
Yeah, I think that's what makes the whole Terry McLaurin deal interesting as well, because it's the flip side of that. is that, you see, okay, Terry McLaurin requests a trade, but he's hugging guys at practice. Okay, he can hug people and still be very friendly with everybody he's played with, but still want what he deserves. And he has earned that. He has earned his spot in wanting to ask for more money. So, Jenks, I'm interested to hear your level of panic meter here, because when I saw that Terry McLaurin requested a trade, I immediately went to your page. I immediately went to Denton's page. I was like, oh, brother, here we go. Because we've been talking about this for a long time, saying, oh, it's fine. Panic level 3, panic level 4. Okay, maybe it's a little bit more panicky now. So where do you stand on the panic meter for Terry McLaurin?
I think, like all these guys, I think they're going to work something out. I mean, it is interesting. JP Finley, who covers the Commanders here in D.C., posted a video, and Terry is there, and he's hugging Jaden Daniels' mom, and he's dapping up Josh Harris, the owner of the team, and he's walking around. It's such a strange phenomenon to watch. Like, you're not signed, or you're signed, but you're not playing. You're not on the field. You're not practicing. And it's pretty clear. You don't have to be a keen observer of the Commanders to know their offense needs Terry McLaurin. Like, there's a lot of things to like, but they need him in that offense, and he needs them. And the fact that he's walking around, like, that's the thing about Terry, is he wants to be there so badly. And all these guys do, but particularly Terry because of his history here. And that's been well documented. But I'm not panicking yet. I just think that I think this is a good position to be in. Let me rephrase this. This is not a position the Commanders would have been in a few years ago, because they wouldn't have had the star power. They wouldn't have had management or the front office in place to really take a hard look at the cap and really try to manage things. It's because now the Commanders are really good and a real threat. And so they have to be more meticulous about how they negotiate. And we saw this with Adam Peters out in San Francisco. And part of the adults being in charge, which I always say that's the difference between the Commanders now and what we saw a few years ago, means that things are going to go a little bit differently, which means you might have more tension-filled negotiations because of that. It's just we're not used to this because we're not used to having an organization that plays at this level or who has risen the standard that everyone is being held to. So I think it's probably going to happen, but I also think the unknown is that what does Terry really want? There's been all sorts of reports out there, and Adam Schefter says, I think he wants more than DK, but we really don't know. And so when you have this much, this many question marks, it makes it more difficult to discern what's going to happen.
Well, I think it's because Terry McLaurin has so much leverage, and he knows it, or at least his agent does, right? Because this is the first time in a long time that the Commanders have actually had something to lose.
Yeah.
Right? Like, you look at their offense and their rookie quarterback, who is on a rookie deal at least. So it does feel like the time to pay Terry McLaurin because they can. But if you lose him, you risk, a rung of, or, a step down in development for Jaden Daniels. Why would you want to take his security blanket and his wide receiver number 1 away when you're on this upward trajectory? So I think this is something that Terry McLaurin knows. All of, the leverage is finally in his favor. And plus, he's somebody that people really like. Like, I think that's another thing, is that this is an interesting crossroads for the Commanders right now, because I think since Dan Snyder left, they have been on the up and up. Everything has been pretty much likable. Like, correct me if I'm wrong, but it feels like, people are pretty happy with management in the front office. So this is the first real test to see, hey, are you going to do what the people want and what everybody wants when it comes to bringing one of your franchise players back? Or are you going to be shrewd and say, hey, he's turning 30, whatever, we're not going to pay him this obscene amount of money?
I agree. And I think that also Terry seems like and feels like a different case because he's Terry McLaurin and because of all that goodwill and because he's been such a good soldier for so long. I also think, too, if you look at Adam Peters, you can't have it both ways. You can't have a general manager that you want to come in and run this like a business and be very careful about who he signs, how long he signs them for, how much money he is spending. And then when it comes to a negotiation and he holds that line, you say, well, I don't like this. Like, sure, you can make the case it's a player-by-player basis, but ultimately I think this is what comes with bringing in someone who has the experience. And this is what Adam Peters did in San Francisco. So I think you have to sort of step back and say, this is kind of the norm for how he operates.
Well, and it's the norm for the NFL, right? Like
Yeah.
we see this every single offseason and every single season going into the months of August and September. So you see it across the league. Trey Henderson, man, I am so tired of talking about that. Like they need to figure something out. And I know he's on that side of the coin as well, where he is at training camp. He is giving like some of the younger guys advice, standing on the sidelines. That cannot feel great.
Well, you know, the Bengals, like he's in the worst situation. Like Jerry's going to work it out. The Commanders, there's not that what seems to be dislike between Hendrickson and the Bengals. He's in a tough spot because this has been going on for months and just no movement whatsoever. Coming up next on the show, if you're looking to plan your next event, don't call Major League Baseball. That is next on the Daily Tip on the BetMGM Network.
Chelsea and Jenks will be right back on the Daily Tip on the BetMGM Network. Download the app today. Please gamble responsibly. Let's get back to the Daily Tip with Chelsea Messenger and Michael Jenkins on the BetMGM Network. Presented by BetMGM, the sportsbook born in Vegas. Download the app today. Please gamble responsibly.
Welcome back to the show on a Monday. It is a Daily Tip on the BetMGM Network in honor of Double D returning. How about a guitar solo, instrumental type? That's for you, Double D. Going up on the show, you tried your best, and you failed miserably. The lesson is never try. What's the worst event you've ever been to? Like concert, could be a sporting, could be a birthday party, maybe a baby shower. I don't know. Worst event ever.
I don't have any like huge disasters on top of mind, but I will say this. Weddings that don't have alcohol. That's pretty bad.
Tough one. That's a tough one.
That was literally me on Saturday.
What?
Drove down to a wedding. I like the people. Very nice people. Like the people a lot. Have a beautiful ceremony. And then they're like, there are mocktails in this other room. And I was like, hold on. Was that a mock with an M? And we walked in there. It was completely dry. The mocktails were good, but I was like, I wasn't told that this was going to be completely dry.
Oh, you got to let the people know so they can bring in like the airplane bottles. That's what I would have done. I would have snuck in a few
hard
of those.
drugs.
Or yes. Or just an 8-ball. I mean, my God. Oh, that's no alcohol. Yeah, that's brutal. That's brutal.
I feel like there is like one excuse. Like if you're a recovering alcoholic and you have a dry wedding, that is excusable. Other than that, the answer is always no. Like I think I've only been to a couple dry weddings. One is because the bride was not of age. So I understand that as well.
Okay.
Welcome to the South, Jenks.
Wow.
But the other one, there was no warning. Like that's the thing. Like if you tell people ahead of time, like you can mentally prepare. Because the thing is, like, weddings are just a long event, and people need something to look forward to after the ceremony. Like, you listen to the entire book of Corinthians at this Catholic ceremony, and you just want an alcohol. So I think that's the least you could do, is at least warn people.
Oh, yeah, just let them know. Just let them know.
Let them know.
You never know what's going to be their favorite book of the Bible. Corinthians. All right, fine. You know, I was hoping Ephesians, but okay, fine. Just at least let me know. Give me a heads up. Fortunately, I've never been to a dry wedding, so that would be brutal. I mean, thank God. That'd be terrible. Our wedding's coming up. We have a date set next April, and there will definitely be cocktails served, like free-flowing. So if you're coming to our wedding, it's going to be a small wedding, but if you're coming, I'm telling you, load up because we're going to have a good old time. But I'm trying to think of if I've gone to an event, concert, whatever, that was really bad, like just awful. I don't necessarily think I've gone to one. I think I've been really lucky in that respect.
You are lucky. You've never been to a dry wedding. You've never been to a bad event. I don't think I've been to a bad event either. Like, especially because usually my standards are not very high. Because, like, most events I'm going to, like, if you're not spending a bunch of money, like, you expect the basics. Like, if you go to somebody's birthday party, you're like, okay, they're going to have cake and they're going to have soda, and it's fine.
Yeah.
You know? But when you spend a lot of money to go to something, I think that's when the expectations change. Because when you talk about, like, Fyre Fest and some of these, like, all-time disasters, people paid a lot of money to go to these. So the standards are different.
Well, the reason why we mention this is because the Major League Baseball Speedway Classic was this weekend in Bristol, Tennessee. And it was a nightmare, according to countless fans. Originally scheduled for Saturday, got delayed multiple times. Then they called it in the first inning and said, okay, we got to move this to Sunday. Braves eventually won 4-2. But according to a lot of fans, concessions ran out before the first pitch. Traffic was so bad that parking was at least $350 and up. Parking lots were closed by police, so shuttles got trapped for hours, no Ubers. And then the worst is that fans were posting pictures of the concessions, and it was like bunless hot dogs and nachos with no cheese. This was Major League Baseball's version of the Fire Festival. Like, come on in, not really pre-planned. We're just going to pack as many fans as we can into this speedway and say, oh, look, baseball game. There's going to be a car go around the track every time there's a home run. But the logistics weren't really thought out very well.
Yeah, because the problem is that stadium that they made at the racetrack held 91,000 people. The normal, like, standard attendance of these baseball teams is like 40,000. Like, I looked, for both the Reds and the Braves, it's like around 41,000 is how much their park holds. So when you're talking about 91,000 people in eastern Tennessee in a small town, like, it's just a lot. Like, of course they didn't have enough food. They're not used to, putting on events of this magnitude. So that obviously was not great. And then the weather didn't cooperate, because I do think it would have been less of a disaster if the rain would have held off. Mm-hmm. But, like, we were watching this because, as I mentioned, my husband loves NASCAR and he loves baseball. So he was super excited to watch this. We sat on our couch and we watched like 2.5 hours of pregame coverage. I'm like, Jake, Woof. I cannot watch another hype video. I cannot watch A-Rod, Jeter, and Chipper Jones like make old jokes about each other for another minute, because that's what it was. Like, they had to like tap dance for 2 hours or whatever because they still had the broadcast going on, and it was just a problem. But like with baseball, any event that's outside, you need to be prepared for bad weather.
So Jake said, hey, don't worry, honey. I'll make it feel like we're there. And then he went to the microwave and he heated up 2 hot dogs, and he gave you one, and he got one, and you guys just sat there. No bun. You just, how do you eat a bunless hot dog, at least publicly? That's a hard ask right there.
Get the fork and a knife. Start cutting that thing up.
What if you have no utensils? Like, at what point do you say, all right, I'm just going to go in here? That's a tough one.
Well, how do you run out of buns? Like, you would think when you're
not
getting
hot dogs.
Inventory, you would have the same amount of hot dogs as you do buns. So unless someone's double bunning a hot dog, which that's a whole nother thing, I don't understand how you run out of one of those things but not the other.
Glizzies for the family. Wet? You can save money.
Did they leave them in the rain? Like, I don't understand what happened. But as far as planning goes, like, this was just a big undertaking. The weather didn't cooperate. The parking was a nightmare, which you would have thought, like, this is an operational speedway, that they would have done this before, right? Like, it's not the first time they've had an event there.
I think the difference here is, and please correct me if I'm wrong because I'm no NASCAR expert, but at a NASCAR event, you can bring in your own food and drink, right?
Coolers.
Right. Mm-hmm. So they don't necessarily have the number of concession stands that you would need at like a baseball or football game, because it's like, hey, we got to have concessions here. People aren't bringing in their own food and drink. But it's different at a NASCAR event. They don't need near as many concession stands because it's like, yeah, we'll have some people, but most people are going to bring their own food and drink. Here, baseball doesn't allow that. So you just naturally don't have the built-in capacity to serve that many people who don't get to bring in a cooler.
Yeah, well, and also the event didn't start on time. So, like, when people are milling about and, the game hasn't started, what are you going to do? You're going to go to the concession stand. Hey, we'll go get something to eat. I think the worst thing they did, though, is still charge people full price for these things. Because that's one thing. It's one thing to apologize and own up to your mistake. Be like, listen, like, we don't have everything. There's a ton of people here. The game's not started. We will give this 50% off. Because, by virtue of the actual items on the plate, they should have been rewarded 50% off if your hot dog does not have a bun.
Yeah, if you're eating 2 or 3 glizzies with no buns, you deserve a discount at a future game, at least off concessions or tickets. If Rob Manfred were smart, and of course he's not, so they won't, then they would say, if you paid all this money to attend this event, we're giving you some, it could be a discount at the team store. It could be, a discount, 2 for 1 free Franks when you go into your local Safeway. I don't know what it is, but give something to the fans who had to weather all of this. Imagine, because there are some people, I'm sure, who decided this would be a great event. Let's take the family. Let's go. And then you go, and it's long lines. There's no food. You're paying an arm and a leg. And then potentially you have to pay for, an extra night maybe? that you weren't planning on paying for because of the delay. Like everything that could have gone wrong here went wrong.
Ugh. And what a black eye for the first MLB game in Tennessee history. Like, Jenks, this was the first MLB game held in the state of Tennessee. And they spent most of the pregame talking about how meaningful this is. And then, of course, they play one inning. And I'm like, oh, my God. They built this up so much. They would not stop talking about it. They're like, it's so important to the state of Tennessee. I'm like, is it? Like, all right. I understand, but you would have had to actually play a game there instead of just one inning.
You know what? Speaking of odd baseball games, I finally watched a Savannah Bananas game, or at least a few innings, for the first time. Because, where were we? Was it Friday night? I forget where we were. We were just having a couple drinks, and it was the only thing on. Because the Savannah Bananas were in Baltimore over the weekend, I think. Played at Camden Yards. And it was packed. But I did not realize, first of all, these games are played at lightning speed. I did not realize all of the gimmicks that take place during these games. I'm sure you did, but I'm like, is this guy wearing a cape? Yes, he's wearing a cape. This guy steals bases. He's really fast, so he's wearing a motorcycle helmet with a lightning insignia on the side because he's really fast. You know, guys are just like shirts unbuttoned down to the like navels, dudes with sleeves ripped off. And then at some point, the guys they're playing who are firefighters are climbing the foul pole out in the outfield. It was wild.
Yeah, I feel like it's one of those things that, like, on your phone, on TikTok, as you're scrolling, like, video after video after video, it seems fine. But when you see it in person, it's, like, too much. Do you get what I'm saying?
Yes.
It's like, have you seen actors who, like, really act things out? And on TV, it looks great. But when you talk to them in person, you're like, wow, that person is really enunciating. And it seems very dramatic.
Yes.
Do you get what I'm saying? It's too much in person.
Yes, I'm like, he's wearing a cape? A real cape? Yes. That was something. Like made for TikTok for me. Coming up next in the show, we'll dive right into hour 2, which includes our favorite plays tonight in baseball and if we believe in the Milwaukee Brewers. No capes needed. That's coming up next on the Daily Tip. It is here on the BetMGM Network. Stay right there.
Chelsea and Jenks will be right back on the Daily Tip on the BetMGM Network. Download the app today. Please gamble responsibly.
BetMGM Network. It's time for the Daily Tip
This is like Disneyland for adults.
If I wanted to have fun, I was going to go to Disneyland with my kids.
with Michael Jenkins.
Honestly, you could talk me into just about anything. Like, you want to do shots? All right, let's do shots. You want to put together a 10-leg teaser? Sure, let's put some money on it. In fact, I do a parlay with Champions League soccer and the WNBA.
And Chelsea Messenger.
Let's try to beat the rest of the network at being degenerates, because maybe, just maybe, we can win in that regard.
I do like the idea of a parlay.
Hey, Dad, don't forget about me, the dogster.
Presented by BetMGM. The sportsbook born in Vegas. Download the app today. Please gamble responsibly.
If anyone can be a degenerate, it can be us.
Hour 2 of the Daily Tip starts right now on the BetMGM Network. I'm Chelsea Messenger. He's Michael Jenkins. Over the next hour, here are some of the topics we will be tackling. We'll start with some baseball talk. Jacob Misiorowski, the all-star that throws absolute gas, is now on the injured list for the Brew Crew. Can the Brewers hold on to the NL Central without him? We'll talk about that. Then at 7:20, it's on to our daily baseball bets. At 7:40, we play MVP Monday. It's going to be a great hour here on the Daily Tip, presented by BetMGM. All right, Jank. So I was joking with the group chat about the screenshot of Terry McLaurin that somebody unearthed over the last few days, where you could do like a search of people's tweets and see what they tweet about, like over the next few years or over the last few years. And apparently Terry McLaurin hates doing the dishes. He tweeted this multiple times over, a 4-year span, I think, where he said, "Man, I hate doing the dishes. I hate that it's my time to do the dishes." Is there a household chore that you hate as much as Terry McLaurin hates doing the dishes?
Yeah, taking out the trash, because it's always filled up. Like, it's a running joke in our house. Like, I think it's because we probably eat out too much DoorDash. And so when you order DoorDash, of course, you get things that arrive in, big plastic containers or whatever it is. And so those just like fill up the trash so quickly. So I'm pretty astute on just staying on top of chores and stuff and just getting stuff done. And so I'll take out the trash. I'm like, oh, God, it's done. And then the next day, like, I'll open it up and I'll look at Catherine and I'll go, look at what is this? And she just starts giggling. And I'm like, I don't know how this happens. Like, this was empty 18 hours ago. So I'll take it out. And plus, because I live in a small condo here in D.C., it's like I got to go down the stairs, punch the code into the gate to get into the trash bins, and then go in. It's not a huge deal, but it's just super annoying.
Yeah, I think that's the way most like household chores are. It's not that they're difficult, they're just annoying.
Yes.
I think for the trash, I think the number one deterrent of me ordering things on Amazon is having to break down the boxes, because nothing takes up your trash more than not breaking down the boxes. And also, like, you should probably recycle, whatever, be good for the planet. But you get what I'm saying, is that'll fill up your trash soon, because they send it in boxes all the time. But for me, power ranking the worst household chores, I'm going to go laundry number 1. Laundry's the absolute worst. How have we not found like a robot that will fold laundry for you yet? Like, it's year 2025. What are we doing? Elon, please get on that ASAP. Number 2, I'm going to go dishes. Like Terry McLaurin, I feel like the dishes add up in our household because we eat in all the time. And plus my daughter goes through like 5 spoons a day. I don't know what she's doing. She's eating Jell-O. She's eating yogurt. She's eating oatmeal. So we just have like tons of spoons to clean. And then I don't take out the trash personally, so it's not on mine. That is Jake's job as a man. So number 3, I will do, cleaning the bathroom. I feel like cleaning the bathroom's a bad one. That's never fun. Do any of those crack your power rankings?
Definitely laundry. I'm pretty good about, the key to laundry is just doing it continuously. I hate to say that, but is doing it like every 2 or 3 days, which I know people are like, oh, it sounds terrible. I'm like, yes, it is. But if you're doing just like a small load at a time, it's like, all right, it's going to take me like 2 minutes to fold this stuff. It'll take very quick. But if you wait, then you're like, oh my God, it's going to be like a 3-hour ordeal. So the key is just kind of like keep that going. But that's definitely number 1. There's just takes up so much time. That's 1, garbage 2. And then I would say, I don't know, what's 3? Probably dishes, something like that. Yeah, that's what I'd go with.
Yeah, it's crazy that for me, I feel like that's when I really need to listen to like the motivational quotes from like Kobe Bryant. It's when I'm like doing the laundry. Because listen, I feel like, now hear me out. I feel like these people who are playing in front of like 90,000 fans, it's very easy to be motivated for that. Like, listen, if you had 90,000 people watching you do something, I feel like that would make me want to practice. But like when no one's watching you do the laundry and you're like, do I really need to separate the whites and colors? I don't think so. Like, I feel like it's way more hard to be motivated to do some of these household tasks as opposed to like some of these athletes who are playing for Super Bowls.
Oh, I'm not separating colors. Let's get that out of the way right there. I'm just like, no, get in there, get done. We'll dry you. We'll get you out of here. And I'm not really where it's like warm water sounds good to me, So I'm not some sort of expert. I just want it like done and out of the way so I don't have to worry about it. But yes, it always helps to have some motivation. Normal sounds. Oh, sheets, so delicate. It's like, I don't know what I'm doing. I honestly feel like I'm just doing a service by getting the laundry done,
Yeah, if I'm doing laundry, like that's as far as I'll go. Like no one's winning awards for like the best laundry.
Right.
I do not care. All right, so let's pivot to baseball because I do care about that. Big news for the Milwaukee Brewers over the weekend is their bright young star, Jacob Misiorowski, now on the injured list with a tibia injury. So this is a big one. He was their bright shining star. He was an all-star despite only pitching 25 innings. But he throws over 100. He obviously has insane strikeout numbers. So this is a big blow to the Brewers rotation. And let me say, the Brewers have been one of the hottest teams since the All-Star break. They are leading the NL Central. They are your favorites to win it at a pick'em price at -110, 7-1, which is a pretty short number for a team that people kind of counted out midway through the season or midway before the All-Star break. And they are 16-1 to win the World Series. So, Jenks, I think the bigger discussion here is how much do you believe in the Brewers, especially now that they don't have their young all-star in the mix here?
I would like to, but I don't necessarily think they have the bats. Also, the Brewers have the best record in baseball right now, which is absolutely insane. Like, you would not think that of all the powerhouse teams, at the top, Dodgers, Phillies, Tigers, Yankees, Astros. No, it's the Brewers. But I just don't know if they have the lineup. The pitching is, their staff is fantastic. But I think the Dodgers and Phillies are a good comp from the perspective that, okay, you've got a great starting rotation, but so the Dodgers because they're getting healthier, and particularly the Phillies. But then they have the bats in the lineup to really sort of supersede anything the Brewers bring to the table. Like, I know the Brewers were awesome over the weekend. It was just like one run, one hit after another. But they were also playing the Nats. So I think ultimately, when you look at this Brewer staff, and Misiorowski will be back. Like he says that he anticipates only missing 2 starts. So I don't think this is going to be a long-term issue for Milwaukee because of their lead and because of the fact that he's not going to be out, for too long. I think they'll be fine. I just don't know if I believe in their lineup.
It's difficult for me to separate like the past of the Brewers and the present of the Brewers because they've been a team that have looked really good going into the postseason. And then, like, they'll play the Dodgers, and, like, their pitching staff has always been really good. That's usually not the problem. It's usually their bats. But this year, I was just looking. I said, well, their run differential is probably not that great. No, they're leading baseball in run differential.
Really?
Plus 119, that's ahead of the Cubs. That's ahead of the Yankees. That's, like, 40 runs better than the Dodgers, which is crazy to me. So maybe it's one of those things where I've got to get out of my own head and say,
Fair.
okay, Chelsea, maybe it's time to look at the numbers as opposed to, your previous biases on this team. But I will say this. We have seen this in the past. Teams that are good in the regular season, but it's a different game when you go to the postseason. You need those frontline starters. And I will say this. The Brewers, once again, still have a good pitching staff. Like you mentioned, Jacob Misiorowski will be back. So it's going to be Freddie Peralta, Quinn Priester, Jose Quintana, Jacob Misiorowski, and Brandon Woodruff. I feel like not a lot of people talk about Brandon Woodruff, but he is a really good starter coming off the injured list. He is a veteran, somebody who's pitched in the postseason before. But the other drawback I have about the Brewers this year, they didn't do much at the trade deadline. Like, they made a couple of moves, which, they're good, but it's not stuff that jumps out at you because I feel like at the trade deadline, if you're not making these massive moves, you're not going to keep up with the rest of the pack. And maybe in this small sample size where we've seen the Brew Crew continue to put up big runs, maybe I'm wrong here, but I mean, adding Danny Jansen, Jordan Montgomery, who's not pitching this year, and Shelby Miller, who I feel like has been pitching, for the last 20 years, I don't know if they did enough at the trade deadline to keep up with some of these contenders.
Well, wasn't that the big criticism of the Brewers and like the Cubs as well? Like they just sort of stood pat while
Cubs
teams,
as well. Mm-hmm.
yeah. Whereas teams like the Phillies really got better because they added Johan Duran from the Twins. So now they get one of the best closers in the game. That was a huge issue for them early in the season. And they got Harrison Bader also from the Twins, but he's a nice bat, so he could platoon with some of the guys in the Phillies lineup. So those moves, Duran is fantastic. Bader doesn't move the needle as much, but you can see why they added those guys, and it definitely makes them better and gives them more options in the postseason. And the Brewers and the Cubs just sort of said, okay, we're just going to stick with what we have, which is not necessarily a bad thing, but they didn't improve themselves like other teams in the league.
Right, and this has kind of been a pattern for the Brewers where there's been years where they've been kind of in contention and they've still been sellers at the trade deadline. They've just not been a super aggressive team with the current front office that they have. So it's one of those things where, like, maybe you have to earn my trust, but before I would believe you for the second half of the season. But again, the numbers are great. Maybe they're one of those teams that rides that wave of momentum into being a postseason contender. Maybe we'll bet on them to win the Central, but we will not be betting on them to win the World Series. I will say, Jenks, last night I watched the Phillies game, and Duran's entrance coming into Citizens Bank Park was absolutely electric. I feel like it's such a great thing that baseball broadcasts are now showing the entrances of closers, because this is an electric factory. Like, ever since we had, the Timmy Trumpets one with the Mets, with their closer, now we have Duran, who's coming out to, I didn't need to look this up, but apparently he has a nickname of like some kind of spider. They had this like huge spider on the video board. I don't know what that's all about, but it was creepy. I think this is one of my favorite parts of baseball now, is the closer entrances.
Yeah, isn't it crazy how that's become a thing, but in a good way? It's one of the more underrated parts of any game, where it gives you another reason to get excited and everybody gets hyped up, and you bring it to one guy, and oftentimes that one guy is the difference. So, and you can make it so individualized. It's not like, okay, let's play some music. Like, there's nicknames involved, there's music choices involved. It depends on, the team and the history there. And then you put all that together and you get another real seminal moment in a particular baseball game. It's been awesome.
Yeah, especially when the guy throws like 103.
Yeah.
Like, if you don't get jazzed up for, well, not jazzed up, that's probably a really old person way to say this, but you get what I'm saying.
Yeah.
When somebody throws 103 and they're coming out to this sick walkout, and now that we have LED lights, they can like flash the screens and it goes pitch black. It's just a really cool moment. And this is like one of the things that I do appreciate about 2025. Like, I bag on 2025 all the time. Why doesn't anybody have a robot to fold our laundry? But at least we have the cool stadium intros, which I will relate to college football as well, because they do this like in the SEC routinely, where it's pitch black, then the lights come on. That is so cool to me.
Oh, yeah. Texas was doing this thing the past year, which is awesome, where they have like a drone show. Like, it gets late in the game, like right before the fourth quarter, and lights go up, and then they have all these drones in the night sky form like a longhorn or spell out text. It's wild. And you're like, what in the world is going on? I mean, you could do that potentially in baseball too, where it's all of a sudden you have Phillies spell out across the sky, so you can take it to a next level as well.
I think I've seen that with fireworks shows, right? Where they like make like cowboy hats and like all types of like cool designs. Jenks, are you going to get to a Texas game this year? Like, now it makes me want you to go to a Texas night game. Wouldn't that be cool?
I know. It would. I was going to go to Columbus until that whole debacle took place. So that would not be a night game, and it's in Columbus. But whatever, I'm not going to that. But I think you were on vacation last week. I did do a lot of research. I did reserve potentially. I mean, I have it reserved. If Texas makes it to the national championship game in Miami, I have a room reserved there ready to go, which was hard to find. I thought it would be, it's July, it'll be really easy. It was not easy. It took me more than an hour to find one at a decent price. that was close to the stadium. So those are already filling up. So worst case, at least I have a room there that I can cancel like 2 days before the national championship game. That's hard to find. So probably not going to make it to Austin because we're planning for a vacation, wedding, whatever. But if Texas ends up playing for it all, I will go to that.
Your annual tradition now.
Yeah.
Like, is Texas officially back now that you're pre-planning all of the, like, championship games? That's awesome.
Yeah.
What a luxury to have. I will not be pre-planning my trip to the Champs Sports Bowl in Orlando for my NC State Wolfpack, even though that's probably where they'll go. All right, coming up next, our daily baseball handicaps come your way next on the Daily Tip presented by BetMGM.
Chelsea and Jenks will be right back on the Daily Tip on the BetMGM network. Download the app today. Please gamble responsibly. Welcome back to the Daily Tip, presented by BetMGM, the sportsbook born in Vegas. Download the app today with Michael Jenkins and Chelsea Messenger on the BetMGM network.
Welcome back on a Monday. It is August the 4th. In a few minutes, we'll get to our favorite baseball plays of the day. And I do think there's some angles after the trade deadline of teams that you want to fade. Looking at you, Twins, who's even on your roster? Why would I want to back a team that has like nobody starting from the starting lineup besides maybe Byron Buxton? And maybe teams you want to start betting on because they've made such good moves during the trade deadline. But Jenks, before all that, we have a big day today in the household.
Oh.
My daughter Blake, who is 5, is officially starting kindergarten today. So after the show, it will be a mad dash to get to the elementary school. I feel like I don't know a whole lot of what's going on. They didn't give us much to expect. Like they sent us like, you know, a link to the website and it's like, here's what they need for the first day. But I'm not going to lie, I'm kind of nervous for my daughter going to school because we went from Mother's Day out, which is, I don't know, like 8 kids in her class. And it's like very, you know, pre-K-ish where they do like arts and crafts to now school where they send you like this thing where it's like, you cannot miss more than the allotted amount of days of absences or else you will have to deal with the law. And you're like, wow, this is kind of intense. So I'm a little nervous about Blake starting school.
Well, I hope she makes it okay. You never know how kids are going to take to school. Sometimes they love it and they take to it, and sometimes they're like, I don't know about this. I mean, I think from what you're telling me, she's a little shy, right?
Yeah.
Yeah,
she is.
Which is not necessarily a bad thing. I'm just curious.
Yeah, I think she's one of those people that, like, it takes a while for her to warm up to people, but when she does, she really loves it because she did love Mother's Day out. She had, like, all of her friends there. But, like, I've been having this, like, big debate with, okay, so many people homeschool their kids now. And we have a lot of people in our neighborhood that do this. So, like, I'm constantly having, like, this, you know, discussion with them. But, like, I was somebody who really liked school. Like, I think you kind of fall into this category as well that I wish there was like a job where like you could just do test taking because I was like so good at that. But like you get into the real world and like some of those skills you don't necessarily use all the time. But I can't imagine taking that away from Blake if she really loves that. Because like I loved like the thrill of trying to get a good grade and I'm really competitive. So like I like being around other people and I feel like it makes you better. But were you like that in school? Did you love like the school aspect of like learning and, you know, homework? Because I think I really liked it.
I mean, I didn't necessarily like the homework part, but I loved learning and I was so curious. You know, I did all these what would be considered nerd stuff in high school, which is fine, but I was curious. I'm like, okay, well, you know, I play sports, but what about science? What about numbers? What about drama? I want to know more about this. I want to know more about this. I want to know about, and I just wanted to put my tentacles in as many things as possible so I could, A, educate myself, and B, I just had a natural curiosity. And then I remember when I was in graduate school, and obviously this is later on, but I remember my first class at Texas was bigger than my whole high school, and it completely freaked me out. We're talking about 400 or 500 people in an auditorium, and I was like, oh my God, I don't know if I'm going to make it. My first class in graduate school, I walked in, and there were 9 people sitting around a table, including my professor. And I was like, oh, this is much different. Like nobody is coming in here and just halfway getting it done. Like everyone's here to learn. But I really learned so much, and listening to people, and particularly my professor who had so much knowledge to impart, was really stimulating for me. So yeah, I enjoyed it.
Yeah, I think college was a good experience in the more you prepare, the more fun the class will be. And it's very similar to our job because when you research a bunch and you have all this stuff in the back of your memory, like the discussion is free flowing, and you feel more confident in your answers and you can have a good discussion. Like there's nothing worse than having to try to like have a good sports discussion with somebody who like doesn't know that much about things.
Yeah.
Do you get what I'm saying? Is like when people are like, yeah, I'm really into football. And you're like, you say something, you're like, yeah, Will Levis, he's the quarterback this year, right? And you're like, no, he's not the quarterback. So it's one of those things that I think it was a good, you know, test for like this job or just about any job you have, because you have to put in the work in order to have, the high level discussions in any walk of life or any field that you work in.
Well, and also it's super important in sports and especially politics because we see this all the time. But it's important to keep your mind open to the idea that your opinion can change. A lot of times people have an opinion. We see it in sports too. And they form an opinion. And then it's, by God, no matter what, I'm not changing my opinion. But the problem with that, as in a lot of areas, is that situations change. Situations evolve. And then all of a sudden, a person who was playing a sport 2 years ago is suddenly remade themselves as a completely different player, or their team is different, or the politics of something has changed. And so what you may have held on to initially isn't true anymore because the dynamics are different. And so you see this in sports all the time. Sometimes it's tough for a particular play to break out of a narrative, but it does happen. And it's hard, it's all about ego, really, if you think about it, because people just don't want to admit, what I thought used to be the case isn't the case anymore. So you can either say, I have a new set of facts, let me rearrange my thinking, or I'm going to find people who believe what I believe and just stay with what I initially thought because I don't want to admit that I made a mistake. And it's not really a mistake. Opinions are okay as far as evolving and changing because that's how the world works.
I think especially in betting, right? Like we were just talking about this with the Brewers, is that I have this preconceived notion that I don't want to trust the front office because they haven't made these big splashy moves. In the past, they didn't make big splashy moves at the trade deadline this year. But at the end of the day, you still have to consider the numbers because these are things that, they're not set in stone, but I think they're good examples of how to peel away the bias and say, okay, let's take the name off the front of the jersey and say, what is this team actually doing? And the Brewers actually have the best run differential of any team in baseball by a pretty wide margin. So maybe I need to be a little bit more high on the Brewers. And similarly, Jenks, earlier in the season, we were a show that regularly faded Sandy Alcantara. Today he's pitching for the Marlins, and I've been watching this line move. So it was a pick 'em. Now the Marlins are favored slightly at -115. And I'll say this about the Marlins. They've been a scrappy team. Over the weekend, had that huge walk-off win over the Yankees. They're playing the Astros today. Jason Alexander throws for the Stros. 1-1, 7.36 ERA. Sandy Alcantara, the numbers aren't great. 6-9, 6.36 ERA. But I will say this. Over his last two starts, he has yet to surrender an earned run. 5 innings and 7 innings each in those starts. So, Jenks, have you changed your mind on backing Sandy Alcantara?
I think that is a great point, and I was going to use that myself, but you nailed it. I mean, so this is when you say, okay, and this is how quickly that your perception of someone can change just over the course of the season, because coming into the season, you're like, all right, this guy who's won a Cy Young is going to be a guy you can back, and I backed him early in the season, and it crushed me because he just could not put it together. Well, so I thought, you got to fade this guy. He's having a terrible season. Well, now we're seeing, okay, he's pitching really, really well. And also, when you take that history into account, also, he has that Cy Young, so he has great stuff if he can find it. Well, now that he's had time to recover from Tommy John surgery, maybe he's found it again. So all of a sudden, he's not nearly the bad pitcher that he was a few weeks ago. Maybe he reverts today, but I would be on the Marlins. And also, the Marlins a sneaky, pretty good hitting team. Maybe not for power as far as slugging OPS, but they definitely hit for average. So I would be on the Marlins today and back Alcantara until I see differently.
Yeah, I think that's probably the play. I don't know if I trust him enough for it to make the card for me, but the numbers are suggesting that the Marlins are the play. And also the fact that we've seen this line move, 5 cents in the direction of the Marlins. Miami 8-2 over their last 10. Meanwhile, the Astros have since cooled off a bit since they had that torrid run about a week ago. They're 2-8 over their last 10. And if I'm going to back them, Jason Alexander is not the guy that I really want to back. So I'd go with the Marlins there. I'm not sure if it makes the card. Okay, so we were talking about this. The Twins have cleaned house more, it feels like any other team in baseball. I think it's just Byron Buxton standing around all right, who's coming up from AAA? So they're playing the Tigers today. Detroit home favorites -160 behind KZ Mize. 94, 3.43 ERA. Total of 8.5 runs. Twins haven't even announced their starter, I don't think. I think I've seen Simeon Woods Richardson listed in some spots. But the bottom line is that the Twins are a ghost ship, it feels like. So, Jenks, at -160, are the Tigers making the card for you?
You might just talk me into it. Plus, Casey Mize have been really good this season. And you're getting the Tigers at home, and the Twins aren't doing anything. I might just add this to the card. Yeah. At -160, and I'm shopping around to see if I can find a better price, but I anticipate this number going up a little bit more. Like maybe it touches -165, -170. But yeah, you're not going to have to talk to me very much to convince me that the Tigers are the play here. So I know it's a little juicy, but look, the Tigers are one of the best teams in baseball. You're getting them at home against a team that decided to fold at the trade deadline. So yeah, I think I'd be on it.
Yeah, especially since the Tigers also, the Tigers are coming off a loss. I watched that game last night against the Phillies. It was a tight one, 2-0. But listen, this would be a much easier, foe than going against the Phillies at home. So I think the Tigers get on the right side of things at -160. I feel like it's playable for one of the better teams in baseball. I know they didn't make some splashy moves that people were kind of hoping. But still, Casey Mize has been good. The Twins lost just about everybody. So I'll be on the Tigers there. All right, so let's go to, you want to talk about this game, the Mets and the Guardians. Slade Ciccone has been a stalwart on the show. I feel like every time he's pitched, you've had to play on him, either fading him, taking the over, or even going with the Guardians. We played Slade in all sorts of ways. But Sean Manaea goes for the Mets against the Guardians. This game is in New York. Total of 8 runs. The Mets -185, Cleveland +150 if you're interested. So, Jenks, where do we stand on this one?
I like the under in this game, and I can't believe it's sitting at 8.5. That kind of surprises me. Slade Ciccone is a guy you have a hard time last season, but again, when you talk about things changing, he's been pretty solid for the Guardians. Now, he's going to give up some runs. There's no question about it. He's made 13 starts this season, though, giving up more than 2 runs in just 3 of those appearances. So you're looking at a couple runs probably from Ciccone. Sean Manaea has been awesome. Only 4 starts, but 4 earned runs in 17 1/3. And both of these teams have been under squads this season. We know Citi Field is a pitcher's park, so you can go under 8.5 at -115. That's where I'd go.
Yeah, I think if you trust the pitching here, that's the direction you go. I will say this. The Mets have one of the wildest splits for home and road of any team in baseball. So this seems like a steep price, but for good reason. The Mets have been fantastic at Citi Field. 38-17 this year when playing at home, as opposed to 25-31. I will say as favorites, they've also been really good. 50-27 in that regard. As far as over-under goes, they have been a team super hot to the under this year. 59-48-4, even though those numbers are a little less severe at home. Still, I think a lot of this has to do with the pitchers, and also the fact that San Francisco is not a good hitting team. Like, I think this has been their problem, most of the time, is the fact that, not San Francisco, what am I doing? The Guardians. I don't know why this isn't updated. But the Guardians are a team that kind of is scrappy, but they're not a team that's going to, blow the cover off the ball. They're not a team that really hits for power. So I see where you go with that one. Next up, we've been talking about the Brewers a lot. The Brewers and the Braves squaring off today. Milwaukee road favorites here at -140. The Braves coming off the Speedway Series, which was an absolute disaster. They are home favorites here at +115, total of 9. So let's start there. When you have a team that played in a big event where there was a lot of standing around, there were a lot of guys who had to warm up and then didn't pitch because, the game was rained out. I feel like Atlanta's in a bad position to start with here. Then you add in the fact that they were sellers at the trade deadline, or, they're not a team that's adding players. The Brewers are red hot right now. Quinn Priester has been really good for Milwaukee. I think on the surface, I would go with the Brewers here. Jenks, is there anything that you see that would dispute that fact?
No, I'm definitely going with the Brewers today. Quinn Priester, one of the more underrated pitchers on the Brewers staff. I know you think of Brandon Woodruff or Freddie Peralta, but he's allowed 2 runs or less in 10 of his last 12 appearances. Here's the crazy thing, though. Milwaukee has won 11 straight games when he takes the mound. That includes beating the Braves 4-1 back on June 10th. Spencer Strider disappointing this season by his standards. But I think the only sabotage factor here is, Maybe Strider goes deep into this game and shuts down Milwaukee, but ultimately he'll probably give way to a bullpen, which has been a real problem. So I'll take Milwaukee in the money line here.
I need to double check that pitching matchup because I didn't know it was. It says Eric Fetty on MLB.com, so I am much more
even better,
less hesitant to fade Eric Fetty as opposed to Spencer Strider. But again, we have been ringing the bell for the Brewers all show long. The best run differential in all of baseball, and you get them at a decent price at -140. I think that is playable, and that will make the card for me. All right, coming up next, it's a Monday, so it's time to play MVP Monday. Who had the best weekend across the sports landscape? We tell you next on the Daily Tip presented by BetMGM.
Chelsea and Jenks will be right back on the Daily Tip on the BetMGM network. Download the app today. Please gamble responsibly. get back to the Daily Tip with Chelsea Messenger and Michael Jenkins on the BetMGM Network. Presented by BetMGM, the sportsbook born in Vegas. Download the app today. Please gamble responsibly.
All right. Off and running on this Monday morning. I'm Chelsea Messenger. He's Michael Jenkins. In a few minutes, we'll get to our favorite and best performances of the weekend across the sports world as we play MVP Monday. But first, Jenks, we have more roasting of the Browns, which feels like a daily occurrence. It feels like they are a very easy target, but this one came from a familiar source. Mary Kay Cabot, if you don't know, is a beat writer for the Browns. She has been for quite some time. I feel like when you think of the Browns, and if you are from a journalistic standpoint, you think of Mary Kay Cabot because she's covered them for such a long time. So she's been covering the Browns since 1991, and over the weekend she received the Bill Nunn Memorial Award at the NFL Hall of Fame for her coverage. But the funniest part about this whole thing is that she took part of her speech to roast Bill Belichick, who we know has roots with the Browns, but you gotta listen to what she said.
Bill Belichick was the first Browns coach I ever covered. You see, if you start out with Bill Belichick, no one can rattle you after that. If Bill didn't like something I wrote, he'd call and yell at me. If you asked a dumb question, he'd call you out. Eventually, I had to learn to stand up to him. During one of those yelling matches, I told him, if you don't have the footballs to say that to the guys, then don't say it to me. Bam. But now, I totally understand why Bill gave me such a hard time. I was 28 at the time, and he just couldn't relate to a woman that old.
Burn! Oh my goodness. I didn't think that was going to go in that direction because that was, the culmination of what you thought of Bill Belichick for the longest time. Like those of us who remember Bill Belichick, the NFL head coach, think of him as this hard-nosed guy that is not going to let you get away with like stupid questions. Same as like Nick Saban. Then at the end, like, I wonder if there's any like Gen Zers who are listening to this and like, what? Bill Belichick, the guy that's like dating the 28-year-old? Or however old she is. But she got her roast in at the end, which is what I would expect from a Hall of Fame writer, right? Like words are her sword, so I shouldn't have expected less.
Well, good for her. Because clearly you don't, you're right. Like, I've never met Mary Kay Cabot. I don't follow the Browns religiously, but I know who she is because of her work.
Exactly.
And because of her fine work over time. And you don't get honored in this way unless clearly you've held yourself to a very high standard over a very long time. So, look, there's no question Bill Belichick going back. He's been as prickly as it gets in the NFL. And I would think that was probably even harder being a young woman trying to deal with that, and that Bill Belichick probably took advantage of that, as she alluded to, on numerous occasions. So good on her for finally having the last laugh here. She deserves it.
Nah, this feels very relatable to me because I was once a young woman covering
you still are.
Some of these, but like it's been a while. Like I'm definitely way more confident in what I say now because that's the thing. Even if you're not a woman, even if you're somebody who's just starting out, it is very hard to go toe-to-toe with somebody who is an industry giant. Like, Jenks, I'm sure you can relate with, what was it, the Mac Brown scenario? Didn't he used to go at you all the time? Because that's the thing. Like, these are icons, in college football. And here you are, somebody who's just starting out. I don't know what stage you were at, like, your career. But, like, when I'm covering, like, Nick Saban, and it's, like, my first week on the job, like, the power dynamics are really, far apart. So you have to have some level of confidence, even if it's delusional, to go back and forth with somebody of such stature.
It's very difficult, and I think there's a few dynamics at play. Number one is that, A, it's difficult when you're young because you already have a hard enough time garnering that respect. It's probably even more difficult if you're a young woman because then you're a woman in the field of sports. That was much worse years ago.
Yeah.
And then also in these smaller towns, like an Austin, where Texas is the sport. They don't have a pro sports team. Well, they have an MLS team, but you know what I mean? They don't have a major sports team outside of the Longhorns. Same thing with Tuscaloosa, right? So guys like Nick Saban, for example, have a ton of power, and they're not accustomed to anyone calling them out in any way, shape, or form. It's, you got to play nice. You got to take care of Coach Saban. I mean, what did we hear from that SEC reporter talking to Kirby Smart a couple weeks ago at SEC Media Days? And Kirby was lobbying for more SEC teams. You know, if it was an SEC team versus a Big Ten team. And the SEC reporter says, I'm taking SEC every time, Kirby. Every single time. Like, he just was dying to get on the coach's good side. And so I think you see a lot of that in these college markets. So you put all of that together, and what do you get? You get coaches who aren't accustomed to being questioned or having to answer tough questions. So when they do, they act out or they create these sound bites that go viral because usually the local media plays really nice with them.
Yeah, it's very easy to go native for the local team. And, like, nobody's going to push back on you, you know, locally. So I think it speaks volumes to the respect that you have for these beat reporters that have been around so long, that they're willing to go head-to-head with, like, the big names in the organization, especially somebody as established, even though he wasn't as established back then, but Bill Belichick, somebody who has a very vast and wide knowledge of the sport. So good for her, and hats off to Mary Kay Cabot over her long and successful career. All right, so who else had a great weekend across the sports landscape? Let's see who did it best as we play MVP Monday.
Here are your nominees for Monday MVP. MVP! MVP!
All right, guys, we had a lot of great action this weekend. We do have our first team nominee, I think ever. So we will get that in just a second. But we are starting on the diamond. We're starting with Pirates shortstop Yovier Pegura. On Saturday, he was 3 of 5, 3 homers, and 5 RBI. Scored all 5 or was responsible for all 5 of the Pirates' runs in their 5-8 loss to Colorado. So he is nominee number 1. Nominee number 2, this is where we get to the team. I'm nominating the entire Milwaukee Brewers. It was impossible to pick just one. They set an MLB record with 56 hits in a 3-game span, and they did it, unfortunately, against my Nationals. They swept the Nats. They did it right across the street from where Jenks and I are sitting. It was an iconic weekend for the Milwaukee Brewers. Nominee number 3, Phillies pitcher Christopher Sanchez, 8 innings pitched, 5 hits, 0 earned runs, and 6 Ks in the Phillies' 2-0 win over the Tigers on Sunday Night Baseball. And then rounding out the list of our nominees is Liberty guard Sabrina Ionescu in the WNBA, 36 points, 11 rebounds, and 4 assists in the Liberty's 87-78 win over the Connecticut Sun. And those are your nominees.
Jenks, you want to go first?
Sure.
Bad lead off?
It's a tough one. Yeah, I'm not going to hit any home runs. Let me see if I can slap one in the left field, just get on base with my speed. That's what I'll do. I'm tempted to go with the Brewers here because, you sort of changed my mind about the Brewers when I was talking about how they don't have the bats, and I didn't realize their run differential was leading Major League Baseball this season. But also they were taking on the Nats. They've just owned the Nats this year, which has been crazy if you look at their season statistics. It's stupid. But I'm going to go with the Liberty's Sabrina Ionescu. And this is not just about what she did over the weekend, scoring 36 points against the Sun, but if you look since the second half of the season, she is leading the WNBA in points per game, 25.6. She's averaging 6 assists, 6 rebounds a game. She's shooting more than 50% from the field. She's shooting more than 90% from the free throw line. And if you look at the odds at BetMGM, I believe the Liberty are just behind the Lynx as the favorites to win it all. Ionescu got one last season with New York. So I'm going to go with her based on what she did this weekend and what we've seen in the second half of the season.
We're going to go with an all-female MVP Monday, which I appreciate. I'm going off the board for this one. And I understand, as a former college swimmer, you could probably look at me and say, Chelsea, you're picking a swimmer. Who cares about swimming? But over the weekend, Katie Ledecky won her 7th World Championships in the 800 meter. And listen, she has been an absolute force. If you don't know who Katie Ledecky is, she has 9 gold medals. She has 17 Olympic medals and one of the best swimmers in Olympic history. And I watched this race, and listen, there is a changing of the guard that people are kind of waiting to happen because Katie Ledecky has been unchallenged at the top when it comes to the 800 meters. If you look at the top 16 800 meters times in world history, she has 14 of the 16 top times. Only Summer McIntosh even makes the list, and she checks in at number 4. So Katie Ledecky is getting older. She is not swimming her best times anymore. So people are saying, okay, maybe this is Summer McIntosh's time. She's 18. She's swimming all these great times. And at the 700 meter mark of this race, Summer McIntosh was leading this race, which is something crazy in a Katie Ledecky race. Remember, this is the swimmer that at the Olympics, they couldn't even fit the second place person in the frame when she was swimming the mile. So Katie Ledecky turned it on in the final 50 meters of this race to win and hold strong as the dominant force in the 800 meters. So 7 world championships. I know she's a swimmer, but Katie Ledecky, and Jenks, she's from Bethesda, Maryland, I believe. She has been absolutely dominant. So my MVP of the weekend goes to Katie Ledecky.
I mean, that's a hell of a choice. I mean, she is an icon here in this area. I mean, an Olympic icon regardless, but when we would cover the Olympics, you know, previously, I mean, it was all Katie Ledecky because of how I mean, you could make an argument, particularly at her peak, that she was the best athlete in the world. And I don't say that lightly because of not just winning, but dominating in the way that she did. And Summer McIntosh, by the way, is not someone who likes to lose. I was reading an article, I guess the recap of this, and she gets really short. She does not like to lose. And she was saying things like, yeah, nothing about this went right. My time, my performance, nothing. My finish. So she is supposed to be the next it girl in swimming, but not quite yet.
Yeah, not so fast. Katie Ledecky is still here. I was looking because it's difficult, I think, people to fathom like what Katie Ledecky is doing. So like I was looking at Usain Bolt. Even he does not have the reign of dominance that Katie Ledecky has had as far as like top overall times. He has like 5 of the top 10, you know, best times in the 100 and the 200. So she is amazing. All right, coming up next, it's hour 3 of the show, and we'll start with all the biggest headlines, including Luka Doncic getting the absolute bag and what Tyreek Hill is saying that everybody's mad about. Next on the Daily Tip.
Chelsea and Jenks will be right back on the Daily Tip on the BetMGM network. Download the app today. Please gamble responsibly.
Network. It's time for the Daily Tip
This is like Disneyland for adults.
If I wanted to have fun, I was going to go to Disneyland with my kids.
with Michael Jenkins.
Honestly, you could talk me into just about anything. Like, you want to do shots? All right, let's do shots. You want to put together a 10-leg teaser? Sure, let's put some money on it. In fact, I do a parlay with Champions League soccer and the WNBA.
And Chelsea Messenger.
Let's try to beat the rest of the network at being degenerates, because maybe, just maybe, we can win in that regard.
I do like the idea of a parlay.
Hey, Dad, don't forget about me, the dogster.
Presented by BetMGM. The sportsbook born in Vegas. Download the app today. Please gamble responsibly.
If anyone can be a degenerate, it can be us.
Here we go. It is hour 3 of the Daily Tip on BetMGM Network. Good morning. Hope you're having a great Monday. I'm Michael Jenkins. She is Chelsea Messenger. Coming up in our final hour, the preseason is here in the NFL, but which big names will agree to a contract first? We'll discuss the current situations for Micah Parsons, Terry McLaurin, and Trey Hendrickson. Then in 20 minutes, how is Caleb Williams looking in Chicago during year 2 with the Bears? We will talk with Zach Pearson from the Bear Report on 24/7 Sports. And finally, we bring in the Dogster along with our best bets at 8:40. And welcome to our audience on Stadium during our final hour. You can stream the final hour of the Daily Tip on ValleySportsLive.com and the Valley Sports Live app, along with YouTube TV and DirecTV as well. Chelsea, I made the mistake of clicking on one of these headlines, and I knew what I was getting into. It's from Yahoo Sports, even though it says the story is by the Sporting News. Okay. And the headline is, Bengals Cowboys can make funniest Trey Hendrickson, Micah Parsons trade decision. And I was like, I bet this isn't funny at all. So I scroll down, and the article says, bear with us for a moment because you'll laugh. And then they embed a tweet from someone who says, maybe the Cowboys and Bengals can swap Micah Parsons and Trey Hendrickson, and then each guy and his new team can refuse to get paid. Okay. Hilarious.
I didn't laugh.
I did not laugh.
Okay,
Chelsea,
now I did.
Bear with us. You're going to laugh. This thing is hilarious. Okay. So I don't know what the point is. You mean these guys aren't getting paid? Yes, correct. Still not paid.
That's like when E! News is like, you'll literally die when you see Kendall Jenner's red carpet look. And you're like, I don't think you know the definition of literally.
Yes. What? Oh my, she looks so good. I'm not going to die. Literally die. You're literally going to die with laughter here. Whatever. The primary point is that neither of these guys, including Terry McLaurin, add him to the list, have signed with their respective teams. Let's start with Micah because, of course, the Cowboys are grabbing the headlines like they always do, and it's because Jerry Jones is always talking about it. So on Friday, we have to go back just a little bit. He finally had enough, posted from his notes app on X, and said he no longer wants to be a part of the Cowboys organization. I no longer want shots taken at me for getting injured while laying it on the line for the organization, our fans, and teammates, which I understand. I mean, Jerry taking shots at him. And by the way, he got the number wrong. Didn't he say that Micah Parsons missed 6 games last season? It was actually 4. So that's Jerry for you. So this comes out. I mean, you get the headlines, the notifications on your phone. Micah no longer wants to play in Dallas. Jerry Jones, not bothered, unbothered completely, and has this message for Cowboys fans.
As always, in any relationships, there are different moods at different times of your relationship. That's what it is. Don't lose any sleep over it.
So just to be
That's the
clear,
one thing I would say to our fans. Don't lose any sleep over it.
I mean, sometimes the mood in your relationship is, I know I'm married, but it's time to hit the club. You know? That's Jerry for you. Does this every year. Loves the attention. Says he thinks the world of Micah. That request just part of the negotiation. Part of me just thinks Jerry's going to drag this out so he can keep talking about it, and then he'll throw Micah a deal.
Jerry Jones loving drama. Who would have guessed? But this is kind of what we've always seen from Jerry Jones, and we've heard this from people who cover the Cowboys, is that he waits till the last possible minute to sign these deals, but the deals do get done. So I'm wondering how much Micah Parsons will lean into this once he sees the actual deal on the table. Because I think it's very easy to posture and say, like, they're not treating me right. This is terrible. I want to go somewhere else. But, like, when it's your only option, like, what's he going to do? Quit football? I don't know. Like, it just feels like it depends on, like, the other offers. It depends on if they're willing to trade him, which the team always has the upper hand if you are not up for, whatever, depending on your contract. So we know that this is all about business. So I know Micah Parsons is not happy. I will say this. He's probably not going to give him a team-friendly deal. He will be arguing tooth and nail for the most money possible. But I do think this deal gets done.
It's crazy the backstory here, where Micah and Jerry definitely met in the spring, and Jerry assumed based on their conversations that they had a deal in place. And Micah was like, no, I went in to talk about leadership and to talk about the future of this franchise, and maybe they touch on a deal. I'm going to let my agent handle this. And then when he turned the negotiations over to his agent, Jerry was like, no, we had a deal. Like, we had a deal. Like, Jerry acts like negotiating in the NFL is shaking hands next to an oil derrick in Arkansas. It's like there's a little more a few more factors involved than just saying, you got a deal, I'll send you a check. Like, I don't know. I would blame Jerry here. I would think if you have an agent, you're not just going to go rogue and have a handshake deal. I mean, I guess you could, but these contracts can be so complicated, and there's so many different, escalators and language that goes into each particular NFL contract. I'm not just going to agree to a deal with an NFL owner and then just not have my agent deal with it.
Yeah, and Jerry Jones knows this. Like, Jerry Jones has done business for a long time. Like, this is not the NCAA and NIL deals or whatever is going on in college football right now, where they're like, we said we were going to pay you about that. They don't. So the NFL is a little bit more buttoned up when it comes to contracts. So I don't know who wins this struggle, but I do think they probably get a deal done. But I will say this, Micah Parsons has always been an emotional guy. Like, you even saw it, on the field. And I think that's one thing that I actually really like about him, is that even when the Cowboys had lost Dak Prescott and their quarterback play was the worst in the league and they were losing games, Micah Parsons still looked fully invested in these games. I understand that he missed some games, but you could tell he wanted to be out there. And some people view it as being like a poor loser or whatever, but at least he cares. So I think he's somebody you still want to have in your locker room.
Yeah, absolutely. And at the end of the day, it's what you do that matters on the field. And no one is as good, or certainly you're in rarefied air, one of the top 3 defenders in the game in Micah Parsons. If you want to shuffle the lineup and say, oh, it's TJ Watt or, oh, it's Myles Garrett, fine. But clearly one of the most impactful defenders in the game. So I think he does get paid. I'm a little less confident in Terry McLaurin and the Commanders right now. Not upset about it. I'm not panicking about it. But I don't think anyone here expected it to get this far with Terry. But here we are, and it's strange to watch interactions with these players even while they're negotiating, because there was a video put out by JP Finley here in D.C. who covers the Commanders, has done so in a fantastic way for a long time. And he tweeted a video of Terry McLaurin hugging Jaden Daniels' mom and then shaking hands with Josh Harris. So, I mean, I wouldn't expect him to, ignore the owner, but it's so strange. It's reconciling watching Terry walk around, knowing that he wants to be on the field. You can tell that. Shaking hands, signing autographs, dapping people up, and yet not being on the field because he wants this new contract. So I don't know what's going to happen with the Commanders. I think they work something out, but I am surprised that here we are with this team playing on Friday night and him still not being on the field.
I think this is one of the tougher aspects for, the casual fan to recognize, is that it's still business. Like, we talk about this with the guys that are unhappy with their team, but it also applies to the guys that are happy with their team. Terry McLaurin can love his teammates, love his coach, hell, even love the front office. But when it comes to his money and what he deserves to be paid, he can still stand firm and say, listen, I deserve this money. I'm going to stand here. And in this particular situation, he has a ton of leverage. Yeah. Like, the Commanders actually have something to lose now. They're a team that is so on the rise, and their meteoric, rise to the NFC Championship game is something where they need to take advantage of the fact that they have this great connection between Jaden Daniels and Terry McLaurin. What are they going to do? Not pay his security blanket and make Jaden Daniels, start all over again and find somebody else that he feels comfortable to throw with? Like, it's only his second year in the NFL. I'm not saying that he's due for regression. I'm just saying, why would you want to inhibit what has gone so right for your young quarterback, who is the most important piece of the team? So I feel like the agent for Terry McLaurin knows this, because it's not just what Terry McLaurin has brought to the field. It's also what he provides to the offense as well. And we say it's not personal, but Jenks, is there a single Commanders fan that, doesn't like Terry McLaurin? That's the other interesting aspect of this, is that he feels like such a fan favorite that I understand it is a business, but this is a really tough position for the Commanders ownership, to negotiate with Terry McLaurin.
Yeah, I mean, it certainly hasn't affected the number at all. The Commanders still 9-1 to win the NFC, 18-1 to win the Super Bowl. But yeah, I think now the longer this has dragged out, there are some Commanders fans, if you look on X or you look in the comments there, maybe there's a slight turn, but it's because of speculation. We don't know how much Terry wants to get paid. There's a speculation out there that, okay, maybe it's more than what DK Metcalf wants based on what Adam Schefter said, or maybe because it's dragged on this long, he wants more than originally thought, but we just don't know. We don't know. So I think there's some fans who are saying, all right, he wants too much money, but nobody really knows what that number is. And I think if you're the Commanders, then maybe you find that sweet spot, if it's okay with Terry, where it's not as much as the top-end receivers, but it's enough, and maybe it's a shorter deal. They got to work that out, but certainly there are a few players in the National Football League over time who are so beloved by their franchise as much as Terry McLaurin is currently by the Commanders. So most of the fans would tell you, pay Terry, pay Terry, pay Terry. You hear that again and again and again, but we haven't seen or at least heard of a lot of movement. Trey Hendrickson, it's the same as ever. If you search Trey Hendrickson right now, it's just it's nothing. It's the same it's been for the last few months. There are no contract negotiations going on between Tyreek Hill and the Dolphins. But this guy has become a real thorn in the side. What did you say earlier? This guy. It's an old-timey phrase. This guy's been a real thorn in the side recently. Whether he's not walking off the field in the final game of the regular season, and then he's posting cryptic things on X over the past few months. Well, now he's in camp, reportedly looking great. But then over the weekend, he got in front of the podium, and he was critical randomly about the team's third and short scenarios last season.
Take the ball out on third down. What? You want to? That's my honest opinion. If it's third and short, he's not a power back. I be telling him that in the locker room, but he a power back. I love Devon though, but if I'm being honest, that's why you got Jalen Wright. That's why you got Ollie Gordon for those kind of situations.
So his suggestion: take Devon Achane out of the lineup on third and short. And I love how he was stunned. He clearly didn't get the reaction that he wanted. Everyone's like, I can't believe you're saying that. He's like, what? It's my honest opinion. It's yeah, but that doesn't mean you should say it to the press, is the broader point. So, head coach Mike McDaniel got wind of this, asked about Hill's comments, and he was not thrilled.
I thought it was genius reporting by Tyreek, seeing how we had a short yardage period that very day that you guys were in attendance for. And his suggestion was, I guess, congruent with Coach Stootsville. That's exactly how we repped the backs in that short yardage period that very day. But we thought it was funny that he reported the news that wasn't news on that practice day in that short yardage period that you guys were all there too for.
So what he's saying is, we haven't been practicing this way. This is something that happened last season. So you're criticizing something that isn't true anymore and generating needless headlines. It's just one of those distractions that doesn't need to be a distraction, I feel like.
Yeah, it's one of those things that I think it's fine to disagree with the head coach, but you do it behind closed doors. This is like the people who post their relationship problems on Facebook. Am I going to click on it? Absolutely. I will read all about it. But it's not the time or place for it. Do you get what I'm saying?
Yes.
Like, there should be that level of respect where you don't air your dirty laundry in front of everybody. Like, you can talk about it, but you don't need to do it to a room full of reporters.
Yeah. And if you called them out and said, hey, maybe this is something you should keep in-house, and the response you got back was, why? It's my honest opinion. It's like,
Oh, no.
yes. Nobody's doubting that you're telling the truth. You're just missing the point here. Don't need to say this out loud. I feel like every week it's something new with Tyreek. Coming up next, Bears are once again the it team in the NFL, at least one of them with the arrival of Ben Johnson. But how will they look with the regular season approaching? We're going to chat with Zach Pearson from the Bear Report next on the Daily Tip.
Chelsea and Jenks will be right back on the Daily Tip on the BetMGM network. Download the app today. Please gamble responsibly. to the Daily Tip presented by BetMGM, the sportsbook born in Vegas. Download the app today with Michael Jenkins and Chelsea Messenger on the BetMGM network.
Welcome back to the show. It is a Daily Tip on the BetMGM network. Great to have you with us on a Monday. Double D's back. Chelsea's back from Banff. Glad I can say that correctly. Banff. I had to pronounce that, practice that before the show. Banff. Banff. Coming up, find out how Caleb Williams is looking in camp when we bring in Zach Pearson from the Bear Report as part of 24/7 Sports. Preseason games start this week. Bears, I believe, as I'm checking now, playing on Sunday, hosting the Dolphins. We're just talking about Tyreek in Miami. That's at Soldier Field in Chicago. I mean, we've talked about how football is on the way. Football is on the way. It's here, not the regular season, but we're real close.
Ah, yes. We've already had the Hall of Fame game, which I'm sure everybody watched every single play of it. But yeah, preseason is here. We're starting to see the camp videos, and it's interesting some of the storylines that are starting to emerge because some of it you have to read between the lines. And I think that's a lot of what we're having to do with some of this footage that we're seeing with Caleb Williams, because we fall into this trap every single year of saying, okay, we see some things. How much do we make of it? Because sometimes it's not a big deal. It's one play and the video goes viral and you're like, okay, let's all relax. This is not an actual game. It is practice. They're allowed to feel feelings. But at the end of the day, like, there are some things that I feel like you can read into it. Like the way that Caleb Williams reacts to some of these things, I think that's the biggest problem I have. It's not him missing, the targets. It's the way that he storms off. Like, he looks like a teenager.
Well, I think a lot of times with these big name players who won the Heisman Trophy or have had a great amount of success, they've never experienced disappointment to this level or failure. I mean, a lot of these guys going up through high school, they were high-end recruits. They won a ton of games. They go to college, they win a ton of games. Then they get to the NFL, and it's like, well, I don't know how to react to this. I'm not accustomed to this, and that's part of the maturity process in the NFL, especially if you're a quarterback. If you want to bet on an NFL game, well, then you should use the No Sweat token at BetMGM. You can do it with any sport. If you don't win your wager, you get your stake back in bonus bets. Let's talk more about the Caleb Williams situation and the Bears in general with Zach Pearson. He covers his team for the Bear Report as part of 24/7 Sports, also a member of the Pro Football Writers Association of America. So, Caleb. Zach, good morning to you. I was going to ask about Caleb Williams and how he has looked in camp. Yesterday I read didn't look great in the scrimmage, but is that just a small sample size, or is that indicative of what you've seen thus far?
Yeah, first off, good morning. It's been up and down, but it's kind of been right where I thought it was going to be at this point in training camp. They've had 10 practices, new offense, new head coach, a couple of new weapons. I expected them to be behind the defense in these practices, but I think it's just kind of the inconsistencies of not stringing together 3 to 4 good days. I'd say out of the 10, they've probably had 2 in a row in terms of stringing together good days in practices, and that was actually, these past couple of days. And then they come out and the defense dominates the Family Fest scrimmage. So, yeah, I mean, there's been some inconsistencies. There's been some good with Caleb Williams as well, though. But I do think it's got to kind of get better here in the coming days for a lot of Bears fans to feel comfortable going into Week 1.
Yeah, I wanted to talk about that video that went viral, and I don't know if you know what I'm talking about. It's when he's throwing at targets and he misses all 4. And then he kind of storms off, and it looks like kind of a child about to throw a tantrum. And again, I feel like this is the most alarming part of it, not the fact that he's missing the targets, but the emotion here. And we've seen this from Caleb Williams in the past in college football, and that was one of the markdowns I think some people had, is that he wears his emotions on his sleeves. And in the NFL, you're going to face some failure and you're going to face some adversity. Have you seen any other examples of this in camp, or is this just a one-off, one video situation?
This is actually the one-off situation. I know the video you're talking about. I was standing right there I wasn't watching that drill because I do like to watch Eric Bieniemy and Antoine Randall do the running backs and wide receiver drills. But I did see the video, and I saw what you're referencing at the end of it, and kind of storming off a little bit, and not a great look. But no, I mean that's the first time I've seen anything like that in training camp. And I'll go back. I believe it was one of the first couple practices. Ben Johnson got on Caleb Williams. The first team offense was just not up to standard. They weren't getting set at the line of scrimmage. They were taking too long to get the play calls in, and he pulled the first team from a drill. And he went right at Caleb Williams, and he let him know, that's unacceptable, and you can't do that. And we kind of watched that, and we're kind of like, well, how's Caleb going to react? And I mean, he took it. He reacted well. They talk after almost every play or every drill in practice. So, yeah, I haven't seen anything like that. And I've seen Ben Johnson get on multiple players so far this offseason, including Caleb a couple times. I will say, though, looking at last year and what he had to go through, and, there was a lot of frustrations. There was a lot more frustrations than was reported or was shown, to the public during some of those games, the Washington game, the Detroit game, where, you kind of felt like things were, going downhill and it was the end for Matt Eberflus. And we never really saw any of that stuff, whether it be in the locker room, on the field, in practice. So, yeah, to answer your question, I do think it was just kind of a one-off. And, I think he just really cares. He wants to win. He really wants to win. He really wants to change the narrative here in Chicago because there's a lot of pressure on him this year going into year two.
Zach, is part of this maybe expected because the Bears, by their own admission, are treating Caleb like a rookie because, as you alluded to, he has to relearn so many things and an entirely new system?
Yeah, I think so. I think, last year they pretty much wasted a year, essentially.
Yeah.
You could tell from the start, Shane Waldron just wasn't – I remember sitting in a press conference, I'm like, I don't know if this is going to go well for them. And, 4 or 5 weeks into the season, whatever it was, he was gone. And, his pass game coordinator, Thomas Brown, actually ended up being his offensive coordinator and then head coach. So, yeah, he went through a lot. So I do think it's expected. And Ben Johnson told us from day one, they're going to build this from the ground up. That starts with the quarterback position. He's going to review the film. He's going to sit down with Caleb, and they're just going to, go through it all. And I think that's what we're seeing now. They have, what they call, quote unquote, installs for these training camp practices and what stage they're at. So there's about 10 to 12 of them, and I believe they're only at like 7 or 8 right now. So, yeah, it's pretty much what I expected. I didn't expect them to go out and, light it up. And I know fans want to, they fall in love with the highlight plays, and I don't blame them. There haven't been a lot from training camp, but there's been times where, guys been wide open down the field. Williams has, thrown a beautiful ball, and the defenders, defensive pass interference to prevent a touchdown. So, yeah, there's been good, but there's also been a couple inconsistencies as well.
Yeah, I think my question would be should we expect a bit of a slow start from this Bears team? Because anytime you get a new head coach and a new offense, and when you have a younger quarterback, sometimes it's tough to get in a groove early on, especially with Ben Johnson's offense, which everybody looks at the Lions, they say, wow, what an offense. But he also had a ton of great pieces and a ton of great weapons and a veteran quarterback in Jared Goff. So how do we see this Bears team starting out?
Yeah, right now, I think it'd be fair to say we probably should expect a little bit of a slower start that first game. And it's not going to be easy. They're going against Brian Flores in a really good Minnesota Vikings defense. So I think that's natural. Yeah, you can expect a slow start. But like you said, there's a lot of pieces. There's a lot of motion in Ben Johnson's offense. It's complicated. And he did have the skill players in Detroit. I think he's got a lot of skill players here, but I think it's all got to come together. And one thing that, kind of worries me, and if this changes, I would probably change my answer, but we've seen a lot of delay of game penalties. We're seeing a lot of times where they're just not getting out of the huddle on time. There's players confused on where they want to line up. And it's gotten to the point where, Ben actually addressed it after Family Fest yesterday and essentially said, yeah, we got to fix this. It's not, this is not right, and call the whole practice sloppy. So if they get that fixed, I would probably change my answer a little bit. And, and it's not to say in a couple of weeks, they could have the whole thing figured out and they probably wouldn't have a slow start. But, yeah, we're seeing a little bit. And it's not, it hasn't been DJ Moore or Roma Dunze It's been more like Luther Burden, who's kind of getting back from an injury, not lining up in the right spot at a time, but getting in and out that huddle. That starts with Caleb Williams. That starts with him having to make sure everyone's in the right spot and the motions are right and the guys are going in the right direction, and all that is good. So, yeah, as of right now, though, I would say, would not shock me if there was a slow start for them the first couple of weeks.
Zach, outside of being vocal and being competent compared to Matt Eberflus, what has Ben Johnson brought to the table based on what you've seen?
Yeah, practices feel a lot different. They feel a lot smoother. You mentioned outside the vocal, but yeah, the vocal is probably the biggest thing. Getting on players, every detail matters. If there is something that he doesn't like about a drill or a play, they're going to do it again. He's going to make sure he talks to that player if someone messed up. It's not just okay, let's move on to the next drill. And we kind of saw that with Matt Eberflus, where it was like, okay, let's just kind of move on, and it just feels a lot. I hate saying, but it just feels like a lot different. It's just like more smooth. The assistant coaches, they're all very vocal, and they're not just getting on the top guys. They're getting on everyone. They're getting on players that, no offense, will not be on the 53-man roster and probably won't hear from them again. But yeah, the operation of these practices and how he runs them is smoother, and his answers in press conferences have just been so refreshing. It's none of the, he's out week to week, we don't know the injury. It's we get clear injury. This is what happened. This is what we expect. So that's been very refreshing as well.
Yeah. So let's allow our heads to be in the clouds for a minute. What is the best possible scenario, you think? Where is the top end potential for this Bears team? Can they win the division?
Yeah, but if everything goes right, they're in probably the best division in football, arguably the best division in football. I think the best case scenario for them, Caleb Williams takes that next step. He gets over the 4,000 passing yards. I don't know if he'll get to 70% completion percentage. Only 5 quarterbacks got that last year, and that's one of his goals. But he hovers, around the 65, 66%. Over 4,000 yards, he clicks, the offense is clicking. Yes, I could see them winning the division. But, in terms of being a contender in the NFL or NFC, I think they're probably another year or two away from that. They have such a tough schedule at the end of the year, and they got to go to Cincinnati and Baltimore in a span of 3 to 4 weeks on the road, and it's tough. But if everything goes right, yeah, they could be a surprise win the division because there's still a lot of question marks, even though those 3 teams did go to the playoffs. J.J. McCarthy, what's he going to be like? How will Detroit regress, and what do you get from Green Bay this year? So, yeah, if everything goes right, Caleb takes that next step. He can show he can be potential for a top 5, top 10 quarterback in this league.
Zach, we only have a couple minutes left here, so I wanted to ask this quickly, but I know you cover North Carolina as well a little bit. Do you have high expectations for Bill Belichick this season?
I think you have to, right? I think you went out and you got someone like Bill Belichick. You better win games because it was disappointing at the end. They had a lot of talent, in the Mac Brown era. Sam Howell, Drake May, that's just at the quarterback position alone. Marion Hampton, but at the running back, and they didn't. I think they won 1 bowl game. So yeah, I think you have to have high expectations for Bill Belichick, and if you ask me about a slow start there, I think they'd have a slow start, and I'm not looking. I don't think they're going to be dominant this year. I think they'll barely squeak into a bowl. But once you get this recruiting class in and another transfer class, I think they'll be better. What would it be 2026?
He covers the Bears for the Bear Report as part of 24/7 Sports, also a member of the Pro Football Writers Association of America. It is Zach Pearson. Zach, we appreciate the time. Thank you.
Yeah, anytime, guys. Thank you so much. Enjoy the day.
You too. I think that's a very good point about Caleb Williams is that, we kind of saw that with Trevor Lawrence out in Jacksonville. And look, he does have NFL experience, no question. But when you have a guy like Matt Eberflus lead you, or wasn't it last year Caleb Williams was talking about how they didn't even review film? He was just kind of there on his own trying to figure it out. He's going to have to relearn a lot of things and a lot of different ways about doing things that he didn't learn last year.
Well, and also, how much has it affected his confidence? Because I think that's the main concern when you have these quarterbacks who go through these, terrible organizations, is that how much does it ruin them mentally, because these are guys that are used to succeeding and everything going right. And so they have this year where everything has flipped and everything is incredibly difficult. And going back to Trevor Lawrence, has he ever recovered? Like, maybe mentally, but look at what he's done in the NFL. Has he come even close to the expectations that we set for him?
No, he hasn't. He's been fine. But when you're drafted number 1 overall, he was expected to be the next great quarterback in the National Football League, and that has not come to fruition. Maybe this is the year. I mean, we've seen quarterbacks develop a little bit later, and so maybe that'll happen for him. But Caleb Williams, based on early returns this season, still has a lot of things to work through. Coming up next year on the show, Chelsea is back, and hopefully that sparks a bunch of dubs in the win column. Best bets coming your way next on the Daily Tip. It is here on the BetMGM Network.
Coming up, Jenks and Chelsea give out their best bets here on the BetMGM Network. Presented by BetMGM, the sportsbook born in Vegas. Download the app today. Please gamble responsibly. Let's get back to the Daily Tip with Chelsea Messenger and Michael Jenkins on the BetMGM Network. Presented by BetMGM, the sportsbook born in Vegas. Download the app today. Please gamble responsibly.
Welcome back. It is a Monday on the Daily Tip on the BetMGM Network. Hope you're having a good one. Got my mind double D. Got the whole crew back. I'm Jinx. She's Chelsea. Best bets, Donkster coming up. Chelsea, big day in your household. I mean, all I have is a cat, not a child. First day of school for Blake? Remember the first day of school back in the day? Used to be so exciting, you know? Maybe you got a new fit on. See your friends you haven't seen maybe in a little bit. School supplies. Full of innocence. Ready for another school year. And then it just faded. Now here we are just grinding along. But this is Blake's day. Big day for her.
Oh, yeah. So it's her first day of school ever because she's going to kindergarten. She went to Mother's Day out, which is similar to pre-K, but it's only 2 days a week. So this is a big moment for her and also a level up for parenting for me because Mother's Day out, you can miss as much time as you wanted. If you were late, it was fine. Now, as somebody who is not the greatest at being on time places, has to be in charge of my child being on time every single day. Like, I feel like I'm always on time for work, but I'm one of those people that like just sneaks in there like 3 minutes before. Like, you know how we both are.
Oh, I know. I've gotten better.
4 o'clock in the morning.
Well, that's true.
But you get what I'm saying.
Oh, yeah. No question about it. I used to get here like 2 minutes before air. And I was like, I can't do that any longer. I would put on my headphones and start talking. I would sit in and finally be ready to go like a second and then start talking. But now I'm getting up earlier than ever. But I will say it has reduced my stress level quite a bit. So I'll probably get up a half hour earlier, which isn't ideal, but also it makes my ride into work and sitting down a little bit more stress-free than it used to be, where I can at least take a breath because before it was just a dead-on sprint.
Well, because you have more volatile factors than me because you have to have a commute. Like for me, like most of the variables are pretty much the same because I literally walk up to my third whatever bedroom. So when you're dealing with Ubers and traffic and other things, there's just a lot more that could go wrong.
That's true. And every now and then, most of the time, like 95% of the time, it's all good. And then randomly, you'll get some random lift and a guy's like 14 minutes away. You're like, how is this possible? This never happens. Or someone you're not paying attention and they take a wrong turn when it's pretty easy. It's a pretty straight shot. And then you're like, oh my God, why are we driving by the White House this morning? So every now and then there's something that kind of throws your morning off. Like, how do we get here? Can you just follow the map, please? The worst is when someone decides they know the city. I'm like, okay, that's fine.
Oh, no.
Like, I'm glad you know the city. That's fantastic. It's like the guy told me a few weeks ago when he ran a stop sign or a stoplight. And he was like, did they not know D.C.? I'm like, I feel like obeying a stop sign or a stoplight is not, specific to the District of Columbia. Like that's across the country, you should probably not run one of those. And he looked at me like, what are these guys doing? I'm like, what are you doing? That wasn't great. But I hope that Blake has a great first day of school. I know you never know how kids are going to react, but I hope she has a great time.
Yeah, I just hope I put her in a position to succeed because that's all you can do as a parent. Like we've been trying to learn reading like slowly over the summer. So I think what I'm going to do is like supplement some extra stuff at home and try to make sure she is ahead of the game. I'm not going to go full stop like Instagram parent, like who is it? Baby Gronk's dad that like, shops the hell out of him. Because there is a delicate line where that's not very delicate what they're doing. But you get what I'm saying. Like parents will do so much to help their kids succeed. But at the same time, you don't want to push them too far.
No, that's true. I feel like Baby Gronk has faded and good for all of us, by the way.
Right.
I feel like over time, you can be a big boy amongst the youngsters and then people go through growth spurts and you're not necessarily the biggest kid in the class anymore or the biggest kid on your team anymore and things change. And plus, you would listen to those interviews And his dad was just feeding him everything. Like, everything. I kind of felt bad for baby Gronk. His dad, come on, like, what was this dude doing? I hope that fades.
Yeah, and I'm sure like Livy Dunn is glad that her name is not mentioned with baby Gronk anymore, because wasn't that like the line of 2023 or whatever was Livy Dunn rizzed up by baby Gronk? Like, imagine if you're Livy Dunn, you're like, oh my God, I'm associated with this character. So at least now she is far, far away from that.
Yes. Baby Gronk is not rizzing up Livy Dunn any longer. I can't believe that's a line spoken twice on this show. Yeah. Coming up next on Bet Switch, Joe O and Sammy P will recap the weekend and continue their previews of the NFL season, this time with the Arizona Cardinals. Mike Jurecki will help with that at 10:20. And then Pro Better Spanky is along at 11 o'clock. All right, Chelsea, we're glad to have you back. And most importantly, glad to have your picks. So let's get to it.
Time to place your bets.
All right, let's start with you. What do you have on the card for us today?
Yeah, best bet of the day is valuable, relatively speaking. So we talk about this on the show all the time, that price is always relative to, the team, the matchup, whatever. So I'm taking the Tigers today at -160. It's a little juicy, but they're playing the Minnesota Twins, who, I don't know if you've been paying attention to the trade deadline. The Minnesota Twins on their Instagram account, they have like 12 pages, 12 little boxes that are all dedicated to thank you so-and-so, we're gonna miss you. They've traded away basically their whole team, it feels like, including some of their biggest stars on the team, including Carlos Correa. So it's not a team that's really built for the win now, right this second. And then you've got the Tigers, who have Casey Mize starting today, who's been pretty solid for the Tigers, 9-4 overall, 3.43 ERA. And in general, the Tigers are just one of the best teams in baseball. In this spot as favorites this year, 47-25 at home this year, 36-21. So this is more of a fate of the Twins, but also the Tigers are a solid, solid team. So I'm going to go with the Tigers at a juicy price here. I think it's worth it. Lay the juice at -160.
I will be on that as well. Also, going to take the Brewers today. -140 in Atlanta. Love this pitching matchup. Quinn Priester going for the Brewers, and then Eric Fetty going for the Braves. Oh, no, thank you. Eric Fetty, completely fadeable. Quinn Priester, one of the more underrated pitchers this season, and especially on that Brewers staff, which is one of their strengths. 2 runs or less in 10 of his last 12 appearances. But Milwaukee has won 11 consecutive games when he takes the mound. That includes a 4-1 win over Atlanta back on June the 10th. Eric Fetty, 3-11, 5.33 ERA. Happy to fade him instead of Spencer Strider, who was initially the starter for this game. So let's go Milwaukee on the money line at -140.
I like the Freudian slip. Eric Fady.
Yeah, there you go. I'm like, yeah.
Fading him.
I just combined the two. I'm going to fade him. Eric Fady it is.
There you go. All right, so I will be on that play as well. The Brew Crew, we have been singing their praises all show long. And again, this is one of those things where I had a pre-existing bias kind of against the Brewers. And listen, I'm not selling, you should be buying the Brewers to win the World Series. But right now they have the best run differential in all of baseball, which is usually the best predictive metric in, predicting the rest of the season for teams. They're winning games. They're winning handily. So I think at -140, again, price is always relative. You get one of the best teams in all of baseball at -140 against a team that just played in the, Speedway Series and had to wait around over, a bunch of rain. So, yeah, I think the Brew Crew is a great play today as well. That's making the card for me.
Totally agree. Feel like the Braves are going to be worn out, and the market still is respecting the Brewers enough. So let's take that at that price. One more play for you. Hopefully I won't go 0-4 like I did last Monday. So due for a better Monday, even though I recovered at the end of the week. Let's go Dodgers first 5 run line, -130. Sonny Gray on the mound for the Cards. Tyler Glass now on the mound for the Dodgers in L.A. Sonny Gray is a guy backed earlier in the season, but he struggled recently. A lot of regression from him. 17 runs over his past 13 1/3 innings. Also, away from home, 3-3, 5.84 ERA. Tyler Glass now, when pitching at home, an ERA of just 2.16. The Dodgers average more runs than anyone in baseball, and at home, the second best team in the first 5 in the majors. Let's go first 5 run line, -130, Chelsea.
I considered playing an over in that game, but then I was like, all right, if Tyler Glass now goes 5 shutty, what am I going to do? But I do think we see some runs scored in that game, mostly because the Dodgers lineup is something you can count on. Maybe their bullpen, not as much, but I do like all of your plays. And I don't think you can go 0-4 because you only have 3 plays. So that would be very impressive.
That's right. If I
0-4.
could, if anybody can do it, it's me. I'll give it a shot. I'll give it a good run. Okay, Donkster, we got to get to Joe. Oh, come on in here. It's a Monday. What's on your mind?
Chelsea, what's the single saying in Banff?
Oh, no. It's tourists. They don't speak your language.
I hear it gets really cold, and nothing can keep a young woman warm like a healthy coat of donkey hair.
Oh. Sounds kind of gross, Donkster, for being honest.
Oh, Canada, my arms are open wide.
It's too early for that. Please, gotta play. Get to Joe.
Sure. Guardians and Mets in the United States under 8.5.
Thank you for that geographical lesson. Joe O, getting ready for another Monday on Bet Sweats. Good morning.
Morning, guys. August 4th seems ridiculously early for school. They push it up earlier and earlier. I'm not saying you're complaining, but early first week of August feels like summer's still should be going on. What do you need to bring, like 80 things to drop off for the first day at preschool?
Yeah, you should have seen the list of school supplies. And I'm like, why does she need all of this filler paper? She doesn't even have a notebook. Honestly, I think they asked for the supplies for the teachers. Because I'm like, Blake's not highlighting anything. Like, what notes is she studying? Or she's like, I need to highlight this blue. So maybe it's for the teachers. I don't know how public schools work, but I think some of it is for the teachers.
That's what I do.
Yeah, my wife takes care of it all. I'm like, there are boxes and boxes showing up from Amazon and Target weeks leading up to school. It's insane.
Oh, God, it is that time of year. Joe O, good to hear from you as always. Have a great show. Have a great week. Yeah, you bet. That's it for us here on the Daily Tip on the BetMGM Network. For Chelsea Messenger, I'm Michael Jenkins. Good luck to Blake on her first day of school. Have a great Monday. We'll see you bright and early tomorrow.
You've been listening to the Daily Tip on the BetMGM Network. Download the app today. Please gamble responsibly. If you missed any of the show, listen back anytime on the new and improved Odyssey app.
It's time to sweat.
It's entertainment, education, information.
A smarter conversation, a higher level betting conversation.
With Joe O and Sammy P.
It's two guys who have known each other a long time, firing bets during the show, after the show, into the night.
We've been doing this so long, we're like brothers, so we're going to call each other out on some of their BS.
Get ready to fire.
Why are you betting 2-1 on Sunday when you could have bet 4-1 on Tuesday?
We're not going to force picks. What we give on the show is what we're betting.
Sorry, I wasn't listening. I was betting Valparaiso. What?
This is Bet Sweats on the BetMGM Network.
Happy Monday, Joe Ostrowski, Sam Panayotovich with you. Countdown to kickoff series continues. We'll hit the Arizona Cardinals coming up in 20 minutes. It's a Monday, so case of the Mondays. Mike Jurecki will be our insider on the Arizona Cardinals. Spanky will drop by 11 a.m. Eastern, professional bettor. We'll, of course, be talking about Bet Bash. Take a look at the MLB card, how some new look teams looked over the weekend in Major League Baseball following the trade deadline. Sammy, how was your weekend? When did you fly back in? A couple hours ago or what?
Yeah, I landed at 6:30 a.m. No, actually, I got in just after midnight. I'm learning the more I do this, the more washed I am. It just really isn't a good situation to put yourself in. To fly at 8 p.m. Chicago time, and then the delay, and then the plane isn't ready, and then this isn't ready, and then the bags are late, and then it's 12:45 in the morning, and I am crawling into bed. You think I would learn by now, but I have not.
That's why I'm blown away with the routine, because I know how washed I am. So I'm a bit ahead of you, and I know the state that I would be in, and that would, to start my week, that would have me wiped. Just wait for the rest of the week. It's like you're playing catch up the entire time. But hope you had a good weekend. You were in the area, right? Seeing family,
Lake
friends,
Geneva.
and all that. Oh, okay. Sort of in the area. Nice.
Mm-hmm.
So we were each doing like the lake house thing. Or I was in Indiana doing that as well. Cool temps. But I guess perfect weather, right? I mean, a few weeks ago it was like dealing in the 90s throughout the Midwest, and then you got it a few days later on the East Coast.
78 degrees, not a cloud in the sky all weekend.
Yeah.
That's what you want. Very San Diego-ish, but we're in the middle of Wisconsin. And I assure you, at any bar you went to, because this is, the back half of summer, obviously, every bar you went to was either a bachelor party or a bachelorette party.
Okay.
The entire weekend. And that takes a toll as well, on top of all the back and forth. But it's good to be back home. I should just take a page out of your book and just learn, don't go anywhere if you don't have to. It's much easier that way.
Yeah. Most of the time. Yeah, you travel a lot more than I do. But, I had a busy weekend myself. And not too many of these before we get to the football season. And NFL front of mind as well, trade deadlines. Okay, so in your conversations, I assume that sports wasn't the lead. It wasn't in mine. But when sports came up, what was the most talked about sports subject?
Can I tell the truth or no?
Please do, because I'm going to.
You know what it was. Doesn't everybody know what it was? And then I got guys on the bachelor party. Well, why don't we just have one of our boys buy a blue one and have him go to the game and throw it on the court? And I'm thinking, oh my goodness, this is the number one story over the weekend. That's all anybody wanted to talk about.
Yep. That's it. That's what everybody wanted to talk about. And so they arrested the guy. Number one was arrested, right? The guy that got caught from last Tuesday. As far as I know, Friday's culprit was not caught. Do they want to catch them? Do they? This is so good for the league. It's hilarious. Everybody's watching the videos and talking about it. But it was interesting, the guys' reactions. And then when you're trying to explain it to the wives and their reaction about, wait, why are they doing this? But then they started to finally find it amusing as well, especially when you try to go to Amazon and buy one. And it's tough luck right now.
I'm just picturing Dave Mason at that company meeting in the middle of the month or the end of the month. Wait, we lost how much on dildos? How much was that we actually lost on this market? I can't believe that they're doing it. And obviously you cannot bet this legally anywhere, but you asked the question, I answered it, and I feel like your answer is the same. It was brought up every day, multiple times.
Yep. I know. It's hilarious. Okay, so I was wondering if it was the same thing. But also discussed Micah Parsons, Terry McLaurin. McLaurin at a much lower level, but the trade request that we saw from one Micah Parsons, and he put it out there on social media. It was, I believe, 3 pages on his notes app. And the question is this different? Is this different from the way that Jerry has handled things in the past? Is it different than Myles Garrett? Because Myles Garrett was just as upset with the Cleveland Browns, and then here we are, a very similar situation when everybody thought, okay, Garrett's gone because of the state of the team. We know it happens. They settle things. Everyone wondering, is this going to be different for Parsons?
Well, it'll be different for the Cowboys if he's not out there defensively. That much is obvious. I don't know a lot about the inner workings of the Dallas front office, and it really feels like Jerry is just still trying to show that, he's still the big wig in every room, in every conversation. But you look at the news over the weekend and how it affected the betting market. BetMGM is down to 7.5, and the under took some money. The under's now plus 110. Some other books are at 8.5, but you're seeing a lot of under money come in the last 3 days, and it makes sense because, as we have talked about many times on the show, when Micah Parsons is out there and he is doing what Micah Parsons does, this is one of the best pressure defenses in the NFL. Since 2020, they actually lead the NFL in pressures. That number plummets when he's not out there. I mean, how many teams could honestly afford to replace their best defensive player and still make the playoffs? It just doesn't really happen all that much. Now, we did see it. I thought about this morning. We did see last year Aaron Donald retire, and then the Rams still make the playoffs. But this is much different. This is a guy in his prime that should be taken care of by the team, and it hasn't happened for whatever reason. But they can't recover from this. There's no way they can go into a season and not have Micah Parsons getting to the quarterback and bringing pressure and make the playoffs in that division. They need him. And the fact that he doesn't want to be there anymore speaks volumes.
If we start going over the short list of players that are most impactful in the game, especially impactful to their team, Micah Parsons is on that short list. Let's listen to Jerry. Here's Jerry Jones over the weekend talking about the standoff, I guess, we have between Micah Parsons and Jerry Jones.
As always, in any relationships, there are different moods at different times of your relationship. That's what it is. Don't lose any sleep over it.
So just to be
That's the
clear,
one thing I would say to our fans. Don't lose any sleep over it.
Don't lose any sleep over it. Parsons seems pissed. Like, he feels used in a way. He doesn't like that Jerry's kind of calling him in, trying to push the agent to the side, not keeping him involved. It was a different situation than the Dak conversations. Dak was just immediately like, talk to my agent, handle things the right way. And it does feel like Parsons feels like he's being used a little bit right now. And Jerry has said some things. And, when people were criticizing the owner recently for comments he made about injuries and this and that, I didn't think it was the worst thing in the world. I'm like, look, he's stating facts, and some of it was about Dak. It wasn't even about Parsons, but you add all this up, the player is not happy right now. And I'm also not sitting here saying that there's going to be a divorce. I still think Parsons is going to be rushing the quarterback for the Dallas Cowboys this year, but it's not a great situation. But once again, this is the Jerry playbook. We've seen it a million times. We just mentioned Dak. In recent memory, we've seen it with CeeDee Lamb. We, of course, remember Emmitt Smith actually sitting out games to start an important season. So things have not changed, and it's same old Jerry.
They had asked me on Friday. I did show up in the Bulldog on WGR in Buffalo. And at the time, obviously, we were off. We weren't working. And that day, you had 2 names that were thrown out into the ether, right? Micah Parsons and Terry McLaurin, because the contract situations are very murky on both ends. Some may be a little bit murkier than others. But I was asked point blank, what is the value of these two players? And the only way I know how to answer that is to tell you how much they're worth to the point spread. Terry McLaurin's worth a point. 1 point. So if the Commanders are a 5-point favorite and he's not going to play, he rolls an ankle, they're going to be a 4-point favorite. There are two guys in Vegas that I lean on all the time for power ratings. They both said Micah Parsons is 2.5 points to the line.
That's whoa.
That's a lot. Just for context here, some of the greatest guys of all time, ask Chris Andrews or Tony Miller or Ed Salmons or whoever. We're talking about Lawrence Taylor, 3.5 points-ish. Deion Sanders, 3 points. Aaron Donald, 3 points. And Micah Parsons, 2.5. Just to put some context on how much he's worth and how much some all-time greats are worth. And that might not sound like a lot. Oh, 2 points, 2.5 points, that's not a lot. That's a ton for a non-quarterback player in the NFL.
That McLaurin number seems a bit high to me. Maybe I'm underrating his value, but compared to Parsons, it's not close. And that example that you just gave shows it, but McLaurin worth a point. So he's turning 30 in a month, and now they're having contract issues. It's going to be interesting. I think they're going to work something out with McLaurin. 5 straight 1,000-yard years. Yeah, I think it's just kind of obvious, like who he's comparable age-wise, production-wise, and okay, is he going to get an Evans number, a Ridley number? I think it's easy to figure out. Now, the one part that's a little tricky is he just had 13 touchdowns, second most receiving touchdowns in the league, by far the most he's had in his career. So how do they get around that? He's going to be arguing, okay, this is my new production because I have a quarterback for the first time in my career. I was with a bunch of bums and I was still producing before. But now I've got a real QB, and you see the touchdowns. But, those are very hard to project on a year-to-year basis. He was what? Like 15th in receptions, 12th in yards. He's not a top 10 receiver. I think it's kind of easy to figure out numbers-wise what he deserves. And the Commanders aren't going to risk being in contention right now and having him on the sideline. Debo would step in and be the one, but I don't know that he's a true number one right now where he's at in his career.
There's nobody happier right now than the Philadelphia Eagles because these are both happening in your division. Dallas's best player wants a trade, and Washington's best receiver is in limbo, and he wants more money. And sure, the Eagles lost a good amount of their defensive depth. Didn't lose their stars, but lost a lot of defensive depth. Everybody else, though, is pretty much back. So if you're Philly right now and you have the bullseye on your chest and you got the rings with the wings, I don't know if you saw those. You push the button and the wings come out of the championship ring. you gotta be content because you basically bring 85% of your team back. And now superstars on the other teams are just pissed. So if you're an Eagles fan or you're in that Eagles front office, you got to be loving this.
That's not all. Our buddies over at WGR will be talking about James Cook a whole lot today. He was there at practice yesterday, did not participate. When asked about it about the media, his only response, business. Business. And then when the team was asked about what's going on, no comment. It's like a hold in, I guess, with James Cook. He wants to get paid. Everybody else that's produced in the 2022 draft class from Buffalo has gotten paid. Shakur, Bernard, Benford, they all got paid. And here's James Cook. He had, 16 touchdowns in 16 games last year, and he's waiting on his paper. So, yeah, we're at that time of the year before you get to the games. You're going to have hold-ins. You're going to have holdouts. NFL news never stops, man.
If you have a young son who plays football, maybe take him out of the running back room and put him somewhere else. Put him at corner, put him at safety, put some milkshakes in him, put him on the D line, put a ball in his hands, let him be the quarterback. The league has just minimized running backs.
Yep.
That's what it is. I mean, the elite ones are always going to get what they deserve. But if you're not a top 2, top 3 running back year after year after year, teams just don't value you, and you're not going to get the money you believe you're going to get. That's just the way of the world now in 2025.
He had his dream season, and he thinks, okay, now it's my time. Everybody else is drafted the same year is getting paid. How about me, though? No. We'll get another guy, third, fourth round. That's how the league works right now. And you're right. You need to be top 2, 3 in the world to get paid on that supreme level. And it is short. Maybe you get one of those contracts. That's just how the NFL works. That's how it works in the running back room. A lot going on in baseball as well right after the trade deadline. Some reaction, some red-hot teams. A great game last night between Philly and Detroit. Get to all that coming up. But the countdown to kickoff continues. Arizona Cardinals, 8-9 a year ago. How about this year? The win total sitting at 8.5. That's on the other side. You've got the BetMGM Network.
You're listening to Bet Sweats with Joe O and Sammy P on the BetMGM Network.
the mindset's never going to change. I always feel like I'm the best player on the field every time I touch the field. Like that confidence, that swag's never changed. It's funny. Somebody told me the other day Jordan didn't win he didn't win his first championship until year 7. Obviously, Jordan's did a lot of big shoes to fill, but no, man. Nothing matters from last. The past doesn't matter. All we're focused on today, in this season. So. I firmly believe that this team can go out there and get it done. Now, is it going to be tough? Of course. But we got to put the work in and continue to do it each and every week. And I'm excited for that challenge.
Welcome back to Bet Sweats with Joe Ostrowski and Sam Paniotovich on the BetMGM Network.
Cardinals quarterback Kyler Murray entering year number 7 of his career. Next hour, we'll have Cardinals insider Mike Jurecki. That's something that I was thinking of. Like, where are we on Kyler Murray? You're 6 years in, entering year number 7, and we have not had a 4,000-yard year yet from him. It's been close a couple of times, including this past season, but haven't gotten there yet. So if you've been following along the Countdown to Kickoff series, working our way up, starting with the lower win totals, working our way up, and now we're in that middle territory with these mid teams. And here enter the Arizona Cardinals here on BetSweats. Joe Sammy P with you. And the Cardinals had a big jump last year. Like, maybe some will say, wow, look how they ended the season. You had higher expectations midway through the year. Look, they started 6-4, and they ended up exceeding expectations, going over the win total. They went from, 4 wins to 8 wins. Okay, maybe you wanted more as a Cardinals fan, but I would look at it big picture-wise. You're number 2 with Gannon. Okay, that's a big jump. And we're not sitting here saying Kyler is definitely not the guy, and he gave you a full season, which is what they were hoping for. You have a few strong weapons on offense. Of course, Harrison had his rookie year. James Conner in the backfield. You have, in my opinion, one of the premier tight ends out there. There's not a lot of great ones out there. They got one of the good ones in McBride. And so they went to work on the defense in the offseason. Big time. A lot of ads. Let's bring in Josh Sweat. How about Nolan? For veteran leadership, they bring in Calais Campbell as well. This is a team that covered the number last year, 11-6 against the spread. So you would expect the market to catch up. Sam, where do you want to start here with the Arizona Cardinals? What's paramount?
The defense, and really the fingerprints all over the defense. Jonathan Gannon, this is his defense now. He took over a defense that was really, really bad. And his first season there, they were 31st in points allowed. Gave up 455 points. Last year, 15th in points allowed. And started to see some of his guys in there. And he had to really go in and gut a lot of what he inherited. They were 31st in points in 22, 31st in 23, and then 15th last year. So you can see the progression. I love what they did in the draft. I love them taking Will Johnson, the corner from Michigan. That's a big deal. He's a big-time player, and there's a bunch of tape on him really erasing an entire side of the field in the Big Ten. It's something to be said. The Big Ten has been a national championship conference in 2 straight years. Think about it, right? Michigan, Ohio State, and this kid played against some pretty good players in his career at Michigan. Campbell, I don't know what you got there. Calais Campbell's 38 years old. I think he's going to be good for maybe 15, 20 snaps.
He's a locker room guy, right? Sure. I mean, that's why he's there. Yeah.
Yeah. It's 4th and 1. They need a yard. Bring in Campbell. Dalvin Tomlinson they bring in to play the nose from Cleveland. I like what they did defensively. I really do. And Sweat should be a big deal. We'll see if he can live up to the paycheck. I'm not quite sure yet. The first question, though, I have about this entire team, and I'm being completely serious here. I had to look this up this morning. When does the new Call of Duty come out? This is something that people have talked to. You laugh. I am dead seriose.
I know.
November
I've talked about
14th.
it every year, man. I've thought about it. When I started thinking about Kyler Murray entering year number 7, it's like, when's Call of Duty come out? This year? When did it come out last year? And what? They stumbled at the end. Their last 7 games, they go 2-5, Sam. I assume it was a similar date. You said November 14th?
This year, Call of Duty Black Ops 7 will release worldwide on November 14th, 2025.
Okay.
So if you're looking at when the season could change, that's a very fair guessing point. So last year, Call of Duty Black Ops 6 came out October 25th, 2024. That's kind of where the slide started, right?
A
Like
little
you
bit
said?
after. A little bit. It was okay. So they had their bye week in the middle of November, and that's when the slide really happened. So maybe
He wasn't
had some
doing
time.
anything. He was just playing the whole bye week and said, you know what? We've had a good year. We'll figure it out.
And then
People
they lose
actually
5 of
talk
6.
about this, though. People talk about this with him, and they have for a
Uh-huh.
long time.
Yeah. Don't you get sick of a video game? Like after a while, didn't you get sick of it? Like this dude's not sick of it, apparently. I mean, we're making that assumption.
I don't know. You would think that he could just channel all that energy, because the Cardinals probably not going to make a playoff run. So
no,
he'll be home. He'll have all of January for the most part, and then he could play that thing until May or June, and nobody will care. But he's on the sticks. Kyler Murray is on the sticks in season, maybe more than any quarterback in the league. And the stats pre-Call of Duty and post-Call of Duty, the proof is in the pudding, Joe.
I will say also, if you look at the schedule post Call of Duty this year, it is a lot tougher too. Dallas, Seattle, San Francisco, Jacksonville, Tampa, LA Rams, Texans, Falcons, Bengals, Rams, no layups. The layups are early. New Orleans, Carolina, and they could come off to a nice start here. Okay, first 5 games. They got 3 of the worst teams in the league. Saints, I don't know if Panthers are in there anymore, but Titans are in there in week number 5. They have to jump out early. They have to. There's their opportunity. The Colts might be terrible. There they are in week number 6. It wouldn't shock me if they were to start 4-2. It's possible. But yeah, that second half after the bye week, that's going to be challenging for them.
I'm looking at one player and a market that is very, very interesting, at least from where I sit. Trey McBride last year. He was the security blankie for this team. He got targeted 147 times and caught 1,146 yards worth of passes. 1,146. Now, again, with all of these props, you're assuming health if you're going to be betting overs. And we've also chronicled how the under hits about 60% of the time on season-long props. But Trey McBride's number at BetMGM is 880.5, 880.5. A couple other books have him in the 900 range, 900.5. A guy that had 1146 last year is only totaled at 900.5. It seems light, but I also think the sports books know what they're doing here. What are your thoughts on that number? 900.5 at the ceiling.
Yeah, I would not go over. I understand why the number's there, and we've seen injuries pile up over the years for him. That would scare me a little bit. It's hard for me to go over on a running back. It really is. I'd have to be finding a ton of
tight
value.
end.
Oh, you were talking about
Tight
McBride.
end.
Okay, because I saw an 880
McBride.
on McBride. Yeah.
Yeah, there's 880,
Okay.
900, 900.
Okay. Yeah, because I saw that 900 number on Connor, so I was thinking that you were going there. McBride, I like 1,100 yards, and then that goes down a bunch. I understand the McBride love. Okay, so trying to balance this. You can't go over on all the receivers. Would you rather go over on Harrison or McBride? So Harrison has 885 in his rookie campaign, 62 grabs. You would expect him with the pedigree and everything, second year in the offense, another year with Murray, him to take a leap forward. So 885, and now the number is 925. Are you comfortable going over on both, or do you kind of have to pick one?
I would say pick one. I mean, they both
Yeah.
could hit, but Petzing loves the tight ends. He's the offensive
Mm-hmm.
coordinator, Drew Petzing, for those that don't know. And they just found so much cushion in the middle of the field with this Trey McBride. And I don't know that Harrison makes McBride that much better, but if they're both running down the field, who's the priority? It's Harrison.
Well,
Harrison's-
target. Yeah, but target-wise, it was McBride, right?
Right, but I mean, if you're planning for this offense, do you want to get beaten for 50 yards or for 15? I feel like Harrison, people are going to always get back and watch the deep ball because of his ability to break a big one.
Mm-hmm.
So if I had to pick one, I would go with McBride. Like if I was building a team, I'd go with Harrison. But that's not what you asked. You asked which player would I rather go over on. There are so many ways that you can get these tight ends open, and then the tight end is, what does Stanford Steve always say? The tight end's always open. On the broken play with a quarterback who loves the broken play, the tight end is the blankie, and you just find him. And Harrison, I think there were some times last year when Harrison would just keep running his routes because he's an exceptional route runner, a lot like his dad was, but then didn't come back to the ball. McBride comes back to the ball, and that's why he had so many targets last year. So I would lean McBride over on yards.
147 targets for McBride, 116 for Harrison. 8 touchdowns, Harrison. Wow. Yeah, I forgot. I remember that last year. McBride doing everything between the 20s, couldn't get into the end zone. He had 2 all of last year. 2 touchdowns for McBride. Numbers 4.5. Over.
Yeah. It's the only thing that he was getting knocked for. But I see a lot of these crazy fantasy leagues now where you can make them tight end centric. Like you get bonus points for picking the right tight ends. And I'm seeing these 12-team tight end leagues where Trey McBride is going 6th or 7th overall. That's the stock that people are buying into, that if you're going to be in one of these like heavy PPR tight end leagues where you get rewarded for having a good tight end or a great tight end, he's going as high as it gets in those tight end leagues. So there's a lot to like about him. People know what he did last year, and if he gets in the end zone 4, 5, 6 times this year, he'll be even more productive from a fantasy standpoint.
This Arizona defense, I think you're right. Like that's where it's at. So they were at a level of, I'd say, respectability last year. 5.6 yards per play. That was 21st in the NFL, tied with the Rams, believe it or not. But everybody tells me that's an elite defense. It's the best defense ever. Okay. Arizona. So now 5 new starters. We think it's going to work. It's what Gannon wants. Are they better? Are they average to above average? Does this help them get over the win total? We mentioned 8 wins last year. The win total's right on that number. It's at 8.5. Do you have an opinion over or under 8.5?
I lean under, but that could completely change. Like, I don't have to make a bet right now. I think the story of the entire division is very obvious. What is going on with Matthew Stafford's back? What's going on? We've seen some tea leaves. We've seen, brief descriptions of what is going on. How many games does Matthew Stafford play? That's really what I want to know. That injury is the key to the division. If you're going to tell me Matthew Stafford plays in 14 or 15 games, status quo. If Matthew Stafford plays in 5 games, Arizona could be a playoff team, and that's plus 125 at BetMGM.
Cardinals great at home, 6-3 straight up, 6-3 against the spread last year. Awful on the road, 2-6. We got to get better on the road. Big part of it. They say defense travels. Let's see if it happens. I want to go over. Here's my concern, and I think we both like that McBride touchdown number. Kind of stumbled on that one. But my concern is, okay, they did all right in the division last year. They were swept by Seattle. They split with the Rams. They swept the Niners. That's probably not going to happen again. They're going to be healthier. And I'm not saying the Niners are going to run away with the division. I'm actually holding off a little bit on that when everybody else is running with that idea. It is an easy schedule for them. but they're not going to sweep the Niners again. That I'm pretty damn sure of. So where are you going to get enough wins to get to 9? That's a tough number. They caught people by surprise last year. The win total was 4.5. They had 4 wins going into the season, then boom, they get 8. You're not catching teams by surprise this year.
Nope. I wish we could get a win total pre-Call of Duty. I would love that over a little bit more, I think.
What you could do is Call of Duty comes out, then you go under with the live number, the in-season number. You could do that. Maybe we need to mark that date down. Joe O, Sammy P, Case of the Mondays next on Bet Sweats.
You're listening to Bet Sweats with Joe O and Sammy P on the BetMGM Network.
I gotta get out of here. I think I'm gonna lose it.
Uh-oh. Sounds like somebody's got a case of the Mondays.
Sounds like a case of the Mondays.
Does anyone ever say to you, sounds like someone has a case of the Mondays?
No, man. I believe you get your ass kicked saying something like that, man.
It's Monday morning here on Bet Sweats. Joe Ostrowski, Sam Panayonovich. Case of the Mondays every Monday morning. What bothered you from over the weekend? I've got something in mind. Sam, I know you always have a thing or two. So why don't you start us off like you usually do? What are you thinking?
I've got a few, but I'll start with something that I found out on Thursday about. So you and I did the show together. We were both off on Friday, and then I got an email about 4 o'clock in the afternoon from ESPN Plus. Okay, here we go. Upcoming price increase. Caught my attention. Let me see how much you're going to try and take from me this year. Keyword. So the email says, "Hi, Sam. We wanted to let you know that starting on October 17th, the price of ESPN Plus is changing, so we can continue to bring you more exclusive live sports, ESPN Plus originals, and premium editorial. The price of your subscription will change to $119.99 per year on August 28th, 2025. Nah, I'm good. As much as I'll miss watching Princeton play Harvard on Friday night on ESPN Plus, it's the principle for me. And it's not even a lot of money. I mean, that's not a lot of money. But the fact that 2 years ago I paid $4.99 a month for ESPN Plus, and now it's going to be $11 a month? No, I'm good. Not to mention programming on ESPN's horrible. So for the most part, you think I'm paying $119.99 a month for that? Nope. I canceled it. 9:20 a.m. Eastern. We're sorry to see you go. If you're sure you want to go, fine. If not, no, done. That's going to make me come back. Your last minute bailout offer. Mm-hmm. Yep. I'm sorry to see you go too at $119.99 per year. It's getting more and more expensive for people to watch sports, and that sucks for everybody.
I have the same case of the Mondays. It's related, but it's something different as far as ESPN. This is more so about the NFL for me. And it's the deal that was apparently made. It's going to become official this week. So Red Zone is now going to ESPN. Oh, great. Let's find more ways they can squeeze money out of me for the NFL. And your point is fair about ESPN Plus. It's why for most years I haven't had it. I think I have it now because it's like bundled in with Disney or whatever, which I could probably get rid of too at this point. But they know I'm going to pay because it's the NFL. So Red Zone's going to ESPN. We'll find out what all the details are. What we do know is it sounds like it's going to cost $30 a month. So that's what I'm curious about when the details all come out in the wash. What you received in that email, is that still relevant? Was this completely before anything was going down with Red Zone? This is apparently going to be a $1 billion deal. Billions of dollars involved in Red Zone to ESPN. So what are they going to do? They convinced me to go Sunday Ticket. To get Sunday Ticket, I changed my provider to YouTube TV, which down the road eventually became just like everybody else. It was the cheaper option at a time, and now you have all the add-ins and everything, and their price increases. It's not cheaper. So now I'm stuck on YouTube TV because, no, I don't really want to change again. And now I'm assuming I'm not getting Red Zone with Sunday Ticket. I held out on Sunday Ticket for years too. I'm like, oh, this is too much. This is crazy. Then, of course, watching it over the last couple of years, loved it. The quad boxes, I pick the games, the combination that I get and all that. And now I'm going to lose Red Zone. Now I'm going to probably need Sunday Ticket. And now I got to pay ESPN too. I was like you. I was like, okay, I get enough games with ESPN, ESPN2, FS1, FS2, all of the other networks, right? So we've got the main ones covered, except for the remote games off the beaten path. But yeah, they're going to get us again. And with YouTube TV, you don't even get MLB Network. Like, I'm not getting everything. It's so annoying. You're right. It's not about the money. We're willing to pay. We have so many stupid subscriptions, that some of them we may not use every single month. But I am so annoyed, and they're going to bend us over once again with this red zone thing.
So you bring up Sunday Ticket. I didn't even realize this. As I told everybody, I was in Lake Geneva Friday, Saturday, Sunday, so I wasn't exactly monitoring my bank account like a hawk. Guess what hit my account 2 days ago? $378 from YouTube TV. You know what that is?
Oh.
That's Sunday Ticket.
Look. I didn't look on mine.
Bang. Yeah. Pow. Right in your face on August 2nd. $378.
I'm going to pay for it. Were you going to get it?
Yes, so am I.
I may have already. Let me check. They may have already charged me and kind of stuck
I didn't even know that was going to hit. I just found out now. So this is what I'm talking about. So that's $378 that I'm going to pay no matter what because I need that.
Yes.
You add in the ESPN Plus at $119, we're already at $500 to watch NFL and college football. And that doesn't even have the amount for Peacock now, and you got to have Netflix to watch the games on Christmas, and you got to have Amazon Prime to watch.
Got them all.
You have to do it.
All.
You have to
do
do
it. Do you have HBO?
It.
Do you have HBO?
We have Max. Yeah, we have Max.
Yeah, I do too. I know it's not sports related, but it's another thing. I have Marquee. So I have YouTube TV. So if I want to watch Cubs games, I've got to pay that per month too. That's another $20 a month. We have Hulu. We have Apple. Do we need it all? I don't know. Probably not. But I'm going to fight that battle with the wife. Like, she watches so many stupid shows. Oh, God. It's like if we added up like what we thought, oh, man, yeah. Just cut the cord. How do we feel about cutting the cord now? I wish everything was bundled together. But that's how they trick us.
Mm-hmm.
Man.
Tough, man. One other thing that I've noticed is a trend now. This is more social media than it is getting pounded by subscription fees. So I don't know when I missed this switch flip where now, and this has happened now 3 times in the last month or so. You have friends that get married or people that you know that get married, right? Mm-hmm. They don't even have to be friends because now everything's on the internet anyways. When did we get to this point where you have your wedding on Saturday and then your Instagram feed has 4 reels of your wedding by Sunday night, Monday morning? And then we're sharing 30 stories from your wedding. Like, this is a new thing now. And
30. Leave Jenks alone.
God.
Leave Jenks alone. It's a nice trip. He enjoyed it. He wanted to share the photos.
It wasn't even Jenks. I saw an Instagram story that had 30 stories on it from the wedding. You think we need 30 stories from your wedding? No. I assure you we don't. We don't. And then it just, I'm hearing now that people are hiring social media coordinators for their wedding.
Oh my God.
I assure you didn't do that when you got married.
No. And if I got married tomorrow, I would not do it.
So there's a wedding that happened literally this past Saturday, 2 days ago. And the main Instagram feed from this person has 7 reels from the wedding already posted. And you know what happens? People, heart. So then you start posting more. If there's already 7, how many more are in the chamber?
Oh, man. So, yeah, you're right about this job. I'm seeing it now. Social media wedding content creators, especially for Instagram or TikTok. Like, this is a real job.
My ass with that. Enough.
Wedding content creators? God, people are obsessed with themselves. This is not breaking news, but man, it's just now you don't hire. Do you still hire the photographer? Is there a need for the photographer? the pictures are so good on our phones. Like, people just have the photographer for social media for the most part. So is it taking the place of the photographer? Maybe. So what goes in your wedding album? Well, wedding albums aren't a thing. Let's go to my story, right? We'll just save it. We'll archive it. You're old school. I love it. Like, you're the annoyed uncle.
Here's the natural progression. I'll tell you exactly what's going to happen next. We're going to get all the stuff from the honeymoon. And then in 9 months, that page will now be the baby's page for the next 5 years. That's the natural progression for the oversharers of the world.
Yeah. Yeah. It happens. After the kids reached a few years old, like, it stops. Like, okay, I'll give you the birthday, but like, not every day. But some people keep it going. They still do it. Like, the age of my kids, going into 6th, going into 7th grade, they're still doing it like they're babies. I'm like, all right, chill out. But I also don't think everything should be out there for everyone, but that's me. There are certain things for family members versus everyone, but some people don't abide by that. Okay. Make your own choices. But yeah, I get it. I get annoyed sometimes by our friends, because now, your friends group is the kids' parents. And like, I'm just like, I'm so annoyed by these people. I'm going to snooze you for the next month, please.
The mute button?
Yeah.
Good old fashioned. Here, good old fashioned. Pow! Right there. Pow! Let me just mute. Pow!
I'm just imagining you at home by yourself. You're getting all pissed off, and you come across a feed, then you pull out the gun.
Mute.
To your phone. You're just yelling at home. You're like scrolling and just yelling at people. Oh man. I know one person on Vegas. Anyways, Joe O, Sammy P with you on a Monday morning. We're pissed off. Case of the Mondays. MLB post deadline reaction. What happened to these teams after making big deals? That's next on Bet Sweats.
You're listening to Bet Sweats with Joe O and Sammy P on the BetMGM Network.
for Schwarber. A Schwarber bomb, his 38th. And a little insurance for the Phils, lead it 2-0.
Welcome back to Bet Sweats with Joe Ostrowski and Sam Paniotovich on the BetMGM Network.
Yeah, 38th for Schwarber, 8th since the All-Star break. Most home runs in Major League Baseball over that time period. The Phillies win 2-0 over Detroit. Our guy Sanchez, let's get back on track, certainly did. No earned runs, 8 innings in that performance for the Phils. And Sam, I know that one hit home, huh, last night?
That was the end of the bachelor party. Let's get it on the Tigers. Let's get some of this back. Tigers plus 1.5.
Oh, damn. Get us 1 run. You can't get me 1 run in this game. That's all I'm asking for. It's a winner.
Sanchez had bases loaded, I want to say twice in the game. The details are a little bit blurry. But he got a double play middle of the game with the bases loaded. And then it was second and third, 1 out, 1-0 Phillies. And I can't remember which guy it was, maybe Perez for the Tigers, bottom of the order. He ropes one 103 miles an hour right to the third baseman, who throws the ball to the plate, bang, bang play, tag him out at the plate. Just like, and then you're still covering 1.5 runs, which I believe was about minus 130 or so, minus 135. And then Schwarber, as Paul said off the air, hit one in New Jersey. And you're like, okay, well, maybe we'll get one. Oh, nope. Here's the Durant intro. We're never scoring a run. 2-0 final.
If you have not seen this, you need to check it out. The audio's awesome, but the video even takes it to another level. I couldn't get enough of this over the weekend. When I saw it, I watched it like 3-4 times. Brand new Philly. Maybe this is the big move. We'll talk about it coming up. Some of the post-deadline reaction from over the weekend. But how about what's happening in Phillies games and the energy? Take a listen. Here's Duran when he enters the game.
Get your phones out.
Atención chimoso, el que quiera perder su tiempo que me aconseje, que estoy en robo pero feo, y hoy hay que darme banda. Dame la boca, la buena quiero el cojo ruta, que viva el teteo, el desacato, vívete la vida y disfruta.
Dude, it's phenomenal. It's so good. If you're on deck and you're watching that and he comes running in from the outfield, what do you see? Like the scorpions everywhere? Like it was awesome, man.
And then he comes in and rips a fastball at 103.3 miles per hour to Riley Green, which, according to Charlotte Varnes, was the fastest pitch in the history of the bank. 103.3. Come and get it. Honestly, if I came into that song, I might throw 95. That's how juiced up I would be.
Woo! I know.
Man, that team suddenly feels a lot different. And you didn't change much. But imagine going into Philly in the playoffs, down a run, and you got to deal with that.
Whoever came up with the idea of the Undertaker bell, A+. That's just, it hits different when you hear that Undertaker bell. And did I watch a couple of minutes of SummerSlam last night? You're damn right I did. And it was right in time. It was right at the very end. And it was fun. It was fun finish. John Cena got his, quote, send-off. And then, that didn't end there. But that's a whole nother story. But, yeah, man, I feel like that energy is going to continue. at Citizens Bank, and we're going to see that. Like, they needed some bullpen help, and they got the best arm possible. Because why? If you wanted somebody that wears a Twins uniform, you got them. They traded 11 guys at the deadline. It was insane. 10 off the major league roster. But no, I'm always looking for, at the deadline, which team helped their bullpen the most, and maybe this is the answer.
So they are now right there price-wise. A couple cents, couple dollars here and there. Let's just use the BetMGM market here. To win the pennant, National League, after the Dodgers, who are now plus 140, you got the Mets at 475, the Phillies at 5, and the Brewers at 7. The Brewers just a little bit higher than the Cubbies at 7.25. If I were just going to say right now, I'm asking out loud. I'm not asking you, Joe. I'm asking anybody.
Mm-hmm.
If I said, here's 100, make a bet on one of these 4 teams right now. Mets, Phillies, Brewers, and Cubs. Curious what people would say. I'd probably go Phillies at 5-1 of the 4.
Line through the Cubs. Brewers are tempting. It's the best number of the 4. But we know what happens in the playoffs. So that's where things get dicey. Mets help their bullpen as well. Mets and Phillies both help their bullpen. That's probably why they're at the top there. Ooh, man, I would look hard at the Phillies, but I think I would go Brewers. I believe they're going to win that Central. And they had another sweep over the weekend. They got right back on track after that one loss in that Cubs series. Yeah, I would go Brewers. And it's the best price, and they have arguably the best starting pitching of these 4 teams.
Cub bullpen continues to be a problem. That was another interesting result on Saturday. You're in total control. Everybody's wearing 23 for Rhino. You're up 3-0, and then Gunnar Henderson hits a grand slam, and you lose 4-3. I'm not saying because it happened on a random Saturday in August, it's going to happen in the playoffs, but that has been a problem all year. You are very close to the Cubs. Jake is operating in a studio that broadcasts the Cubs. There's a lot of Cub ties on this program.
Mm-hmm.
How do you watch that bullpen and feel any confidence that they can protect leads in the postseason? I just don't.
I don't. No questions about the offense. I'm good with the offense. I'm okay that they didn't add a third baseman. They're still good enough offensively. They can score runs. The bullpen's a problem, and it was this weekend, and they didn't add a starter. Soroka's the guy they added. That's the starter they added. He goes tonight. It's not going to be enough. And Milwaukee's playing some great ball, and it continues after the deadline for them. So, yeah. That of the 4 that you threw out there, that was the first team that I put a line through. There are no go for me. Not interested. How about in the American League side? The Yankees swept this weekend by the Marlins. The Marlins sweep the Yankees, and maybe Judge comes back tomorrow. We'll wait. We get to the 10-day mark on the injured list, but you can't feel great about the Yankees. Tigers lose last night. They're your favorite in the AL, second favorite the Yankees. And then we get to the Astros and the Blue Jays. Correa is back, but the Astros didn't look good this weekend against the Boston Red Sox, who are on fire right now. So the top of the American League has a lot of question marks at the moment, and everybody is talking about Seattle.
They're getting really excited out here about these Red Sox. And I saw this stat last night as I was walking off the plane at 12:15 a.m. Since the Devers trade, the Red Sox are 25-15. The Giants are 14-25.
Wow.
Mm-hmm.
Giants are toast, man. They are. What do you remember the Texas pennant odds like a week or so ago?
I remember they were 6-1 to win the division on Thursday because I gave it out on the show. 6-1 to win the West, and I want to say 15-1 pennant, maybe.
Okay,
I was going to say 18.
There's an 18 right now. There's 118, but it's a rogue one. BetMGM sitting at 12.
Well, they had a really tough weekend. Seattle takes 3 out of 4 against Texas, and Friday night Texas is up 3-2. J.P. Crawford hits a 2-run homer bottom of the ninth to win. Maybe the Bachelor Boys had that one too. Maybe the Bachelor Boys had the Rangers in that one too. Oh, dude, it was just brutal.
Bad.
We did. We had it. And then they lose yesterday 5-4. You could have taken 3 of 4, but you lost 3 of 4. You give credit to the Mariners, and that lineup, I mean, comes through with Suarez. 6 runs, 4 runs, 4 runs, 5 runs. That offense plays, as we also talked about after the trade of Suarez to Seattle. That team can hit, and that team also has a pretty good bullpen. Last check, Seattle's bullpen is 7th in bullpen ERA. So that plays a little bit more than that bullpen on the north side.
Rangers and Yankees this week. That gets started today. That's a big one. Whichever team, if a team gets swept there, man, what if the Yankees get swept back-to-back? I don't know that that's going to happen. Let's see. We got Corbin and Free tonight. Eovaldi, Warren tomorrow on Tuesday. Leiter and Rodon coming up on Wednesday. That'll be interesting to track. And then the Rangers get the Phillies after that. So it's a challenging week. They're probably going in with the mindset, hey, if we can go 3-3 this week, we'll be just fine.
This is going to be a very fun August and September, which ideally would lead to an outstanding October. You could really, I mean, if you get past this whole Dodgers thing, if you can get past that financially and mathematically, there's a lot of teams that could win this World Series, man. And I think, was it Paul that was throwing out, was it Blue Jays over Padres? I can't remember, Paul, the World Series matchup you threw out, but it was like a 200-1 shot.
We landed on, I think, Mariners over Padres after workshopping it. I believe that was the final answer, like 210.
Mariners have to win, though. Okay, so not matchup, it's exact result.
Yeah, which, if it gets to that point, I think it'll be in a pretty good spot to come out ahead either way. I will say this, no, just on the Phillies, to bring it back. And look, my team, so obviously biased. I just don't see how this lineup that they're putting out there year after year, like, is the definition of insanity. And just look at Schwarber, great. Harper, great. Look who's behind those guys. Real Muto and friggin' Castellanos and guys like Marsh and Stott. Like, I have a very tough time believing in that. They can pitch with the best of them, but they've been able to pitch with the best of them for a couple of years now.
Who's your NL pick then? Where would you go?
The question you guys pitched, I'd go Mets. Maybe that's recency bias after seeing what happened in the playoffs last year, but it's not Cubs. I'm with you guys there. I can't get there with the Brewers. I'd have to see it.
I know.
So the Mets, which
I hate this because classic mush pan, but I also like the Mets a little bit. Like I kind of feel like they're doing a 2015 Royals thing with that bullpen. Like, just get 5-6 innings, and here's a 3-headed monster, and you're not going to score any runs, and you just lose. Like, I kind of like the Mets too.
10-1 for a World Series, though. That's the thing.
Yeah.
Like,
gotta do
would
some
you
matchups?
Are you Jake? I saw a clip the other day. So are you like, look, there's way too much Padres, Mariners love out. Those are your darlings in each league.
Yeah.
Are you out? Out?
It's I'm so out. I don't want anything to
Both
do with
sides.
either of those teams. Like everybody's going to do it with the Padres again because they acquired Mason Miller, and everyone's going to talk themselves into it as the sexy team again. Like, I had somebody reply to me on Twitter, "Oh, well, those Padres had those Dodgers 2-1. They were leading that series." Okay, and then what happened? The Dodgers won the World Series. What are we talking about here? So I'm way out on both those teams. I don't trust Seattle as far as I can throw them.
Whew. Strong statement. That's strong. I get it.
Flamethrower.
Give me the
by the
Cubs
way,
lineup with the Phillies pitching.
Yeah, well, that would be nice to have.
Yeah,
to be able to do that. I think
I was talking fantasy baseball with Paul Aspen.
I think I think actually it took 15 minutes when we got here. The Chicago White Sox won 41 games last year. The Chicago White Sox right now 42 70 already over the total from last year, 41
Very
and
nice.
121.
Good job.
And
Good job.
look, like this is not gonna be a team that falls off at the end, like in September, and just disappears. People are playing for contracts. Like they could be scrappy the rest of the way.
Man, don't want to face the White Sox moving forward. Apparently, good call, Sam. I know you went in on that one. All right, Mike Jurecki is going to drop by, our Cardinals insider. They are today's team. We're breaking down here on Bet Sweats.
You're listening to Bet Sweats with Joe O and Sammy P on the BetMGM Network.
fake to Connor. Murray on the rollout, looking deep for Harrison! Marvin Harrison Jr. to the end zone! Touchdown again!
Welcome back to Bet Sweats with Joe Ostrowski and Sam Paniotovich on the BetMGM Network.
Entering year number 2 for Marvin Harrison, entering year number 7 for one Kyler Murray. Countdown to kickoff continues. Joe Ostrowski, Sam Paniotovich with you here on Bet Sweats. Arizona Cardinals are the team, 8-9 a year ago, plus 21 in the point differential. They dominated at home. They had their struggles on the road. They had their struggles in the final stretch of the season after jumping out to a quick start. So it's going to be fascinating. In that division, the question is, like, can they get to second? If we're talking about them being a realistic playoff team, it's a lot asking them to catch the Niners, catch the Rams for the division. But can you get to second place? That's the challenge. Like Seattle, they might go through some of their issues. They have a quarterback change. Now it's Sam Darnold. It isn't Geno Smith. Like, they traded away their, I guess, number 2 receiver away. A lot of changes going on there with the Seahawks. They're not expected to be a contender. But can Arizona get to second place? It feels like that's where Cardinals fans are looking, Sam.
This is the story, as we talked about earlier. According to Pro Football Talk, Sean McVay, head coach of the Rams, says the team hopes to ease Matthew Stafford back to football in the near future. That's not a great place to be with a quarterback who's on the wrong side of 35. And McVay goes on to say in the story that he's only static throwing right now. And then here's the real quote. We are looking forward to easing him back into football, hopefully in the near future. We're 5 weeks away from the Rams opener. 5, less than 5 now. So a 37-year-old back injury, I don't know, man. Maybe I shouldn't be that drawn into this story and that headline, but that's a big deal for that team.
No, you should be drawn in. It's important. It impacts everyone in that division. And if you don't have Stafford ready to go, now we're going Jimmy G. How many years have we heard about Jimmy G? Oh, maybe Jimmy G go here. What about Jimmy G going there? No. He needed to be with a great coach and a great system and surrounding pieces that could help him succeed when he was in San Francisco. When he doesn't have all that around him, maybe you would make the case, well, he would have that here. He's got a great coach. They've got the pieces. Now you add Devontae Adams to that offense. You'd be in a good situation, but it is a significant drop-off. If we're talking about this version of Garoppolo versus any version of Matthew Stafford. At this point in his career with Stafford too, we've had this conversation before, just about the injuries piling up and every body part and this and that. But the back thing is what is fascinating. And now we're into August. We've got games coming up this week. A bunch of preseason games on Thursday. You'll have a ton over the weekend. Now the games are here. Now we're only down to 3 preseason games. So it's right around the corner. Near future, I have no idea what that means. Does that mean week 1? He didn't say week 1. Near future. Maybe he misses a month. That would be massive for the Rams.
He's one of 6 quarterbacks that is active that has won a Super Bowl. I think we could, obviously, Rodgers and Flacco and Russ, I don't think those guys are winning one anytime soon. But on the recency side of things, we're talking about Mahomes, we're talking about Stafford, and Jalen Hurts. So any conversation around a Super Bowl winning quarterback that just did it a handful of years ago should be discussed accordingly. And that'll be, again, one of the bigger storylines, not only in the NFC West, but in the entire NFC, with a defense that got a lot better last year. And now your quarterback, they hope, will be ready to go by the opener. I hope so too, because I love watching Stafford play, and I have for a long, long time. I hope everything is fine, but we don't know.
It doesn't look like the betting market has responded. Right? Like,
no.
They're right behind the Niners.
Mm-hmm. Right. Nobody said anything that he's not going to be able to play ever again. I mean, let's be real about it. But they'll have to slide that real quick if it does come out that he's going to miss 2 months or whatever. You will see the book scurry and try and get to the right market there. But at this point, it's status quo. You're reading between the lines and seeing what McVay is saying and trying to understand what the beat reporters are saying and all that. But when he's only throwing on a treadmill 5 weeks out, you do the math.
Yep. Yeah. Concerning. And when you look at the beginning portion of the schedule for the Rams, week 1, Houston, week 3 at Philly, week 5, Thursday Night Football hosting the Niners, week 6 at Baltimore. 4 very tough games in your first 6 weeks. So maybe you get him for a good portion of the season, but if you don't get him early, those losses could pile up quickly. Good thing for them. They've got the Tennessee Titans week number 2. But that one's on the road. So, yeah, no, I don't think you can overstate this. I don't think that's possible. I know it's not the same Stafford and his production of numbers, everything gone down. But if you lose him, that changes everything with that offense. So, no, I think you're right. You're spot on. And you need to pay close attention. The market not reacting at this moment, right behind the Niners as the second favorite in the division, but it's worth keeping an eye on. We're going to try to reconnect with Mike Jurecki coming up in a few minutes, but we started the show with it, Sam. Look, you think this is going to keep happening at WNBA games? It's what the people want to know. That's what they want to know. Is this going to keep happening? I say yes.
Did you just eat a word there? You started and then didn't. You were going to say it. Well, I heard the "d," but then you stopped dead in your tracks.
Nah,
I think we're still
we know what we're talking about here. It's not necessary.
Everybody knows. Everybody knows.
It's going to keep happening. Now it's a dare. Now, no, I'm going to be the one. I've got to keep this story going. Just at a random WNBA game. My question is security. How much are they going to step things up? Are they going to check every purse? How are these getting into the stadiums? I have so many questions, man. Oh, man. What are the betting markets that you've seen? Can we go into that a little bit?
Sure. I'm prepared more than I should be. So there was the color of the third one, and there was a price on that, and that got a lot of traction on social. But then there were other ones like, how will it be handled? Will it be with hands or with feet? How long will it be?
Feet?
Man, they had, will somebody kick it off the court or grab it with a towel?
Oh, like that ref did. Yeah, sure.
Mm-hmm. And then the length of it and all this stuff. I mean, I saw 6 different markets on it. But the most popular one is the color of it. And again, there was this account, Scott Barrett, who tweeted out that there's an infinity money glitch where you buy a ticket to the game, you buy a blue blank, you max bet blue blank, and then throw the blue blank onto the court. And that's not, you can't bet $5,000 on this. You can maybe get 50, maybe. They're not taking huge bets on it. But this is a story in the sports betting space right now, because in some markets, you can actually bet on this, which is wild to even think that this is a story. But it is. I assure you it is.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. No, there are a number of stories just by gambling writers that are writing about this. And sometimes you just throw things out there. Let's just come up with a number. It gets people talking.
No pun intended. Throw things up there.
Everybody's talking about it over the weekend. People want to know why. People want to know when's it going to happen next. The zoomed in pictures. It's hilarious. And I forgot was it you? It wasn't Rosner, right? It was a thread the three of us were on, but I think it was you that threw it out there, right? About the sales that are going on. That it's hard to find on Amazon.
Oh,
if you want,
yeah. You can't get any more.
they're sold out. Amazon has sold out. Now I think you can get other colors, but as far as the lime green, tough.
They're
one.
out. Yeah, no, that definitely was a text. Saturday, 8:03 p.m. I wonder what I was doing at that point. Ugh. I know, and it's like you feel weird even talking about it, but then you look at the internet and it's trending.
Yeah.
It's trending on all these platforms, and it is sort of sad that the league just can't stay out of its own way with this stuff. I mean, but what do you want us to do? It's Monday. We're reacting to what we just saw over the weekend. Friday we were off, and then Saturday and Sunday we're off, and Joe's in Indiana. I'm in Wisconsin. We're on vacation. We're not really on our phones. We're not tweeting 7 reels from our weddings. None of that. But in the bars, at the lake houses, this is what's being talked about. And you can't stop it. You just can't. And then it's how does it happen? Why? And then here's an easy question. Why is this happening? I don't know. No idea. You think I have a clue why this is happening? No.
Boys will be boys. Paul Aspen asks us, did you see Sophie Cunningham's tweet? Yes, I did. Sophie Cunningham tweets a couple of days ago, stop throwing D's on the court, ... You're going to hurt one of us.
I believe I asked you the question on Thursday's show. How does the circus top this? How does this get... 2 days later, they're just going to throw another one that's the same color. That's how they're going to top it. So now that we've got 2, how does it get more out of what? Are we throwing 2 now? How does this possibly get leapt over?
What's your body count? That's the question.
It's so dumb, but it's still so
it's
funny.
Great, though. It's great.
So
this
funny.
is what this league needs. So, have you come across anybody? Look, there's always somebody mad, but I'm saying in real life where people aren't looking for reactions that are mad about this. I've wondered some of the people that I know that are friends of mine that are big fans of women's sport, like if they're pissed about this, like, oh, you wouldn't be doing this if it happened to guys. Bills games happens all the time. People don't have the same reaction because there it's more about the sport. I guess I could understand some fans of the sport being upset because this is when it gets talked about the most. And I don't know about you, but I've, like your ESPNs or whatever, I don't think they're touching this at all. Like they don't want anything to do with it.
No, they would not. ESPN would not, nor should they.
Yeah.
I've seen some of the vitriol, though. Yeah, like how could you find this funny? Very easily. Watch me laugh again. Like like some things are just funny. I don't know. Like it doesn't have to be taken down these paths. Like we try and make so much out of it, and no, it's just flying in on the court, and then everybody rushes and freezes, and then what do we do with it? Just so dumb.
It's hilarious, though. It's good. I like it. I mean, not, whatever. I don't.
I'm sure
when you have a conversation about this, you're gonna end up stepping into it a few times. Like, yeah, sure, Joe. I bet you do. Okay. I can't really segue into the freaks list off this conversation. Can I?
Yes.
We don't really have time, but Bruce Feldman's terrific and his sourcing is really strong. I always think he brings an interesting perspective when it comes to college football and, Heisman approach and all that stuff. He has a freaks list that he puts out around this time every single year, which we can dive into a little bit. But the headline is based on a lot of the metrics that he looks at, probably not a big surprise, but Jeremiah Smith is number 1 on the freaks list, meaning most athletic freak in college football.
That was a nice segue, actually. I thought you did a great job there. So he's number 1. I have not seen the list. I'm going to guess that there's some SEC talent, though, in the top 10, and probably a lot of it.
Probably, yeah. Big Ten, SEC, more SEC to come. We'll make sure to share that before we get out of here. And we'll break down the Arizona Cardinals on the other side. Bet Sweats, this is the BetMGM Network.
You're listening to Bet Sweats with Joe O and Sammy P on the BetMGM Network. Network.
All right, top of the hour, we've got Spanky coming on the show, Pro Better. Those are always fun visits. And we will preview Bet Bash. How many days away are we? Sammy, because you'll be heading out there now as your travels continue this summer.
Oh, can't wait. 4 nights in Vegas. That's exactly what the doctor ordered. I get in on the 13th. I believe people start rolling in, though, on the 12th, week from tomorrow. I'm doing 13, 14, 15, and then flying back, of course, as you would guess at this point, red-eye Saturday night that lands at 6 a.m. Sunday. So I will at least be here all day Sunday and just lay in bed, stare at the ceiling in a perfect world. But, yeah, that'll be next Tuesday to Friday at Circa in Las Vegas.
All right, very cool. We'll get some details from Spanky on that one coming up top of the hour. So we mentioned Bruce Feldman's college football freaks list for 2025. Jeremiah Smith, number 1 overall. And they track this with not only production, but also what you're able to do in the weight room, some of your measurables and all that. Things that stand out with Jeremiah Smith and how he gets number 1. Here's Feldman asked which of his freaks feats this summer he's most proud of. Smith said it's his 225 pounds on the bench for 20 reps. I'm very proud of that. I could probably only hit like 5 before I got to Ohio State. I came in weak. So a ton of reps, but we'll get to that list coming up in a little bit. Sammy P, this is Bet Sweats, BetMGM Network. Now breaking down the Cardinals as our countdown to kickoff continues. The Arizona Cardinals with a win total of 8.5 is Mike Jurecki. He's covered this team for a very long time. Follow him on X by his name at Mike Jurecki. All right, Mike, where are we at with the quarterback entering year number 7? You see a big 4-win jump last year with the Cardinals. What's the feeling there heading into this season with Kyler Murray?
Just more consistency. I mean, last year they were 6-4, and then they lost, 5 of their last 7 games. Normally, even when Cliff Kingsbury was here, teams kind of figure out Kyler Murray, but being more consistent. But I do think, with the, going in the second year with Marvin Harrison Jr., he's definitely bulked up. He was 209 last year. He's 220. I think he's going to have a breakout season, and but putting the weight on, I think he's going to, I think he was, last year in week 1, he wasn't able to get off press coverage. They didn't really have the back shoulder fade going, but he's had a really good training camp. But I anticipate he's going to put up big numbers. And then, after that, there's really a drop-off. They're hoping Michael Wilson can obviously be the number 2 receiver, and then, Zay Jones and Greg Dortch. But really, you start looking at between Trey McBride and Marvin Harrison Jr., they're going to, probably garner at least over 100 targets each. And McBride has really come on. And, the Cardinals are going to try to run a lot of 12 and 13 personnel. But one of the things that's interesting this year is they're really going to rely on James Conner and Trey Benson. They feel like they got 2 number 1 backs. Conner's been really the workhorse here. So, and the Cardinals are going to use a lot more motion this year. They're just not going to line up Marvin Harrison Jr. at the X spot. He's going to line up all at 3 different spots. So, and defensively, they went out and got Calais Campbell and David Tomlinson and Josh Sweat. Their secondary is very young. Will Johnson was a 2nd-round pick. He's had a really good camp. You still have Budda Baker and Jalen Thompson there, but I think the defense can be really good under Nick Rellis.
I thought one of the biggest moves of the offseason, Mike, was keeping Drew Petzing. He's a guy who I think at one point in his career will get that call eventually, but to bring him back at OC, I know there were some teams that were interested. The Bears were very interested before they ended up going with Ben Johnson, but that has to be a huge boon for that offense to have Petzing back running the show, calling the plays. That was a huge move to keep him in tow, in my opinion.
Yeah, and again, it's nice to get some interviews. But the thing is, I think Nick Rollis, he's a guy that could be a head coach next year. He's in, the first couple of years, they really didn't have any pass rush, and I give Monty Austin Ford a lot of credit, and Jonathan Gannon, because now that rotation on the D line, that front 7 is going to be really good. Obviously, they're in a tough division with the Seahawks and the 49ers and Rams. But, I look at the Cardinals. It could be – I think they can win 10 or 11 games. But, again, they got to make sure Murray can stay healthy. But, I would agree with you. Petzing, he's made a lot of strides, and I think he's evolving now, but we're going to see a lot more motion.
Now that they've addressed the defense so much, what do you look at as the weakness entering the season? Something that you'll be keeping a close eye on for the rest of camp?
Just a young secondary. They lost Kendrick Sterling Moore to an ACL injury, but just a young secondary. You got Will Johnson, you got a couple other guys, but I think when it comes to Budda Baker and Jalen Thompson, they're going to rely on a lot of youth, and if this team can grow together. But I think if they can get pressure on the front seven, that will be the key. But they're relying on a lot of youth, and there's a reason why Johnson fell to the second round with the knee injury. But he's had an outstanding camp, and they're really excited about his future. But if they can get pressure up front, their team's one-dimensional. That secondary is going to have to. And I think on paper that could be the strength of the team in the next few years.
You said 10 or 11 wins. The win total only 8.5. What would have to go wrong for them to not challenge for 9, 10 wins or so? Because 8.5, the books are saying, they're a 500 team. You think they could be better. If it doesn't go right, what will go wrong?
Well, obviously, if something happens to Kyler Murray, but I thought Jacoby Brissett was a perfect backup quarterback. He's looked really good in camp. Just injuries. You lose, their offensive line right now. Paris Johnson is really probably one of the best left tackles in football. Isaiah Adams is their right guard. They got Jonathan on the right side. You got Kelvin Beach and Jonathan Williams. So just injuries. If they get hit with the injury bug, which every team does, and you don't want to make excuses, but that would derail them. But I feel comfortable if Kyler Murray goes down for a couple of weeks that Jacoby Brissett can come in here and lead this offense. But injuries at key positions. But again, I think they can win 10 or 11 games. This is probably the best roster they had. Probably going back to when Carson Palmer was here under Bruce Arians and Larry Fitzgerald and Anquan Bolden, where they won 50 games in 5 years and got a chance to, play in the Super Bowl. But again, tough division, but I do think if they can win, 10 or 11 games, they could be a wild card team. And, sit here and say they're going to win the division. It's just last year they were 6-4, and then they kind of fell off. So I do think they can make the wild card in the NFC.
Yeah, that's kind of where I was going with the division. If we're talking double-digit wins, now we're contending for the division. As far as the odds perspective, almost the same number at the top there. 49ers are a favorite, but they're a slight favorite. Rams right behind them. Which team do you view as a tougher opponent for Arizona this year?
The Rams. It seems like Sean McVay's had their number. The Niners have a very easy schedule, just based on them finishing in fourth place last year. I know it's only 2 games, but and I think McCaffrey's healthy and Brock Purdy probably doesn't get enough credit. Maybe he's a top 10, top 12 quarterback. And Shanahan's a really good play caller. But I think the Rams have had their number over the years. And I wouldn't fall asleep on the Seahawks. I think Mike McConnell and that defense is going to play well. We'll see what they got out of Sam Darnold. The Cardinals got to finish at least 3-3 in the division. They can't go 2-4 or 1-5. And we're going to find out early. I think if you look at the Cardinals' schedule on paper, they should be 5-2. They got to go to New Orleans. Obviously a new head coach, probably a rookie quarterback, if not Spencer Rattler. They got the Panthers in week 2, but I think they get off to a 5-2 start. And then obviously, the second half of the season is going to get a little more difficult.
All right, good stuff. Mike Jurecki, Cardinals Insider. Follow him on X at Mike Jurecki. Thank you, Mike. Appreciate your time this morning.
Thanks for having me, guys. Let's have a great football season, and we'll see where they are at the end of the season. But thanks for having me.
Thank you. Looking forward to it. There's Mike Jurecki. I remember a year ago, he really liked the over 4.5. He was big on that. That one ends up being crushed. But now the win total is up to 8.5 this time around. That's going to be tougher. But what stood out to me, Sam, is no hesitation. The challenge is the Rams, and he's spot on. That is something we talk about all the time. Shanahan against McVay. Not Shanahan against McVay, just McVay going up against the Cardinals, how he's had their number. And then that's also interesting, the Shanahan-McVay one. But, people have picked sides, and it sounds like he's picking his side on the Rams, not the Niners.
Which is a common answer. You hear that a lot. But the books are still having San Francisco just a little bit higher because the strength of schedule is a lot easier, and the quarterback does not have a 37-year-old back. And those two factors could be greater than anything else that matters in terms of putting this together and trying to make everything make sense. But this Stafford thing, I really think people need to understand that Jimmy Garoppolo he's fine, as Joel Quenneville used to say. But fine is not going to cut it when you have a team that you feel like can win a division and win a conference. Jimmy got a very good Niners team to the Super Bowl about 5 years ago, and his career has definitely declined since then. Can he do it again? I don't think so. That Niners defense was also very, very good the year that the Niners did make it through. But that Stafford injury is something that has to be monitored accordingly. And if it's a wait and see, of course, but if he's not ready, man, you're going to see some big hitters betting Rams under win total ASAP if any more bad news comes out there.
Yeah. 33 years old for Jimmy. It feels like late 30s instead of entering mid 30s. No, you don't want that to be the guy. And then if you have to get to Stetson Bennett, forget about it. Season over. Let's talk about the draft pick. So the Jimmy G news, whether it's going to be him at some point, that's fascinating to ponder. Joe O, Sammy P, another hour with you. We'll check in with Spanky coming up next right here on Bet Sweats, the BetMGM Network.
You're listening to Bet Sweats with Joe O and Sammy P on the BetMGM Network. Welcome back to Bet Sweats with Joe Ostrowski and Sam Panayotovich on the BetMGM Network.
With you another hour here, right here on the BetMGM Network. Joe Ostrowski, Sam Panayotovich, weekdays 9 a.m. to noon Eastern time. And one of our favorites willing to drop by to talk about his big event going down next week over at Circus Sports. It's Spanky, professional sports bettor and the creator of Bet Bash. Make sure you're following him on X by Spanky. What's going on, man? How are you?
Joe, Sammy, thanks for having me on Bet Sweats. It's a pleasure. I love hanging out with you guys, and everything's going well, man. We're just it's crunch time right now. We're about a week away from Bet Bash, so we're super excited.
I'm excited too, until I realize I have to hang out and be myself around guys like you for 4 days. That adds up. The older we get, buddy, it gets harder and harder. I fly in. I learned, though, this year I'm coming in Wednesday morning, so I saved myself the Tuesday, and then flying out Saturday night. So I'll be there for all the good stuff, the Sports Gambling Hall of Fame, the dinner, the ceremony, and then I will not wake up in Vegas on Sunday morning, which I think is probably the best decision I've made all year.
Yeah, that's a great decision if you want to be able to function. It gets rough. I always tell everybody it's a marathon, not a sprint. You got to pace yourself, and having 4 open bars, and everybody's excited to see each other. A lot of friends haven't been around each other for a long time. You kind of catch the fever and you kind of go crazy a little bit. But it's Bet Bash, man. We do this thing once a year, and I'm so excited to let loose.
Well, tell us some of the details. If you go back to the history, how many years are you at now? And is this kind of timeline-wise where you think you'd get as big as it is? I mean, we've got, Tuesday through Friday going on next week. So how's the progress been over the years?
Progress has been great. This is our 5th year doing this, Joe, and our first year was just a one-night event in Jersey City. Kind of a proof of concept idea. We had 220 people show up from all over the world to Jersey City, New Jersey, and that's when I said, let's get bigger. I talked to Matt Metcalf, who at that time was the director of the sportsbook at the Circa, and Derek Stevens, and kind of pitched the idea. And Derek was all over it. He said, let's bring this thing out to Vegas. Let's make this a multi-day event. And it just keeps getting bigger and bigger every year. And we're excited, man. This thing has grown. Would I have thought it would have gotten this big? I never thought 200 people were going to show up to a bar in Jersey City the first year. So I'm always surprised. But then I realized that there's such a void in our industry for a sports betting conference. There's so many different conferences that focus on operators, on regulators, legislators, so suppliers, gaming, G2E is a big conference out in Vegas every year. But nothing ever focuses on the sports bettor. And that's the most important, aspect of our industry. Without the bettor, the industry dies. So I figured, let me do something based on sports betting, something that's able to, focus on education, on all the legends that come in, on networking, and having a good time in Las Vegas. And that's what we do. And we're proud of where we've been and where we're going. We're hoping to keep getting bigger, but I don't want it to get super big where you kind of, it gets too corporate and all that. I always have my hand on the pulse. I want to make sure that everything that's coming through Bet Bash, I approve, and I really am, really in the weeds when it comes to the planning with my staff and everything. So we really, really care on bringing the best sports betting conference to the consumer.
You've got seminars Wednesday and Thursday, and there are some really good ones this year, as there always have been. But I think the two that are going to be very interesting this year, maybe more than ever, are the ones on gambling and taxes and gambling and the law. Given what has transpired in the last 6 months or so all around the country, those have to be hot tickets this year, because people are wondering, how does this affect me? It affects everybody if all of this stuff goes down.
100%, Sammy. You hit the nail on the head. Yeah, these are really popular seminars. We have a whole different slew of things, and and taxes. Most gamblers don't file their taxes correctly, and now with this whole thing passing, where this 90% reduction instead of 100%, a lot of people are going to have questions on how this will affect them and how to move forward. So definitely a hot topic, and there's always gambling and taxes as people progress. When you first start off sports betting, most people don't really have a problem because they're not winning. So they're not really worried about paying taxes if you're not winning. But even now, if you're a break-even sports bettor, according to the current law, which is insane, that you still got to pay taxes. So that's just it's crazy. We're hoping this gets repealed. There's a lot of bipartisan support, both in the House and in the Senate. So we're thinking this thing is going to get overturned. But in the meantime, it's good to plan just in case, a worst-case scenario, on how to go through that. And also gambling in the law. Professor I. Nelson Rose runs that. He literally wrote the book. It's called Gambling in the Law. You could buy it on Amazon, and he's just incredible at what he does. I'm his client, and he's always been there for me throughout the years, and he's a wealth of knowledge. He taught at Whitaker Law School for several years, and now he's retired, and he loves doing this, and he's just a great all-around guy, wealth of knowledge, and I strongly urge everybody, if you want to learn about the law and gambling and what's right and what's wrong, and to be able to get counseling from somebody that knows what's right and what's wrong, that's the guy to go see, and it's all part of your Bet Bash ticket. So and Professor Rose, just like all the speakers, they really take their time. The seminars run an hour. Last year, Professor Rose, he took questions for another additional hour after the seminar. That's the kind of guy he is. He just, he wants to make sure everybody's questions are answered and everybody leaves his seminar, feeling good about themselves and feeling good on how to move forward.
Listen, if you want to check out the full list of seminars, the schedule and all that, seminars.betbash.co. I'm taking a look at it right now, and I've got one square circled right in the middle that everybody's going to have circled. Sam could talk about the taxes and all that. That's fine. NFL futures. George, Riley, Panagakis, and Zilbert. Is this your baby? Who came up? As Sam shakes his head, who came up with this one that we've got to have an NFL futures, and let's just get all the way crazy with GRP and Zilbert together.
So GRP last year, I was talking to him about doing a seminar on proper note taking, and we're going to give a complimentary notebook out to all attendees. And he was supposed to do it, and he said, "You know what? I thought about it." And I think he got cold feet, and then we didn't do it last year. So this year he comes to me, and goes, "Listen, I really want to talk about NFL futures and everything." And GRP is one of those acts, as we call them. He's it's a novelty thing. Both GRP and Matt the Cat Zilbert are very entertaining characters. I think that's a fair assessment, where everybody's entertained by these. Look at that. There's that picture right there. Oh, my God. I can't even talk straight, dude. You're putting that picture up. But, yeah, so I know you guys have had GRP on your show, and I know he's going to be doing some bet tracking this year. He makes sure that he reminds everybody every other week or about what he's
every hour.
Every hour, yeah. So yeah, I think it's going to be good. Listen, if you want, and I don't even know. Like I told him, do you need help making a PowerPoint presentation or anything? I don't know what these guys are going to prepare. I don't know if they're going to have a PowerPoint. I think they might just speak into a mic. Who knows? Like, you know what I mean? Anything can happen. This is one of those things in which, if you want to come and you'll definitely have a few laughs. Who knows? You might even learn something. But yeah, it's just one of the many 24 live and 6 live podcasts. There's 30 pieces of content, Joe, on that that we're offering for those 2 days. And if somebody doesn't want to go see GRP and Matt Zilbert, there's 29 other options.
I am amazed at how many people tell me that if they didn't have the networking, they'd be losing better still. And I think that speaks to the power of understanding the right network and the right group of people. I mean, there were a couple kids came up to me last year and said, why didn't you go to the networking? It's like speed dating, basically. And I said, well, I was out till 4 a.m. That's why I didn't go. And he said, if I didn't go last year, I would be a losing bettor still. When you hear people say that, like I went to Bet Bash, I met this guy who knew how to originate, but I didn't know how to scale, and they were able to meet the right people and actually become winning bettors. Is there anything better than that when you hear a testimonial like that?
Nothing, Sammy. Nothing's better than that because, most of the networking, Sammy, you're the kind of guy, you network at a bar just like I do or whatever, and, an open bar, you could figure out a way to get, strike up a conversation and talk to anybody. So a lot of sports bettors, unfortunately, a lot of them are introverted and, it's hard for them to get things started. And that's kind of why we created this whole speed networking event where it's a structured, like you said, kind of a speed dating thing. You fill out a quick form, you get 15 5-minute meetings, and based on how you filled out that form, and the computer will optimize those meetings based on what you're looking for and what others are looking for. And like you said, Sammy, this speed networking event alone is probably our most popular event at BetBash, and that it has definitely changed lives. And I say that not to be super dramatic, but I'm really serious. People have gotten jobs out of this, people have gotten new partnerships out of this, people have changed their way of thinking, changed their way of betting, as so many people have advanced their sports betting journey because of this speed networking event, and we're really proud to offer it year after year. And we've made some incredible connections. My partner, Chinese Mike, the connections that he made at speed networking were unbelievable, and till this day we still have those contacts, and we're proud of that, and we're going to keep rolling speed networking. That happens Wednesday, 10 a.m. to 12 noon.
With Spanky here, talking about Bet Bash 5 coming up just over a week from right now. So it is crunch time for him getting the word out. And we know a lot of people sign up last minute as well. Another angle I wanted to talk about as far as Bet Bash, because when the spaces were just exploding over maybe a few months ago, you would pop on and you would talk about Bet Bash, answer any questions that people had. And it certainly stood out. I mean, it was obvious that you're trying really hard to bring females out there. And it sounded like you're having a tough time of getting females to commit. I see Alex White is on a panel or doing a show, which is great, friend of the show here. What sort of challenges are you running into as far as that goes and bringing in that demographic?
So, it got to the point now, which I'm not trying to squeeze a circle into a square and try to force an issue. The tickets, we have our website. Tickets are on sale for everybody. We're not going to discriminate against everybody. But let's face it, the fact of the matter is sports betting is predominantly a male hobby and or male thing. That's just how it is. Several women like to bet sports. Several women are into sports. And we're just trying to spread the word out there that, hey, listen, this is a conference about sports betting. It's not a conference about sports betting with guys. It's sports betting with everybody. And we try to get females out. We try to get everybody out, different, and different demographics and everything. But it's tough, Joe, like you said, just because the industry, for so long has been male dominated, and we're trying to change that. And we're doing everything we can to try to change that. But, listen, there's only so much one could do. We've tried to pair up with certain gaming groups and everything like that, but it's a tough nut to crack, and we'll continue to try to make sure that the female attendance increases every year. But if the girls don't want to come, then so be it. What more can we do?
How many Survivor entries this year, and are you going to make it to October?
It's going to always be the max Survivor entries. And am I going to make it to October? Sammy, I'm going to tell you, I'm going to win this whole thing, brother. I'm not trying to buy Survivor entries and not think I'm going to go past, although I've never gone past October. But this time, I don't want to just say, hey, let me get to November and just have that as a goal. That I don't, no, we're going to try to win the whole thing. And, I usually buy 10. Chinese Mike buys 10. And we still don't know what the hell we're doing. But we have a great time doing it, and we love it. And we're really excited. That's the other thing about Bet Bash is people can come and enter the contest at Circle while they're out there. So you kind of kill two birds with one stone. and we're really, really super excited. That guarantee keeps going up. What the Cirque and Derek Stevens and his whole crew do with those contests is unbelievable. No vig, and all goes back to the player, and it's just such an awesome event, and we're so happy to make our yearly donation, and hopefully, Mel, one day we try to finish in the money.
Spanky, make the last pitch. How do people get tickets?
Tickets, betbash.co. We're about a week out. I can't wait to see everybody. And don't be intimidated. This conference is for both novices and professionals and everybody in between. You can learn. There's always going to be somebody that knows more than you. There's always going to be somebody that knows less than you at BetBash. Come. It's a very welcoming environment, and we hope to see you there.
Thank you, Spanky. Appreciate it, man.
Thank you, Joe. Have a good one. Sammy, I'll see you next week, brother.
That's Spanky talking about BetBash. Number 5, some good stuff there. We'll continue. MLB card on the other side. This is Bet Sweats.
You're listening to Bet Sweats with Joe O and Sammy P on the BetMGM Network.
Great having Spanky drop by. You know, we didn't even get into it, and you told me about it during the break, about your role the week of Bet Bash. You always have a role, and last year you had the big interview. What are you going to be doing? Which quote seminar, I guess?
So it's the Welcome to the Hall of Fame seminar with Paris Smith, Spiros the Greek, and Jeff Whitelaw. They are the 3 living members going into the Hall of Fame. There's 6 total this year, and the 3 of them that are still kicking are going to be there, and that'll be on, Thursday at about 10 o'clock. Oh, no, wait, no, 1 o'clock. I keep doing this to myself. 1 o'clock local. I keep thinking it's 1 o'clock Eastern, 10 o'clock Vegas time, but it's the Hall of Fame panel. I assure you that will be a lot smoother and a lot more controlled than the panel that I did 2 years ago with Ravel, Jeff Benson, Pizzola, Fezzik, and Dave Sharapan. That was chaos. I mean, it just because Benson turned against Ravel, and then Pizzola turned on Fezzik, and it was a fireworks show. I mean, they were all just going at each other for about 45 minutes. This one's probably going to be a little bit tamer, just a little bit.
People still talk about that one from a couple of years ago. By the way, we should mention Dave Sharapan, one of the nicest guys out there. So it was good that he was on that panel, maybe to ease the tension a little bit. But if you missed it over the weekend, he provided a health update. Dave, you are in all of our thoughts, and we're thinking about you. No doubt about that. Joe Sammy P, Bet Sweats. Let's talk about this MLB card, Sammy. Is there anything that you've got jumping out as far as today?
Well, Soroka getting a little bit of money here against Lodolo. Would not be me, but that's the first thing that I noticed this morning, that they bumped that up at a couple shops, only to get bet back. So we see the open $1.40, Pinnacle, Chris Circle, all sub 140, Superbook $1.34. So they moved on and then moved back. That doesn't always mean that it is the way it looks, but definitely at a higher plus price, there was an appetite to bet some Cincinnati today. And that was speaking of weekend stories. How bad was that rain out between the Reds and the Braves? Oh, just awful at the Speedway on Saturday, and people were jammed in there all day trying to get a glimpse of baseball at a Speedway, and then they make it. Did they even make it out of the first inning? I don't believe so. So that one, that was definitely a debacle on Saturday. But you know who's been very, very profitable this year, and now the market is finally catching on, is this kid Priester in Milwaukee.
Yep.
It feels like they win every time he's out there, and now you're seeing that road favorite price on Milwaukee opened $1.35. Now I see $1.45. So a 10-cent move there. I don't hate it. I also don't want to bet Eric Fetty. But those were the two things that I wanted to pay attention to. The move on the Reds back, and then Priester not only getting the call as a favorite, but getting more money and getting written up a bit on the Milwaukee side.
Yep, there's a few that grab my interest. The one we have in common is Milwaukee and Priester. And Fetty has awful history against this Brewers lineup. And they're betting Milwaukee a little bit, but I wouldn't say it's a big move here. We're talking about just a little bit, maybe 5-10 cents, but minus 140 for Milwaukee on the road. I don't mind that one at all, man. Going against Fetty, Brewers with another sweep over the weekend. You look at their offense last few weeks, number one offense in all of baseball. They're getting it done. I want to back the Brewers. It's a matter of how. What do we want to do? Do we want to lay $1.45, or do we want to pair that with something else? That certainly stands out. If I'm picking one side that I like the most, that stands out. Another one, Sandy. Sandy's going today. So now what? Is it the Sandy we've seen of late? Now that we're post-deadline, does not move. Is it going to be the same guy continuing to pitch at this level, or are we going to go back to what we were seeing early on in the year for much of the Marlins year with Sandy? And they're betting him a ton. against Houston.
Yeah, this has quite literally flipped. Opened up Houston, very small chalk. Now I see the South Point dealing Miami minus 130. BetMGM is at 130. A couple other books in the market are $1.36. So from minus 15 on Houston to minus 36 on Miami. The move has already happened. I was a little surprised to see the total go up, though. So they're backing Miami, but we've seen the last couple starts for Sandy, the move has come to Miami and the move has come under in the game. This one is going the other way. So they're betting on a little bit of offense here, which I was a little surprised by. I'm certainly not going to lay $1.30 when I could have, laid $1.05 or $1.10 or whatever. So that one's a pass. I'm inclined to think he's going to have a dud eventually, but I also don't want to lay on the tracks and go against. So that's just a scratch for me. Pass that one through. I did not. I mean, I knew Priester was a cash cow as of late. I did not realize that it was this solid. They have won 5, 10, 11 straight starts for Priester. 11 straight. And if you want to have a little bit more context, when he starts, the Brewers are 13-7. So 11 of those wins have come in a row. So at one point, the Brewers were 2-7 when he started, and now they're 13-7 when he starts.
Of the 11, 1, 2, 3 did not cover the run line. I mean, that's damn good. 8 and 11 on the run line, and you're getting some really nice plus prices. And it's tempting. Yeah, so agree with you on your stance on Miami. I'm not betting Miami at $1.30. Last week when we were betting Alcantara, when we're getting him as a dog against a lesser opponent than Houston, sign me up. But now everybody's noticed. The Marlins sweep the Yankees over the weekend. It's 5 straight wins. It's Sandy's run. Is this going to continue after the trade deadline? I'm not sure. I'm walking away from that one, but it grabbed my attention. Oh, Sandy's pitching. But no, I'm not betting him as a favorite. When he was a dog, when it was a coin toss, sure, you have my interest, but not at $1.30, like you said.
Glasnow, another one of those guys that I had some questions about going into his last start or two, and he was not great. That would have been, last Monday or Tuesday when they were playing the Reds, and he gave up 2 homers and 4 runs in only 4 innings. He was out there laboring. 84 pitches. They gave him the early hook, and then Will Smith had that big hit late for the Dodgers. But now you're looking at Glasnow, and he's laying $1.90 at BetMGM, $1.94 here, $1.88 there. I don't know. I don't want to lay that with a guy who has really been struggling to get to 6 innings. And of course, he's only thrown 4 starts since coming back from the injury. 4 starts in July. This will be his first start in August. But we're looking 5 innings, 6 innings, 7 innings, 4 innings, and they're hooking him in that 85 to 88 range pitch count wise. So it's very difficult for me to want to lay that straight. That said, if you wanted to check some boxes and go Dodgers and Brewers, I don't think that's the worst idea, but I'm certainly not going to lay 180, 190 on Glasnow straight. I would have to hook that with something.
All right, here's another game that I was taking a look at, and I'm surprised by the move that we're seeing. Okay, it's come down a little bit, meaning that they're betting Arizona, and I don't understand why. San Diego at Arizona. Okay, now we're BetMGM, San Diego minus 125. I guess that's manageable, but it's come down. It opened at minus 140 a little bit ago. There was even more of an Arizona move, and I'm just surprised because Brandon Pfaadt, he's had his struggles, but Arizona did just win back-to-back games over the weekend against the Athletics. It's going to be a little bit different going against the San Diego Padres, but I mean, traded away multiple bats here in this lineup. That's not a team that I'm looking to trust. but that's me. You still have Corbin Carroll at the top, Uriel. Okay, fine. But the rest of the lineup, a lot of no-name guys. So I'm surprised that they're backing Arizona here. I would look to San Diego.
I would agree there. I'm a little surprised that they are backing that side. I'm noticing that who had Verlander on their list? Is it Paul or Jake?
Sounds like a Jake move. Could be wrong.
Somebody's got Verlander list of losers. He is getting completely smashed against today. They've moved that thing about 20 cents. Verlander favored in Pittsburgh. They're betting the Pirates today. And I don't know how much more that's going to run, but already an 18-cent move at a couple places offshore against the reeling San Francisco Giants, who have really played themselves into a tough spot. I mean, they were right there for a time with the Dodgers, a couple games out, and just have gone the complete opposite direction since acquiring Rafi Devers. Market loves Pittsburgh today, and that's certainly one that caught my eye as well.
500 team, 56-56 on the season. Not what they expected at this point. 9 games back as far as the wild card. That's going to be very difficult. But yeah, it feels like they're out of the team photo right now. Wild card, they're 6 games back. Probably done. Probably it. Probably know the teams that are going to be there in the National League, unless the Reds were going to make some sort of a move, but they're 4 games out of it as well. Much more bunched up over in the American League in that wild card picture. Texas, 2 games back, man. Our Rangers, taking a close look at them. They just need to put a run together. They really do. Everybody's talking about Seattle. They're a couple games behind them. But yeah, Texas schedule, pay close attention to the Yankee series this week. Then it's Philadelphia. And things lighten up a little bit for them after that.
Yeah. I want no part of that game. The Yankees are just so fundamentally tough to watch right now. And you don't get swept by the Marlins every year. That much is obvious. Actually, I think I saw last night that that's the first time the Marlins have ever swept the Yankees. I'm pretty sure that that's a thing. So that's where you're at. And now you try and have Max Fried come out, stop the bleeding. Of course, he's going to be favored in the game. But there's a lot of teams that I don't want to lay at a price today. I'm not laying the Red Sox at $1.60. No interest in the Yankees at $1.40. And very tough to single the Dodgers. As we talked, somebody just came in and bet the Cardinals again. They just come in and pepper that high plus price. So they just knocked that one down on the St. Louis side. A couple moves here, including another move on Arizona. So Pinnacle's getting bet as we speak, man. They're betting a lot of the sides that you're talking about, which is always fun. When we bring a couple up and then those ones get smacked, they just bet the Pirates again too. Down to plus 110. So the anti-Verlander money is a real thing today.
They're hitting dogs.
Pittsburgh. Yep, dogs for sure.
Dog day. That concerns me a little bit with I like the shortish favorites, but now I'm a little concerned with what's going to happen. The Yankees one's going to be interesting because if we could get word on Judge over the next couple of days, if there's going to be a return there, and then watch out for the futures markets too. The second that were to come down, whatever decision is made on Judge, that's going to impact it. If he's out longer, there's going to be a big move. If they're saying he's coming right back, that's going to be a big move.
Still the Cal Raleigh show for MVP. Is that where we're at?
If Judge comes right back, I don't think so.
No.
Isn't that what it comes down to? He's
got
$2
favorite.
He's
got to come back and hit though.
Yeah.
Got to weather the storm.
I would not lay $2. I'll say that. Not interested.
Okay.
And then on the other side with
Schwarber,
with Ohtani, yeah, is the Schwarber number gone at this point? Last night's homer, national TV game. We've got Schwarber still the third favorite. You could still find a 15 out there.
Yeah, please bet the 15. Don't bet the 950 or the 10-1. Get the best of the number. Judge and Schwarber. That's what I'm rooting for. I don't know that it's going to happen like that, but I am rooting so hard for Kyle Schwarber to win the MVP. Be very nice, but sometimes we can't have nice things.
Not the other guy in the National League. Not him.
Not the Cubs guy, no.
Oh, okay. We don't have to say his name. I get it. All right. Lightning Bets on the other side. Joe Ostrowski, Sam Panayonovich with you on a Monday morning. Keep it here. Bet Sweats, weekdays 9 a.m. to noon Eastern on the BetMGM Network.
You're listening to Bet Sweats with Joe O and Sammy P on the BetMGM Network. Welcome back to Bet Sweats with Joe Ostrowski and Sam Paniotovich on the BetMGM Network.
Get to lightning bets coming up in a moment. I can't really speak to the state of current wrestling. Like, I see it here and there, like who's your champion? Oh, this happened at this event or that event. Like, I'm more into the nostalgia stuff, and wrestling does come up from time to time with the two of us in conversation, but Brock Lesnar's back. It's funny. So last night at the very end, I don't know if wrestling's doing well. Like, it feels like it because all this stuff's on Peacock and more national coverage and all that stuff. Because every time there's a big event, they've got to go back in time 10 to 20 years. Cena's in the main event against Rhodes. And then at the very end, Cena's doing a goodbye. Okay. Very, very emotional in the middle of the ring. Then the lights go out and Brock Lesnar comes in. So it does make me think, like, the sport, I don't know about struggling is right, but what pops is what was popular a decade or two ago, not what's right now.
So did he just go in there and just go to town on people? Was he like whooping ass?
It was just Cena left at the end, and he's like being emotional towards the crowd, and they're chanting his name and all that. And it's the end of the event, and he at one point he pointed to his watch, and then he's about to leave, and then the lights go out. Lesnar's music comes in. The Beast, here comes the Beast, and he just took Cena above his head and threw him, and so that's gonna set up the next big event.
Okay,
I guess
Lesnar.
I don't know. I'm not into it. I just watched the very end. That's all. I literally watched 2 minutes, and that's what I saw.
So Lesnar's listed at 6'3", 290.
Dude, he's
Do you think the 290 is accurate?
Yeah, it's accurate. He didn't go away and add like 50 pounds of fat. You know what I mean? Like, he was jacked. And this was probably in the works for quite some time. I'm sure it's all natural too. But yeah, no, yeah.
I always forget the exact number, so I wanted to make sure I got it right. His collegiate wrestling career, he was 106-5. 106-5. That's crazy at that level. Minnesota, Golden Gopher wrestler. But and then obviously he becomes a professional wrestler. But in terms of tacticals back in the day, I mean, there were not many people better than that. 106-5.
He's 48. Cena's 48. It's like they always have to tap back into that age. It's like, you got nobody else new coming up, but I guess that's what they have to do, man. Both of them, great shape for 48 years old. Cena keeps like going viral. It feels like people are trying to test him. Like they go up to him in the streets with a camera, and if you don't ask, can I record you ahead of time, he gets pissed off. And so there's been some situations over the last couple of years where he goes viral because he's kind of going off on people. But anyways, I'm sure You Better You Bet will have a full breakdown on that.
Probably. Is it weird that I still haven't followed Cena back yet on Twitter?
Oh, he follows you?
I was out one night, and I mean, he follows a million people.
Okay.
So I was sitting out, and I just happened to look down, and it said John Cena just followed you. And I thought, well, that can't be a real thing. There's no way. And then you look at his page, and it's John Cena with 14.4 million followers. You know what? I'm going to give him a pity follow back. I'm going to follow him back right now. There we go.
Are you going to unfollow him later?
No, I don't. I just mute.
He is literally following a million people.
I know. So that's one of the
that.
stranger follows. So he follows me, and then another one who I'm sure follows you is Jose Batista follows me for some reason. I have no idea why. I don't follow him back because I don't like him.
Why don't you like Joey Bats?
I just don't like him.
Okay. He doesn't follow me, but he follows 780,000 people. He's trying to get to 1 million. He's almost there. Followers.
I'm not following him back. I will not. No, I fully expect somebody to let Jose Bautista know that I'm not following him back, because these are the things that matter.
Your good friend Eli Hershkovich used to follow people, get them to do the pity follow back, and then unfollow them. What a loser. Like, this is what you do. This is what you do with your life. You got the pity follow, and then you're hoping that they're not going to notice that you've now unfollowed them to try and boost your. Oh, look at my ratio. It's great.
I did have to. I finally unfollowed. As I just said, I don't unfollow people. I did unfollow him, and I kid you not, within no, your guy, and within 5 minutes, he had unfollowed me too. So somehow he was notified that I unfollowed, and then he instantly unfollowed, which is very funny. I thought it was funny.
I believe every second of that story.
By the way, before we get to lightning bets, we had talked about this last week with ranking the coordinators.
Mm-hmm.
Well, Ben Solak did this for ESPN.com. I want to talk about it on Wednesday. Because we're off tomorrow. We have like a show day where we get ready, we prep, we have production for the whole football season. So we're not here tomorrow, but we're back Wednesday. He did all 32 teams in order. Guess who he's got number one? Number one best pair of coordinators. Yep. Who is it?
Did he use offensive coordinators as guys that call plays, like the head coach in certain situations?
He used Reed and Spags.
Okay, that's like I was going to go there as number one. So I guess I'm assuming that's not it.
2.
Okay.
Number 1, Kevin O'Connell.
Your guys.
Brian Flores.
Yeah,
yep, let's go, dude.
Yeah. Man, who's okay, we won't spoil the entire list, but that's probably, if we're making the list, where we would start too. So we agree there. The bottom. Is 32 just brand new situations, or is it someone who's been around a while?
He's got the Dable triangle, 32 in the league. Dable, Kafka, Shane Bowen, 32.
Damn. I would not have guessed that. That down on Dable. Ooh.
Yeah, I think we should react. We should react to this, and then we should make our own list maybe on Wednesday. Not to produce the show on the air, but I'm sure our list would be similar, but they're not going to be the same.
Yep. Yeah, I wouldn't put them number 32. That's going to be an interesting conversation. All right, for your Monday Lightning bets, where are you going, Sammy?
I'll follow this move on Pittsburgh. Why not? They're going against Jake Sky Verlander. I'm with it. Now, I'm not going to get plus 15 anymore, but I can get plus 108 at multiple places. So let's go with Pittsburgh and respect the move against Justin Verlander today. That's a 6:40 first pitch on the East Coast. I'll go Pittsburgh money line.
Okay. I'm going to go with a 2-1 play. 2-leg money line parlay. Let's go Milwaukee Brewers. They continue their winning ways. Priest around the bump, fading Fetty, fading everything Braves, which is a good idea right now. And that Brewers offense is red hot. So let's go with the Brewers and pair them with San Diego. The Padres. Fought on the bump. Diamondbacks offense, I don't think they have that much left. They're going to struggle the rest of the way. So let's go with San Diego and their ads. They add to that bullpen once again right before the trade deadline. So I'm going Milwaukee, San Diego. That is plus a little over 2-1, like 204, something like that, somewhere in that range. So that's the move I'm going to make with Milwaukee and San Diego. Let's go to Paul and Jake. What you guys got today?
There's one thing I want to revisit, Cardinals related, that I brought up earlier this summer. I don't think Marvin Harrison Jr. can win Offensive Player of the Year. Now, look, the number we talked about is 100-1. That's still out there. There's no precedent for a second-year wide receiver to win Offensive Player of the Year. Justin Jefferson did it in year 3. Cooper Kupp did it in year 5. Michael Thomas did it in year 4. Justin Jefferson's numbers in year 3, 108, 16-16, 10 touchdowns. Like 1,600, 16 yards, 10 touchdowns. Like was not even a finalist.
Harrison's not on that level, right? We agree that
he's not there yet. Like I think he has a big year this year, but I don't. He's not like I thought. Maybe the name recognition from year one, what he was supposed to be, and if he actually kind of gets there in year two, maybe you have a case. And he could put up monster numbers in like the first half of the season if you look at their schedule. But as far as getting at home, I mean, again, the history tells us he's not going to be a finalist. He's not going to win it. Other guys that I know some people are high, not necessarily for Offensive Player of the Year, but also fit in this second-year receiver category that will not get there. Brian Thomas Jr., Xavier Worthy, something to keep in mind. Like, it's got to be a guy in at least year 3.
You know who I keep thinking about buying the dip on? We did it last year on Barkley. And now the guy who's in the same spot this year that Barkley was in last year is McCaffrey. McCaffrey's 25-1, and I keep looking at it, and I haven't done it yet, Jake, but I might get there. I got a month.
If you get there, I'll join you, my king. I'll follow your lead on this one, no matter what. You're welcome.
I might have a lot of wins, and he would get the credit if they get a lot of wins. Right? Like, who's left? Offensively. It's all him. We'll revisit. Jake, how about you, man? What are you thinking?
Speaking of dogs, I will be on the Reds. I'm going to go against Michael Soroka. That one's easy. So I'll be on the Reds. Can I sell anybody on the Colorado Rockies on the money line today against the Toronto Blue Jays?
Why? What's your angle?
Lauer, I just don't believe this breakout he's having. He's pitched in Colorado before. Every single time he has gotten shelled. And the Rockies actually are not playing terrible right now. They're 5-5 in their last 10. I'm going to take a shot. I'm willing to be alone on Idiot Island, but I'm taking the Rockies.
Good luck, my king.
Appreciate you.
I never thought that I would hear that. What a great way to end the show. For Sam, I'm Joe. We'll be back on Wednesday, but make sure you check out Bet Sweats every day, 9 a.m. Eastern here on the BetMGM Network.
Thanks for listening to Bet Sweats. If you missed anything on today's show, make sure to listen back on the Odyssey app or wherever you get your podcasts.
Your daily tip with Network. It's time for the Daily Tip
This is like Disneyland for adults.
If I wanted to have fun, I was going to go to Disneyland with my kids.
with Michael Jenkins.
Honestly, you could talk me into just about anything. Like, you want to do shots? All right, let's do shots. You want to put together a 10-leg teaser? Sure, let's put some money on it. In fact, I do a parlay with